Orange Sky Audio presents Temptation, Bad Angels Book 2 by Inara Scott, narrated for you by Leah Ladasa. Chapter 1. Zoe Riva looked down at the electric scooter and tried to portray an air of confidence. It was 7 a.m. on a chilly Saturday morning in November, and though the occasional car zipped past on the Embarcadero, there were only a few pedestrians walking and running in the normally busy area in downtown San Francisco. Which was precisely what she had hoped. Because if she went down, she wanted as few witnesses as possible. "You and me, baby," she muttered, patting the straight handlebar. "Let's do this." The e-scooter was shaped like an oversized razor scooter with larger wheels, a bigger deck, and a thicker post than the child's version to accommodate the motor. Everyone said they were easy to ride. There was some balance involved, seeing as the scooter only had 2 wheels, but given all the people that she'd seen zipping around on them throughout the summer and early fall, it couldn't be too hard. Could it? Granted, she wasn't the most coordinated person in the world. And yes, she had always been the last person picked in gym class. Still, she could ride a scooter, right? "Confidence, Zoe," she told herself, not caring that anyone walking past would think she was crazy. "You can do this." She had rented the scooter from a small bank of them near Rincon Park and planned to ride down Embarcadero to Fisherman's Wharf. Short and easy. No turns, protected bike lane. What could go wrong? The instructions were simple. Kick off a few steps, then gently press the throttle button and off you go. She'd even bought a brand new bike helmet. Ironic, since she didn't own a bike, so she could be safe. And all of this because the company founder wanted her to try his product. "What I won't do for customer satisfaction," she sighed. Though she was a partner in a thriving law practice, she had few clients of her own and had to handle work the other lawyers brought in. That was a situation she was trying hard to change, but until she did, she had to keep the few clients she did have happy. She shook her head and took a deep breath. No more stalling. It was time. She looked both ways to make sure no bikes were coming, then moved the scooter into the protected green lane. A few pushes with her right foot, a push of the button, and... Shit! Zoe squealed as the scooter took off much, much faster than she had expected. The stem wobbled and so did she as she tried to catch her balance and stand up straight. Shit, shit, shit! Heart pumping, she let off the throttle, depressed the brake, and then almost went flying again as the scooter came to an abrupt stop. Head bowed, she took a few deep drags of air and tried to regain her calm. "It just took off a little faster than you expected," she told herself between gasps. She spared a quick look up from the handlebar and glanced around, relieved to see no one obviously pointing and laughing. "It's okay," she told herself, shaking off the desire to drop the scooter and walk away while she still could. "No problem. You got this." This time, she anticipated the quick jolt when the motor caught. Bending her knees a little helped, and before she knew it, she was flying down the road. After the initial terror faded, she found herself beginning to smile. Then, as the wind picked up in her hair and she started to feel more comfortable, the tentative smile turned into a full-faced grin. Of course, she was only going about 8 miles an hour, well below the maximum speed, but still, it was actually fun. Really fun. Fun like she hadn't had for a long time. Zoe didn't have a lot of time for fun. She had time for work and time for worrying about finding new clients. But fun? Not so much. She was so preoccupied with her success that it took a moment to notice the man jogging toward her. Once she did see him, though, it was hard to look away. He was tall and spectacularly built, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and despite the chill in the air, a full set of biceps helpfully displayed by a sleeveless shirt. He had the long, powerful legs and effortless pace of an athlete, which was to say he was probably going faster than her electric scooter. She was staring so hard at his body, she almost forgot to look at his face. And that was when she realized he was staring right back at her. "Hey, Zoe!" The guy waved, and embarrassment shot through her at the realization that she had been gaping at someone she knew. Her eyes widened. "Connor?" It took a moment for the realization to sink in. The man jogging toward her was none other than Connor Ashton, one of the 3 owners of her firm's biggest client. Levent Capital was a venture capital firm started just a few years ago by 3 hotshot investors local gossip columnists had dubbed the Bad Angels. Connor and his former college roommates Mason Coleman and Nate Etherly. Their firm had grown at an astronomical rate over the years, taking them from a bunch of unknown guys barely out of business school to respected players in the world of high-tech finance. Connor was the quiet, brainy one of the 3, the last to arrive and first to leave, the guy who never called when an email or text would do, the guy whose body was apparently fully capable of doing the talking for him. Damn! The embarrassment deepened as her gaze inadvertently drifted back to his waist, then to the one place it absolutely shouldn't go. She righted her eyes as quickly as she could. What the hell was she doing? Drooling over Connor? Connor was so off-limits he might as well have been her brother. First and foremost, he was part of the small circle that encompassed her best, really only, friends. She didn't relish the thought of bringing hookup drama into that circle. And since her previous relationships existed on a spectrum from bad to awful, that's all it would be. Secondly, professional rules forbade lawyers from having sexual relations with their clients. Getting sanctioned over a casual affair wasn't really high on Zoe's to-do list. So yeah, off limits. She tried to recover from her momentary lapse of judgment with an enthusiastic wave, which turned out to be a huge mistake. Because waving required lifting a hand from the handlebar, which required removing her hand from the brake, which sent the front wheel of the scooter wobbling, which meant that when she panicked and squeezed the throttle, the scooter took off right into the curb. With a shriek, she tripped off the deck and half ran, half flung herself forward. Right into a lamppost. Connor wasn't sure what hit first, her forehead or her nose. Either way, the impact sent Zoe flying backward, stumbling a few times before falling on her butt on the sidewalk. The bleeding started a few seconds later. He swore as he sprinted toward her, concern for her injury mixed with a hint of chagrin for his own behavior. Damn it. He'd waved at her like a 10-year-old who'd just seen his crush. No wonder she'd stared at him strangely just before hitting the curb. She probably thought he was a crazy person trying to flag her down. He crouched down beside her as she touched her nose, which appeared to be the source of the bleeding. Her left hand lay limp on her leg. Had she hurt her wrist when she fell backward? He wouldn't be surprised. He'd seen kids on the basketball team he coached break their wrists from exactly that kind of impact. She hadn't passed out, thank goodness, but she did look dazed, and a substantial knot was already forming on her forehead. He pinched the bridge of her nose, his first aid training overriding his normal remove. "Don't worry," he said. "Just stay still. I got you." A minute passed with her blinking owlishly at him, which Connor found increasingly concerning because in his experience, Zoe always had something to say. "Zoe? You in there?" She gazed directly at him, and those endless crystal blue eyes grabbed him right by the balls, just like they always did. But still no words. "First time on a scooter?" he asked, hoping to get her to say something. He was a few seconds from whipping out his phone to call an ambulance when she finally spoke. "What gave me away?" He was relieved that her voice sounded mostly normal. Wobbly, but coherent. Hard to say exactly. He looked down at the hand sitting limp on her leg. Can you move your hand? She winced as she started to wiggle her fingers, then gave up. Maybe. I don't think so. It hurts like crazy. That's fine. Don't move it. She adjusted her position. Why am I still bleeding? Am I going to die? I think I might die. Highly unlikely, he said, examining her face. He caught a lock of the long dark hair that had escaped the helmet and pushed it back, then immediately regretted it, worrying he'd overstepped. It probably feels much worse than it is. How do you know? She asked. I coach middle school basketball. You'd be surprised how many accidents I've seen. He examined her face more closely, noticing that she was starting to look a little gray. Connor? She glanced down at her good hand and then the sidewalk. Her voice wavered unsteadily. Yeah? I'm not feeling so great. He glanced around, but there were very few people around and nothing open so early on a Saturday. He had all kinds of first aid equipment in his car, but that was parked up by his apartment, which was a little over a mile away and up one of San Francisco's absurdly steep hills. You're not going to pass out on me, are you? She tried for a half-hearted smile. I don't think so. To be honest, I kind of freak out around blood, especially my own. Here. Without thinking, he pulled his shirt over his head. You can use this on your nose. At least you won't have to look at it. She stared at the shirt, then at his chest, then back at his face. A hint of color appeared in her cheeks. And now he felt like a complete idiot for stripping in front of her without considering how weird that must look. He folded the fabric into a rough triangle and pushed it into her hand. Trust me, looking at it makes it worse. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. That should help. Why is that the answer to everything these days? She asked plaintively. Pretty sure I can't deep breathe my way out of this one. He ignored that and tried not to notice that she glanced again at his chest. Shit. She must be thinking what an idiot he was. You didn't black out when you hit the post, did you? She closed her hand around the shirt and pushed it up to her nose. No, but my head does hurt, she admitted. He leaned closer to examine her forehead. I guess you didn't get the helmet adjusted when you bought it? What do you mean? She asked, her voice muffled behind his shirt. He sighed. They aren't one size fits all. You actually have to adjust a helmet or it doesn't do you any good. It's supposed to fit snugly and cover your forehead. Well, that's super helpful information to have now, she said. What do I look like, a bicycle helmet expert? He gave a reluctant chuckle. No. I wouldn't say that you look a bit like a bicycle helmet expert. How do you feel otherwise? Feel? She gazed up at him, and a tiny, reluctant smile appeared in her eyes for the first time since he'd seen her. I just spectacularly wiped out on an electric scooter while trying to wave to a friend, Connor. How do you think I feel? Friend. Good reminder. They were friends. Also, she was one of his company's lawyers, so his lawyer, in a manner of speaking. They'd sat in meetings and bars together for years, and she'd never once looked at him in a romantic way. He'd heard about her dates, and she'd heard about his. If you wanted to call them dates, disasters was more like it. Regardless, at this point, they were practically related. And therefore, clearly, he needed to forget his decidedly non-friendly feelings for her. Just like he forced himself to do every time he saw her. He pulled his phone from the case strapped to his arm and opened an app to call a car. The closest was 5 minutes away, but that was still faster than he could run up the hill and back down with his. You care which hospital? He asked, looking down at her. I don't need to go to the hospital. I'm fine, really. In fact, I should probably just take that scooter back and go home. Home? He shook his head. You might have a concussion, Zoe. You hit your head pretty hard. You need to get it checked out. Concussion? Her eyes got even wider. Seriously? You don't have to get knocked out to have one. And I thought this day couldn't get worse. She made a wobbly attempt at getting to her feet. He moved his hand under her good arm to support her. She was a solid foot shorter than him, and yet one of the toughest people he'd ever met. Tiny, but fierce. That was Zoe. St. Francis okay? Her shoulders drooped. I guess. Hopefully you didn't have anything else to do today. Oh no, she said with a wave. Just a few 1,000 pages of documents to read. No big deal. She gazed at the scooter and then turned to him with a grimace. So there's no way I could get back on it, right? He blinked. Are you crazy? Of course not. She wilted a few inches. I figured. I just thought maybe... Never mind. I hate to ask, but could you maybe move the scooter onto the sidewalk for me? Just to get it out of the street. Of course. You okay standing on your own? She straightened her back, though she still looked a little gray. Yep, I'm fine. Well, I don't know about that. He jogged over and retrieved the scooter. She walked on her own to the curb behind him. I think my nose is okay now, she said, gingerly removing the shirt from her face. Thanks for the shirt. If anything, he felt even more awkward now as he hovered over her in all his bare-chested glory. Connor was used to being the tallest guy in the room, and generally he liked it, but right now he just wished he could fade a little more into the background. A shirt would help. No problem. I'll run home and grab some clothes, then meet you at the hospital, he said. Connor, you do not need to come to the hospital. Zoe, he said patiently. I'm coming to the hospital. There's no reason. Seriously, you should just finish your run. It's not like I have any life-threatening injuries. If you really want, I can text you when I'm done. No. What do you think is going to happen? I'll be at the hospital, Connor. Sorry. I'll wait in the lobby if you want, but I'm coming. She cocked her head, looking surprised at his resistance. Normally, when Zoe went into lawyer mode, giving instructions, arguing, being logical, he didn't put up much of a fight. Connor was the scientist of the Levend group, and he knew better than to try to lawyer anything. At any rate, the only one who could go toe-to-toe with Zoe in a war of words was Nate, the business end of their trio, and even he picked his battles. But this was different. Leaving a friend alone in a hospital with a possible concussion wasn't something Connor was prepared to do, regardless of how much she argued. You're not budging? She finally said. Nope. I'll meet you there as soon as I can, he said firmly as the car pulled up. Call me before then if you need anything. Chapter 2. Zoe shifted her position on the emergency room bed, refusing to open her eyes even though sleep was the furthest thing from her mind. At least with her eyes closed, she didn't have to make eye contact with Connor. Luckily, they'd hit the ER at a quiet moment. By the time Connor had arrived, a nurse was calling Zoe back to an exam room. After that, the wait to see the doctor hadn't been long, and then she'd been trucked off for x-rays before returning to the room where Connor waited. All of which had helped to distract her. But what she really needed was to be home, not stuck in a tiny room wearing nothing more than a hospital gown, her best beige basics, and a pair of pink knee socks because she hadn't done laundry for 2 weeks. He wasn't very chatty. That hadn't changed. Connor was the kind of guy you had to draw out. The kind of guy who was comfortable with silence and whose presence somehow managed to make you comfortable with it too. Frankly, the perfect kind of guy to sit next to you in a hospital when your head hurt and making small talk was the last thing you wanted to do. Unfortunately, all that quiet gave her plenty of time to ponder why she was now aware of him in a way she never had been before. It wasn't that she'd never noticed he was attractive. In the 3 years she'd known him, he'd always had that Clark Kent, I wear glasses and plaid shirts, but I'm really sexy as hell sort of presence about him. He was absent-minded and uncomfortable in groups, but even if he managed to screw up his dates fairly regularly, he'd never had any trouble getting them. Probably because rich, successful guys with killer bodies and quiet smiles didn't exactly grow on trees. In her defense, he did look different this morning. For one thing, he was wearing contacts, revealing smoky gray-blue eyes she'd definitely never noticed before. And then there were his biceps, normally hidden by his clothes. They were downright dangerous to a girl in a weakened state. Not to mention his chest, the one that had momentarily rendered her speechless, a state she rarely experienced. Because, damn it, Connor Ashton had a six-pack, and now that she'd seen it, how could she be expected to unsee it? Zoe gave herself a mental shake. She was really going off the deep end. This was all probably just a head injury-induced hallucination, and tomorrow she would go back to thinking of him as her slightly nerdy, hapless friend Connor. Her eyes opened with relief at the sound of a knock on the door. A moment later, Dr. Checker, the doctor she'd seen for a few minutes earlier that morning, walked in. Connor stood as the doctor entered the room. She was several inches shorter than Zoe, an older woman with thick black hair streaked with white, and he towered over her. "I forgot how large you are. You should sit back down. I'll never be able to see over you." She shot Zoe a quick look. "You're okay with him staying while we talk?" Zoe gave the doctor a wry smile. "If he sits down." Connor gave them an apologetic look as he sat back down. "Sorry." Dr. Checker flipped a switch on a light board and stuck a series of X-rays in place. The display was close enough to the bed that Zoe didn't have to move, which she appreciated immensely, because every time she did move, her head and her hands seemed to throb extra hard. "Now, we didn't do a CT scan because you aren't showing any signs of a severe concussion, but we do need to watch for symptoms." She pinned Zoe with a piercing look. "Has anything changed since I saw you last? Any nausea or vomiting? Any changes in your pain?" "No," Zoe said. "I mean, other than that my arm hurts like crazy." The doctor was unimpressed. "Not surprising." She turned back to the light board. "We did check for injury to your neck, and I'm happy to report there's nothing there I'm concerned about. However, you do have a hairline fracture in your radius, and it is possible that you have a mild concussion. You'll need to keep a close eye on that for the next 24 hours or so to make sure your symptoms don't worsen. But all in all, you've escaped from what could have been a serious accident with relatively minor injuries." "They don't feel minor," Zoe said, feeling every inch of that hairline fracture as her wrist throbbed painfully. "You had a head-on collision with a streetlight," the doctor chided. "Given that you might as well have not been wearing a helmet at all, I'd say you were pretty lucky. Now, the bad news is that your headache could linger for several days. The good news is that your nose isn't broken, so the swelling there should go down by tomorrow. You'll need to visit orthopedics in a day or so to get your wrist casted, but the fracture is slight enough that I don't think you'll have to spend more than a few weeks in a cast. So, barring anything that develops over the next couple of days, you should be able to bounce back relatively quickly." "I should count my blessings, you're saying?" Easier said than done when it felt like you'd dropped an anvil on your face. "That's it," the doctor replied. She gave them a quick nod. "Now, any questions?" Connor spoke up from his chair. "I assume she should take a little time off while we're watching for the concussion." Zoe blinked. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I expect you're about 5 minutes from reading your latest emails," he said pointedly. and 20 from replying to them. Zoe stared at her hands, which were, in fact, itching to grab her phone. I have a very demanding client. A concussion is nothing to play around with, Connor said. Besides, even your demanding client takes weekends off. The doctor cleared her throat, then gave Zoe a serious look. Sorry, but he's right. I need you to take off the next 24 hours minimum. No work. Stay off the computer and phone. No email, no reading, no TV. Nothing. We want your brain to recover quickly, all right? Zoe drew back in horror. No phone? No email? What are you talking about? Look, you injured your wrist and we're giving it a rest, right? Same thing goes for your brain. Standard concussion protocol. If you want to lengthen your recovery, go ahead and try to be a superwoman. If you want to get better quickly, close down shop for a little while. Turn off all the inputs to your brain. Make sure you didn't do any more serious damage before you start trying to take on the world. I don't exactly have the kind of job that you can just ignore, Zoe said, trying not to think about all the work she had planned to do this afternoon. Because Zoe's law firm handled most of the legal work for Levend, and Levend was freakishly successful, Zoe and her partners, Luke and Rafe, were normally very, very busy. Unfortunately, Zoe's usual side of things, the patent and engineering work, had slowed down lately. As they'd matured, Levend had started shifting to bigger deals with more established companies. It was work she could do, but her specialty was dealing with new startups, helping them identify and protect their intellectual property. If she wasn't careful, she'd end up taking the crap work that others didn't want to do simply because she was the one with the most time available. What she really needed was someone big, someone that could put her on the map. Levend was Luke's client, and everyone knew it. She needed a client like that, and she wasn't going to rest until she had it. I'm the last person to tell my patients to do nothing, but if I could write a prescription for you, it would be to spend the day in bed at home. Or even better, at someone else's home, where you won't be tempted to get up and do laundry or clean the dishes. Lie low, check out the back of your eyelids, and tell your demanding client to back off for a little while. You can go back to work in a few days. The idea of taking a few days off was one of the funnier things Zoe had ever heard. But clearly, the doctor was not going to budge. She decided, for now at least, she'd acquiesce. Okay, fine, no work. Back of the eyelids. I assume sleep is acceptable? Dr. Checker nodded. Absolutely. Just make sure someone checks on you every 4 to 6 hours for the next 24 hours or so. We want to make sure you aren't showing any signs of a serious concussion before we let you back at your regular life. Do you have someone to keep an eye on you if I release you? Well, that was a hell of an embarrassing question, because the truth was, she didn't. She had no family in town, no close friends she could ask to check on her. Luke and Rafe were great guys, but she wouldn't ask them to wake her up in the middle of the night to check her for concussion symptoms. She had no boyfriend, no lover. Hell, her last date had been over a month ago. On the other hand, she did have her phone, which was sort of like a friend. And then there was the little device that sat on her counter and told her the weather and made jokes when she asked. That was like a friend too, right? Zoe nodded and mentally crossed her fingers. Of course. And who might that be? The doctor cocked her head and studied Zoe, as if she could see right through her facade. Zoe pursed her lips. She considered saying, my friend Alexa. But then she imagined the doctor asking if she meant the Amazon Home Assistant. That would be beyond embarrassing. Zoe? The doctor prodded. She opened her mouth, but blatant lying wasn't really her thing. And now that the doctor had her pinned, she couldn't come up with a name to save her life. Me, of course. Connor spoke confidently from the other side of the room. She'll be coming home with me. Chapter 3. Going home with him? Good. Dr. Checker nodded as she headed out the door. I'll send the nurse in with some instructions and paperwork, and you can get checked out. Obviously, there was no way she was going to stay at Connor's apartment, or let him wake her up every 4 hours during the night. Assuming he'd even been serious in the first place, she was just grateful to be getting out of the damn hospital with her dignity intact. She gave him her brightest smile. Thank you for covering for me. That was really nice of you. I mean, this whole thing has been really nice, and I really appreciate you waiting with me. But you can take off. I'll be fine. I was thinking I'd just set an alarm every few hours. Sure, he agreed. That seems like an awesome plan. I mean, you might end up with a serious head injury or a brain hemorrhage that results in permanent damage, but you do what you think is best. He held out the black turtleneck and belted wool jacket she'd been wearing, along with her skinny jeans. You want to just slip these back on? Zoe drew back at his calm voice. Normally, she was a pretty good judge of sarcasm, but the pain in her arm must have replaced all her sense because she couldn't quite tell if he was being serious or not. He didn't really want her to come home with him, did he? Gingerly, she inched down the bed and slipped her feet over the edge. Slowly, she righted herself with her good hand and sat up, trying to ignore the throbbing in her head that followed. Connor studied her with cool detachment. Feeling all right? He asked politely. Just give me a second. She took a deep breath. Unsteadily, she leaned forward and started to slide her feet to the ground. It took an enormous amount of effort, but she finally rose to standing, swaying slightly on her feet. Shall I... Zoe? Connor tossed away her pants and shirt and lunged forward as she took a hesitant step and immediately began to topple over. He caught her around the waist. Her good arm swung up to grab his neck, and she hissed with pain as she leaned into him, inadvertently putting pressure on her broken wrist. I'm okay, she said, gulping for air, striving to force some amount of stability into her wobbly knees. Really, it had just been a while since I stood up. My foot's asleep, that's all. I'll be fine. Of course. He held her steady, his hands warm and strong around her waist. You seem great. He was so close. When she looked up at him, she got lost in the ocean-like depths of his eyes. She braced herself with her hand on his shoulder, and something about the moment was so strange and intense, so not real life, she couldn't quite bring herself to move. And he didn't seem inclined to do so either. She even imagined him lowering his head, his lips coming closer to hers. Zoe? His voice took a moment to register. In a sudden rush, she realized he wasn't bending down to kiss her, but was instead probably wondering why she'd gone catatonic in his arms. He cleared his throat. Maybe you should sit back down. Right, she said huskily. That sounds like a good idea. Unlike kissing, which was clearly a very bad idea. Evidently, she did have a concussion, a serious one that had knocked all the sense from her brain. Don't worry, I won't let you go until you're ready. Unsure if that was a good thing or a bad thing, she forced herself to shuffle back until her rear end hit the side of the bed. Thanks. You can let go now. I've got it. He didn't pull away at first. Just slowly opened his hands, releasing his hold, but maintaining his position until she'd stabilized herself against the bed. Pins and needles rushed into her foot as it slowly came back to life. She laughed shakily. I guess maybe I wasn't as ready as I thought. You just need to take it slow. Connor retrieved her clothes from where he'd thrown them on the chair by the door and offered them to her. Do you need help? She studied the garments and considered her next move. The hospital gown was tied in the back, and underneath she had only her bra and briefs. And because today was determined to get worse, she realized there was absolutely no way she was getting into the turtleneck. The jeans she might be able to handle, but not without a lot of help. Intimate help. I don't... To her utter mortification, tears began to fill her eyes. I don't know what to wear home. I don't think I can get my shirt on. Not with my arm like this. Without a pause, Connor shrugged off his sweatshirt and held it out to her. Here, you can slip this over your head. Pretend it's a dress. She blinked rapidly to clear her eyes. With a half-hearted laugh, she waved her good hand toward his chest. You really like taking your clothes off, don't you? How is it I never knew this about you before? He shot her a quick, wry smile. Never seemed like the right time to tell you. You were waiting until we were in a hospital room together? Something like that. There was the faintest glimmer of something more in his eyes, something that suggested another place entirely. But it was gone before Zoe's overwrought brain could tell if she'd imagined it. She moved the sling higher on her chest and held it against the neckline of her gown, then gestured toward the ties at the back of her neck. Well, I guess if you're the expert, let's give this a shot. Maybe you could untie me and help me slip on that sweatshirt? Of course. His hands were gentle as he moved her hair out of the way and then pulled the string to untie the gown. While she held the top in place, he slipped his sweatshirt over her head. The fabric was warm and smelled like him, and Zoe paused to close her eyes and drink it in. You okay? He asked, concern in his voice. She forced open her eyes as she pushed her good arm into its sleeve, and then pulled the green gown out of the bottom of the sweatshirt. Oh yeah, doing great. She stayed on the hospital bed as Connor retrieved her jeans. They both paused for a moment to eye the garment. You want me to, help with this? He asked. His voice sounded a little unsteady. If you could just help me get started, I think I can probably take over from there. Connor carefully bunched up each leg in his hands before bending over to slide them, one by one, over her ankles. Zoe reached over, but she couldn't get the material up past her calf with only one hand. Maybe a little more? Connor tugged the snug jeans higher on her leg. His fingers left goosebumps behind them, and she bit her lip to keep from shivering when he touched the tender skin behind the back of her knee. Friend. He's just a friend, nothing more than a friend. The silent mantra didn't seem to be working. Goosebumps followed his hands, and a shiver went all the way to her belly. I think I can get it from here, she said when he reached the back of her knee. Grabbing the waistband in her good hand, she wiggled the pants up to her hips. When she'd gotten as far as she could while sitting, she slid off the table and onto her feet, waiting this time for the rush of blood in her toes to indicate that she was ready to stand. Connor stepped back a foot, but Zoe had the feeling he was staying close enough to catch her if she fell. His gaze, though, seemed to be determinedly staying above her waist. She manhandled the jeans over her butt, stopping when she realized there was no way she was going to get them buttoned by herself. She gave his stern visage a quick glance, imagined him buttoning her snug jeans, and just as quickly decided she could survive the way she was. Luckily, the sweatshirt covered the open fly. Kind of like the last time she'd eaten a pint of Ben & Jerry's and then wandered around her apartment with her pants undone for the rest of the night. She had just sat back down when a nurse came in carrying a pile of papers. She smiled when she saw Zoe already dressed. I guess you're ready to go home then? Zoe nodded. After taking in Connor's sweatshirt hanging awkwardly over her sling, the nurse showed Zoe how to put on and take off shirts while minimizing movement in her shoulder. Then she reviewed the paperwork the doctor had left and discussed the importance of icing the injured arm, giving her brain time to rest, and symptoms to watch out for that night. As soon as she was gone, Zoe picked up the cell phone she'd left on the bed. Seriously? Did you hear absolutely nothing the doctor and the nurse both told you? Zoe, you're going home with me and you are going to lie down and rest for the next 24 hours. You are definitely not checking your email. Zoe dropped her phone into her lap and looked up in shock. Wait, you weren't kidding about that? Which part? The email or coming home with me? She gaped at him. Both? At her stunned expression, the corner of his mouth tipped up in a small smile. Zoe, you were in a serious accident and might have a concussion. The doctor's orders were very clear. Just put down the phone and come home with me. She melted a little at the concern in his eyes. That's really sweet of you, and I promise I won't check my email. But I can take care of myself at home. Of course you can, he agreed. That's not the point. Is there someone else you want to call? It doesn't have to be me, but someone needs to be there for you. She started to wave him off, but Connor paid no attention. I know you, Zoe. You're going to go home and rest for about 20 minutes. Then you're going to sneak a look at your phone. Then it will be the computer. Before you know it, you'll be making some excuse to drop by the office. All of which, she had to admit, sounded 100% true. You honestly want me to stay at your apartment? Overnight? I don't just want you to, he said with that air of quiet confidence. If you don't have someone else at home, I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist upon it. After all, I did promise Dr. Checker that you were going home with me. I've got a spare bedroom that never gets used and no plans for the night. It's no trouble at all. Unless you want me to call Tess or Cece, just to have a woman around. She recoiled. While she liked Mason's fiancé and Tess's best friend, she didn't know either of them nearly well enough to ask them to be a 24-hour babysitter. I don't think that's necessary. Anyway, I'm not dying to tell Mason and the guys what happened. I'm pretty sure you can't hide the sling, he pointed out. Or a cast. She gave him a sideways glance. They don't have to know exactly how it happened, though. I mean, accidents happen all the time, right? Cars go into the bike lane, drunk people step out into traffic in front of you, dogs get off their leashes and run into scooters. I'm sure it happens every day. He raised a brow. You've been giving this some thought. I can't very well tell my client I broke my wrist and smashed into a post trying to wave at someone. Or your partners? She couldn't meet his eyes. I already get enough crap from the guys. I don't need this too. So you want me to lie for you? Not lie, she said hastily. Just, maybe not tell more of the facts than absolutely necessary. He tapped his chin. That's an interesting suggestion. She jerked her head up at his speculative tone. Wait, what are you thinking? I'm thinking that I'll promise not to tell everyone how this happened if you let me keep an eye on you tonight. Zoe sucked in a breath. You're blackmailing me to stay at your house? If not my house, I believe my mother's also available. His eyes gleamed with humor. I'm sure she wouldn't tell a soul. She sighed and leaned back into the hospital bed. Bossy and manipulative, and shockingly hot while acting that way. Who are you and what did you do with Connor Ashton? He sighed and shook his head. Apparently you bring out the best in me. Chapter 4. Connor drove Zoe first to her apartment so she could get a change of clothes and some toiletries. Getting there required driving due west straight toward the Pacific Ocean, and a low fog bank greeted them about a mile away from the beach. Zoe tried one more time to convince him that she would be fine at her apartment, but he'd known her long enough to know what would happen the moment he left her alone. She'd be on her computer in about 30 seconds flat. He didn't want to be a dick about it. She was obviously fully capable of deciding on her own whether or not to follow doctor's orders, but he wasn't going to let her go without a fight. Besides, he had a strong suspicion she was arguing more because of her pride and less because she genuinely wanted to be home alone. He really didn't like the idea that she didn't have anyone to call on when she was hurt. She was so fiercely independent, he shouldn't be surprised. Yet he was. Over the years, he'd heard her say Luke and Rafe were her closest friends. How would they feel if they knew she would rather risk serious injury than ask one of them for help? If he hadn't been there when she got hurt, he doubted she would have told any of them what had happened. There were people he would have guessed would act that way. Nate, of course, was one. He'd rather cut off his own arm than admit he needed someone. But Zoe? She seemed so reasonable, so well-adjusted. Was it possible there was a side of her that none of them knew about? She seemed genuinely embarrassed to have him come inside her apartment, which she insisted was too messy to be seen by anyone other than herself. So he waited outside while she grabbed her things. The building was small and a little run down, with peeling paint outside and the faint smell of mildew in the hallway. It was in a safe area and close to Golden Gate Park and Ocean Beach, and given real estate prices today, it probably cost her a small fortune. But it still made him wonder why she couldn't afford more. When they got back to his car, she pulled on the seatbelt, got it most of the way to the buckle, and stopped and blew out in frustration. Damn it, this one-armed thing is a huge pain in the ass. He reached over and clipped the belt for her. She still wore his sweatshirt over her sling, and the oversized garment made her look fragile. It wasn't a word he normally associated with Zoe. She usually bristled with so much energy and passion her size became irrelevant. But right now, she looked like he could scoop her into his arms and she'd weigh little more than a breath of air. It will be better when the sling's off. At least you can use your fingers then. Will it stop feeling like someone is jumping up and down on my wrist with steel-toed boots then, too? She said with a glower, ignoring his attempt at reassurance. It is broken, he said, trying not to smile. Something about her reminded him of a grumpy kitten, scratching everything around it. Humph. She rested her head against the seat. Sorry, and thanks. I shouldn't take it out on you. It's just frustrating. No problem. I understand completely. How's the head feeling? It's okay. Just feels like a headache. Nothing out of the ordinary. Good. He pulled into traffic and started back toward his apartment. I forgot how chilly it can be out here. It's like 15 degrees colder than it is at my place. Yeah, but it's beautiful, and about as peaceful as the city gets. Less than a mile toward the bay, the fog started burning off. As they headed for Nob Hill, Golden Gate Park lay to their left, lining the roadside with eucalyptus trees and Monterey pines. I looked at a place out here years ago, he said, when we first moved to town. I just wasn't sure I could deal with the fog. Zoe shrugged. I don't mind. I'm hardly here anyway, between traveling and working. My last 3 houseplants all died from neglect. He caught a hint of wistful desire in her flippant tone. My mother is a heck of a gardener. I bet she could find a plant you wouldn't kill. You know, in all these years I've known you, I don't think you've ever really mentioned your mother. He shrugged. She's a bit eccentric. Doesn't come into the city much. Even with his attention on the road, he could feel her gaze on him. His family was not a topic he discussed, so he tried to change the subject. What about you? I don't think I've ever heard you talk about your family either. You grew up in L.A., right? Do you get back to visit very often? She turned away and looked out the window. Not too much. Connor was no expert in reading people, but he was fairly sure there was a story there, one she wasn't dying to tell. He could relate. So how does this work? She asked a moment later. I just sit in bed all day and read magazines or something? Catch up on my Netflix? Unfortunately, no. No screens or books. Best thing to do is actually just hang out and do nothing. Do nothing. She nodded slowly, as if trying to make sense of the phrase. Okay, but nothing doesn't mean nothing, right? Like, I can listen to a podcast or something. Maybe start on one of those soothing coloring books? I'm afraid not. He had to smile at her look of dread. Consider it a time of reflection. 24 hours of reflection? Maybe catch up on some sleep? You're insane, you know that? You really think I'm going to sit in a quiet room and stare at the ceiling for 24 hours? He laughed out loud. How about this? Assuming you don't develop any other symptoms, how about you spend 10 minutes on your phone every 4 hours? And I'll let you get up at dinner? What are we having? She asked suspiciously. Anything you want, Connor said. And to be clear, I'm a hell of a cook. She sighed. Fine, but I reserve the right to renegotiate this deal. I would expect nothing less. Connor's condo was in Nob Hill, one of San Francisco's oldest and swankiest neighborhoods. With gorgeous views of the bay and historic homes and the clang of trolleys moving up and down the steep streets, it hummed with charm. If Zoe had made millions as a venture capitalist, she'd have bought up here too. As they took the elevator up to the 15th floor of his building, and the air seemed to run out in the small space, Zoe started second-guessing her decision to spend the night. She kept wondering about that moment in the hospital room, when she had slipped into some kind of coma-like state and imagined he was about to kiss her, and the way it seemed his hands had lingered, just for a moment, around her waist. Had it really all been in her head? Regardless, she had no business even entertaining inappropriate thoughts about Connor. How long have you lived here? She finally asked, desperate to regain a sense of normalcy. He thought about it for a moment. Let's see. It will be 2 years this December. I bought the place in February, but it took a while to remodel, and I didn't want to move in until I could figure out which apartment I liked best. What do you mean? The elevator doors opened and they walked out into the carpeted hallway. You remodeled more than one apartment? Yeah, I'm planning to do the whole thing. This building hasn't been updated for decades. Lots of shag carpet and olive green counters. But I have to wait until the apartments turn over and I have a vacancy before I can get in there and remodel. Oh, right. You own the building. Meanwhile, she was still paying off her enormous student loans, while Connor was buying entire buildings. He shrugged and looked down at his keys. It was a good investment. Nate found the opportunity. I just followed his advice. Zoe felt bad then, because she could tell she'd embarrassed him. She laughed and touched his arm. Hey, if I had a bunch of money lying around and was lucky enough to have Nate giving me real estate tips, I'd totally buy an apartment building. He glanced at her hand and then into her eyes, and Zoe's stomach fluttered. Damn it. She moved her hand, but the intimate feeling lingered. They stopped at the end of the hall, and Connor unlocked the door, which opened into a great room with living area to one side and kitchen to the other. The apartment was filled with large windows on two sides. The city swooped out in front of them, followed by a silver swath of the bay that sparkled in the distance. Wow, Zoe breathed, walking in with her mouth open. This view is amazing. The apartment, as he'd suggested, looked freshly remodeled. It wasn't huge, but had plenty of room for a fully loaded kitchen with 2 ovens and a 6-burner stove. A row of stools sat in front of a kitchen island with a marble countertop, and on the far end was a gleaming copper bar cart with a collection of whiskey bottles, 2 crystal decanters, and a variety of glass tumblers. Zoe wondered absently how much those bottles of whiskey cost. "You think?" He was trying to shrug it off. She rolled her eyes. "Enough with the reluctant millionaire bullshit. Next time we go out for drinks, you're buying." He chuckled, and the momentary tension dissolved. "That's fair." While the location and remodel were definitely upscale, the space was surprisingly low-key. There was no fancy art or expensive leather furniture, just a comfortable-looking couch under the window, and she blinked. "You have 3 matching lazy-boy chairs?" "Mason and Nate tend to hang out here. Something about the food. I was tired of them trying to take my chair, so I got them each one of their own." In front of the recliners, on either side of a large wall-mounted television, were built-in shelves filled with books and a small collection of framed pictures. Zoe was unsurprised to see most of them were of the 3 men. She smiled. "So they take your chair and expect you to cook for them? Some friends. The best, actually." He said it with such sincerity, her heart actually lurched. Once, she'd thought her friends from her old neighborhood would be like that, with her forever. But that was a long time ago. A lifetime, actually. "You guys are really lucky." Connor spoke from behind the counter. "I always figured you and Luke and Rafe were pretty close, too." She shrugged. "We are, but it's not the same. Luke and Rafe had already worked together before they started the firm. They brought me in because I knew patents, and they'd heard I was as hungry for work as they were." He scrutinized her for another minute before turning back to the stove. "So why were you riding that scooter anyway?" She wandered back over and sat at the island, watching Connor's efficient movements around the kitchen as he set out cream and sugar. "Hurricane was one of my first clients. I helped them with a bunch of patents, but I'd never actually ridden one of their scooters. The CEO has been giving me a hard time about it. I figured I better give it a try before he gets his feelings hurt. And honestly, I don't have many clients of my own, so I have to keep the ones I do have happy." "You'll always have us, you know," Connor said, handing her a steaming mug of coffee. "I hear the Levent Capital Group is doing fine." She rolled her eyes. "Modest much?" "Just stating a fact," he said mildly. "Well, I appreciate that, but you're Luke's client. We all get paid when we work for you, but he gets the lion's share of the revenue. I need my own clients, startups, entrepreneurs, people with things to patent." He gave a non-committal grunt and turned back to the stove to cook the eggs. Zoe poured a dab of cream into her coffee as she watched him put a slice of what looked like homemade bread into the toaster, then took a grateful sip. "Oh, man, this coffee is amazing. What's your secret?" "Measurement," he replied. When the toast popped, he added a thick slab of butter, then served the eggs and handed her the plate. "You know, I think snarky Connor is the best Connor." She took a bite of her eggs and moaned in shocked appreciation. "First the coffee and now this? I didn't think eggs could taste this good. I suppose you're going to tell me the secret is mixing or something?" "Nope." He quirked a smile. "Butter. Now eat up. You've got 10 minutes till your sentence begins." Chapter 5. After getting Zoe squared away in his guest room, Connor baked a batch of scones to bring over to his mother's house, then spent several hours working and trying his best not to think about Zoe. He called her out a little after noon for lunch, then banished her back to the guest room while he drove to Sausalito. As he made his way up the front walk, he paused for a moment to examine the 3-foot-high collection of empty cardboard boxes stacked next to the garage, sighing as he spied a bright yellow flammable label and imagined what the contents of that particular box had been. Shaking his head, he continued to the bright purple front door. On one side of the entryway sat a wooden bench littered with a tangle of mud-caked garden clogs, rubber boots, and sneakers that had definitely seen better days. Garden pots filled with dirt and tiny plants, pulled weeds, and a pair of leather gloves cluttered the seat. On the other side of the front door sat a weather-beaten crate filled with small glass bottles and heaped with plastic tubing. Unidentifiable machines covered with knobs and levers that looked like they might have been manufactured in the 1950s were stacked next to the crate, topped with an ancient computer monitor. An opaque white shade blocked the front window into the house. Letitia's home looked like it was inhabited by either A, a dedicated gardener, or B, a mad scientist, both of which, Connor had to admit, were more than a little true. He rang the bell and waited. A disembodied voice came from somewhere above his head. "Who's there?" "Mom," he said patiently. "You can see me." "Identify yourself, please." Connor closed his eyes. "I'm pretty sure you know who I am." "First and last name," the voice continued primly, "and stare right at the camera over the door." He looked up at the tiny circle barely visible over the doorframe. "Retina scan?" "Maybe." "You've changed the security system again?" "I'm hardly going to answer that question." "Of course not," he said dryly. "It's not that I don't trust you, sweetheart. It's the people you consort with. You are my son, but you're also terribly naive. Now, if you just say your name and look up, the door should unlock automatically." He should be used to this by now. He knew his mother loved and trusted him, but she mistrusted just about everyone else, especially those in tech or finance. She was pretty sure most of the people Connor worked with were spies and was constantly refining her security system at her home to keep them out. He gave a mocking bow to the camera. "Connor Ashton, long-suffering son of Letitia Ashton, here for her regular Saturday scone delivery." There was the sound of a door slamming from deep in the house, and then the front door opened and his mother stood there smiling, a gray welding mask pushed up on top of her white hair. She was a tall woman, straight-backed and lean despite being close to 70. She wore a thick brown jacket with a high collar and had a pair of heavy elbow-length gloves tucked under her arm. She gave him a quick hug. "Lovely to see you, darling." He surveyed her attire as he handed over a brown paper bag that contained the scones he'd made. "This is a new getup? Flame-resistant, I assume?" She rolled the gray-blue eyes that so closely matched his. "I'm retired, not stupid. I'm not going to weld in a t-shirt." "I wouldn't have imagined you would," he murmured, glancing at the box with the yellow warning sticker. To be fair, his mother welding was really the least of his worries right now. The presence of Zoe in his house was a worry. The fact that he'd seriously considered kissing her at the hospital was a worry. The fact that he would have to make her dinner and then wake her up at 3 a.m. was a worry. Not that he was going to be overcome by some kind of crazy male urge to make a move on her in the middle of the night, but the chance that she was going to pick up on his ill-advised attraction grew exponentially every time he had to touch her, hold her arm, or, God forbid, help her put on her pants. He wasn't going to do anything stupid, but he also wasn't sure how long his acting skills could hold up. Mason and Nate had bugged him for years about Zoe. They knew he liked her, They also knew he refused to even consider asking her out. To him, the reasons were fairly straightforward. He was a horrible date, a worse boyfriend. He forgot dinners, missed anniversaries, said the wrong thing, forgot to say the right thing. Never figured out what the right thing was in the first place. Skipped out on parties he'd never wanted to attend. Left events early when they involved small talk and socializing. He'd tried a couple of times to make things work with a woman, but it was futile. He somehow managed to mishandle every delicate situation he encountered, including relationships, and the ending thereof. Case in point, number of women he'd dated and then been friends with afterward? 0. That was not going to be Zoe. He was not going to sacrifice their friendship, even if it killed him. "Are the ladies already here?" he asked his mother. She shook her head. "I was just getting in a little work before they arrived." She gestured toward the interior of the house. "I'll grab a plate. We better get those arranged before they get here." He rolled his eyes. "I come every Saturday. They know you don't cook. You aren't fooling them." "They don't know for sure. Life is better with a little mystery, don't you think?" She spun on her heel and headed into the house. "Hurry up. The door will lock in 30 seconds. Connor followed her down the hallway toward the kitchen, wincing only a little as the door slammed shut behind them and latched with a sharp, authoritative click. A few seconds later, a man's voice sounded from the kitchen. "The front door is secure." Letitia removed the giant plastic mask that had covered her head and shook out her cloud of snowy, shoulder-length hair. "Thank you, Milton." Milton was the name she had given her artificial intelligence assistant. He did a variety of tasks around the house, from locking and unlocking her security system to running complicated card game scenarios to test her bridge strategy. "You know he's not alive. You don't have to thank him." "That's terribly mean," Letitia reproved. "Just because his feelings are triggered by code doesn't make them any less real." "Actually, yes it does." Connor ran his fingers through his hair, knowing this was a fight he wouldn't win. "So, what's with the welding getup? You starting on a new project?" Letitia set the bag of scones on the countertop. Connor glanced around, looking for any clues as to what his mother was working on now. The kitchen sparkled brightly from a large bay window overlooking the backyard and a series of skylights overhead. Circling the wall just above waist height, a strip of chalkboard paint had been covered with Letitia's tiny, precise lettering, detailing everything from her latest grocery list to Maxwell's equations. But he didn't see anything revealing. She opened a cupboard and pulled out a ceramic platter decorated with bright red and blue flowers. "You know I can't tell you that." "You know you actually can, but choose not to." He crossed his arms over his chest as he meandered casually toward the kitchen table, where a stack of oversized pieces of paper with schematic drawings lay in a haphazard pile. Bingo. He caught a brief glance of a white outline scribbled with notes and a few random words before his mother noticed the direction he had taken. She sprinted from behind the counter to sweep the pictures into her arms. "Rookie mistake," she muttered to herself. "Now I know I'm getting old." She disappeared into a back room and then emerged a few minutes later, still shaking her head and muttering under her breath. "Did I see the words tungsten and deuterium on those plans?" he asked. "Connor," she warned. She grabbed a mug and basket full of tea bags and set them on the counter, then pushed the switch on a ceramic kettle to heat water. "Don't be nosy." His mind spun through possible projects she might be embarking on. In her early research, she'd been focused on radiation and transfers of thermal energy. Her most recent patent, which she'd filed about 15 years ago, was related to the use of polymer electrolytes in lithium-ion batteries. That patent had left her enormously wealthy, but had also resulted in the loss of half of her home from a fire. The answer to what she was likely working on was depressingly obvious. Please tell me you aren't doing cold fusion experiments in the garage. She selected a tea bag and added it to her cup, not meeting his gaze. Effective cold fusion would solve all the world's energy needs. Mom. He closed his eyes, imagining the likely setup in the garage. You are aware that playing with high-voltage electricity can make you very dead very fast? She shrugged. Teenagers do cold fusion experiments these days. I can't imagine why the thought of it would worry you. Because the type of cold fusion experiments kids do for the science fair probably isn't what you're doing. That's sweet, honey. She started to arrange the scones on the platter. But who said I'm doing cold fusion at all? Now, why don't you make us some coffee? You're much better at it than I am. Minnie always complains when I make it for her. Will Minnie also complain when you electrocute yourself? He muttered grimly, grabbing a bag of coffee beans and a grinder from the cupboard. Great. Now he'd have to spend the rest of the day researching the latest in cold fusion reactors to see just how dangerous his mother's latest project might be. Guests are approaching the front door. Milton's voice came from the wall. Connor glanced at the small video screen on the door of the refrigerator, which provided a view of the outside of the house and the front porch. Good grief, what is Minnie riding? That's not an electric scooter, is it? The eldest of the three women approaching the house stood on a razor-style scooter similar to the one Zoe had been riding that morning. She wore gloves, a skateboard helmet and goggles, and flowered leggings. The other two women were walking together much more slowly. They waved at the door as they approached, obviously knowing Letitia would be watching them on camera. Haven't you heard that e-scooters are the latest in personal mobility? His mother replied, sounding surprised. They're all over the city, you know. Of course I've heard of them. I watched a friend riding one of those things break her wrist and smash her head into a post this morning. Mom, Minnie is almost 80. You know those things can go close to 20 miles per hour, right? Letitia was already heading for the door. I'm sorry about your friend, but honestly, do you think I can tell Minnie anything? Connor set down the coffee and followed behind her, noting with some annoyance that she wasn't asking them to identify themselves for the camera. Aren't you going to make them go through the security screen? Letitia laughed. Good heavens, no. She swung open the door and hollered, GPG's reporting for duty. The three women solemnly saluted her. GPG's reporting, they called back, before dissolving into giggles. The GPGs, geriatric physicist grannies, was the name Letitia and her friends had given their quartet about 3 years ago, when they'd been registering for a bridge tournament. It had become something of a rallying cry ever since. Each of the four of them had been a physicist at some point in their careers, and 3 of the 4, Letitia being the exception, had multiple grandchildren or great-grandchildren. They wore their geriatric status proudly, ranging in age from Letitia, who was just a few months shy of 70, to Shirley at 80. Oh, Connor, how lovely you're here. Minnie pulled off her goggles and gestured toward her scooter. Can you carry this inside for me? I doubt anyone would take it off the porch, but you never know. Minnie Holzenberg was just under 5 feet tall and couldn't have weighed much more than 80 pounds. Her hair was jet black, and she had a rigorous exercise regime that included power yoga and spin classes. She and Letitia had worked together on projects throughout their careers, so Connor had known her since he was a young child. Of course, Minnie, but honestly, are you sure you should be riding one of these things? He was relieved to see the scooter had 2 wheels in front instead of 1, making it significantly more stable than the one Zoe had been on. Minnie had always been an athlete, To be honest, she was probably in better shape than Zoe. But now that he'd seen Zoe head face first into a street lamp, he wasn't thrilled about the idea of Minnie racing around Sausalito on a similar device. "Why wouldn't I? Can you believe how clever it is?" Minnie's beaky nose twitched with pleasure. "Clever, yes," Connor agreed, "but also dangerous." "Don't worry," she snorted. "I put it on the geriatric setting." Trying to tell Minnie what to do was predictably futile, but he couldn't quite keep himself from trying. "Minnie," she raised her hand to cut him off. "Don't try to parent me, young man. I'm perfectly safe on my new wheels." He gave her a silent inner groan. "At least tell me you didn't ride all the way from home on it." She waved him off. "Gracious, no. Clara drove. We just parked a block away. I thought I'd bring it here to practice." She elbowed Connor. "Don't you try to steal it either. I know the e-scooters are pretty hot right now." "I will do my best to restrain myself." "What kind of scones did you make us?" Clara asked. Clara was the boisterous party girl of his mother's friends, with a penchant for dating men 10 years or more her junior. Today, she wore her wavy gray hair up in a loose bun on top of her head, while several crystals on leather cords hung from her neck. "Who said Connor made anything?" Letitia called back. Clara snorted. "I guess we can wait and see if anyone develops food poisoning. That will be a good clue as to whether or not Letitia did the cooking." "Be nice," Shirley reproved. She grabbed Connor's hand and let him accompany her down the hall. She was able to walk on her own, but she didn't mind having a hand, just in case there was an earthquake, she liked to say. A gentle soul, Shirley had married at a young age and raised 5 kids before a messy divorce and desperate need for income sent her back to college. Once there, she discovered she had an aptitude for nanotechnology. Who knew? And got a job in a high-tech lab making far more than her cheating husband could ever have imagined. As they entered the kitchen, the ladies headed straight for the plate of scones. "I have never understood how you got to be so good in the kitchen," Minnie observed, her mouth full. "He certainly didn't inherit his baking ability," Clara said, diving into her scone with a look of bliss. She finished her first mouthful, then inclined her head toward the coffee pot. "A cup of coffee would go nicely with this." Minnie snorted. "Don't let Letitia near that pot, ladies." Shirley patted Connor's forearm before releasing him. "You go ahead," she said. "Just don't make it too strong." Connor turned his attention to the coffee pot while the GPGs gathered around the kitchen table. They immediately started chattering about their upcoming bridge tournament, the Bridge Gobble, which took place the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Shirley would have to miss it this year due to her scheduled cataract surgery. Letitia bit her lip. "Nancy offered to fill in, but I don't know." "She's a bit unruly," Shirley said. "You mean she has no idea how to play?" Minnie said. "Well, she does have her own way of doing things," Shirley agreed. "What about Janet?" Clara asked. "She played with us a few times last year when Letitia was sick." "And caused me to lose every game," Shirley sighed. "You all are hard on substitutes." Connor started the coffee brewing and leaned against the counter. "Aren't there like 20 people that go to the open bridge night you all like? Can't you find someone there?" Clara looked at him with horror. "Honestly? You expect us to partner with one of them?" Connor cocked his head. Yes?" Letitia set her jaw. "They are always plotting against us down there. We'd never be able to trust them." Connor's mouth fell open in surprise. "Seriously? You think they'd put someone up to sabotage you?" Letitia shook her head. This is exactly what I'm always saying, son. You're far too trusting. They've never liked us down there because we always win. Minnie nodded. That's true. This would be a perfect opportunity to infiltrate our group. They'd learn our tactics, get to know our strategy. It's not a good idea, Connor, Clara agreed. She adjusted one of her crystals. I'll send a prayer to the goddess to bring us someone. Someone very smart, Shirley said. Yes, and they have to be a stranger, Minnie agreed. They can't be connected to the club at all, or we'd never trust them. Ideally, Letitia mused, someone who wouldn't mind being bossed around a little. Connor watched as the four tucked their heads together and whispered something he couldn't hear. Then he shook his head and laughed. With the GPGs, it was the only thing you could do. Chapter 6. When she heard the key in the door later that afternoon, Zoe gave a guilty start. She was sitting on Connor's couch staring at her phone, which she had perched on her knee while she scrolled with her good hand. There were 30 unread emails in her inbox, and she had managed to get through only 10 of them in the half an hour or so she'd been working. Having only one good arm made holding an oversized smartphone surprisingly difficult. It would also make it difficult to hide the evidence of her crime, emailing while she was supposed to be resting. She did feel a little bad about checking her email, but the weight of lying in the guest room staring at the ceiling was seriously driving her crazy. It was one thing to take a break and relax for a day. It was another thing entirely to lie in a dark room and do nothing but think about all the things you weren't doing. Seriously? Connor closed the door behind him. He held a bag of groceries in one hand and his keys in the other. He shook his head in disbelief. I thought you'd wait until later tonight at least. The phone slipped to the floor with a thud. Hasn't it been 4 hours? She tried an innocent look. Try 3.5. He set the groceries on the counter and walked over to her, holding out his hand. It's time to surrender the device. If you want dinner, that is. She leaned over to pick up the phone, ignoring the rush of blood to her injured hand, and gave it to him before collapsing back into the couch cushions. But I'm so bored, she said piteously, knowing she sounded ridiculous, but having passed the point of caring several hours before. And I have so much to do. He motioned toward the guest bedroom. Sorry, back into the cave. This is exactly why I was not about to let you stay home alone. Fine, but you better hide that phone from me, and I mean hide, or I can't be responsible for what happens at 1 a.m. She got to her feet, wondering if he'd noticed that she'd changed into her own clothes while he was gone, and that the sweatpants she'd grabbed sat just below her waist and exposed a little of her navel. They weren't indecent or even particularly racy, but she would have grabbed something a little more demure if she hadn't been trying to rush. On the other hand, Connor wasn't big on noticing things like clothes. And it wasn't like she wanted him to notice anyway. In fact, she was embarrassed that he might. Really, she was. He tucked the phone into his pocket and turned toward the kitchen without so much as a glance toward her lower half. If you say so. Zoe stayed in the dark room for the rest of the evening, coming out only for dinner and a short email break monitored by Connor. After dinner, it was back to bed, where she napped fitfully until around 2 a.m, when she finally gave up and went into the living room to stare at the city lights. As she stared, she thought about her student loans, her lousy apartment, the money she was trying desperately to save for retirement, so if she did end up alone for the rest of her life, at least she'd be able to afford health care. At a few minutes before 3, Connor wandered out of his bedroom. She saw him peek inside the guest bedroom before turning to the living room. He wore a pair of plaid pajama bottoms, a white undershirt, and his dark glasses. His hair was deliciously rumpled from sleep. When he sat beside her on the couch, he left a safe distance between them. Zoe pretended she was relieved he hadn't sat any closer. After all, they were two relatively attractive people. Alone. In the dark. It was good of him to make sure no one misunderstood what was happening. Or not happening, to be more precise.
"You okay?"
he asked softly. She nodded. "Just can't sleep."
"Your head's okay? Not seeing double or feeling sick? Memory loss or confusion?"
"Nope. Sadly, I remember every embarrassing detail." She adjusted her sling with a rueful grimace. "I suppose I am feeling a little sick about dealing with this broken wrist. But maybe I can get some good dictation software or something."
"Are we giving you too much work?"
Connor asked.
"I could ask Nate to back off."
She rolled her neck around with a sigh. "No, it's not you. I'm trying to find new clients."
"You're so good at what you do. I can't imagine that's a problem."
"I wish it were that easy. But this is the real world, and even with my engineering degree, it can be hard to get guys at tech startups to trust a woman."
"That sounds awful. I can't tell you how grateful I am that Mason does all of that for us. I would rather walk over hot coals than try to make contacts and schmooze with people."
He was so heartfelt and earnest she couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, well, I guess there are a lot worse problems to have. At least I've got a place to live, right? And a great job. That's more than I can say for a lot of people in this city."
"I know, but that doesn't mean it isn't hard or frustrating. I'm sorry you have to deal with that."
His simple acknowledgement of her words meant more than anything else he could have said. An intimate silence fell over them. "Yeah, well, I'm sorry for getting you up in the middle of the night," she said softly, not wanting to break the moment. "You've been really patient with this whole thing."
"It's not patience,"
he said, and something in his voice caught her by surprise. She turned toward him, and he cleared his throat.
"Any of us would have done it. And really, I feel responsible for the accident."
The air in the room seemed to have shifted. For the first time, Zoe got the sense he was aware of her. Like, really aware. Something in his body language, or the way he wouldn't quite look at her. Did he feel it, too? Responsible, right. Because I dived into a lamppost? He shifted, and the small movement brought them closer together. Almost close enough to touch.
"Because I waved, which caused you to dive into a lamppost."
A tiny shiver started somewhere around her stomach. Had his voice changed? Was there something in his tone that hadn't been there a moment ago? And what would she do, even if there was? The answer was too frightening to contemplate, so she changed the subject. "But you'll keep the exact nature of the incident to yourself, right? When we see the others?"
"You're serious about that?"
He drew back slightly.
"I thought that was a joke. Honestly, don't take this the wrong way, Zoe. But we all know you're not the most coordinated person in the world. It's not really news."
Her shoulders dropped. "I know, but that's exactly the problem. It's one more reason to doubt me."
"We might doubt your scootering skills, but you have to know that no one could doubt your lawyering. Even Nate thinks you're scary in court, and that's a huge compliment coming from him."
She tried to smile, but couldn't quite pull it off. Appreciating her in court, which was a relatively small part of her job, wasn't the same thing as thinking she was one of them. She was always a little on the outside, and that was almost worse than them openly doubting her abilities. "I know it sounds stupid,
she said finally. But it would make me feel better if I didn't have to look like quite as much of an idiot. Connor gave her one of those deeply thoughtful looks that he normally turned on problems of biochemical engineering or improving the efficiency of electrochemical battery technology. You know, he said with a slow nod, now that I think about it, the ground is very uneven right where you crashed, and I think I saw a rock in the road. Some people hate e-scooters. I wouldn't be surprised if someone put something in the bike path deliberately, just to send someone flying. She gave him a grateful smile. I thought maybe that was what happened, but I wasn't sure. He continued to study her, and for a moment he seemed to be struggling to say something. He leaned forward just a fraction, and she heard him take a deep breath. Her heart thumped in her chest. Was he going to... The tension rose, then dropped as he leaned back again. Zoe found herself wanting to cry out in sudden frustration. She had the feeling an important moment had passed and wanted desperately to know what had almost happened. But the truth lay between them, clearer than anything he might have said or done. Client, professional rules, friend, off limits. He knew it, just like she did. This could not be. No problem, he said into the space between them. Anything you need, just let me know. Connor jumped to block a shot from Luke and tipped the ball back toward Mason. With a cocky grin, Mason scooped it up and passed it to Nate, who ran it up the court. Connor hustled back to their side of the court and was waiting under the basket for the easy layup, which he missed. Catching his own rebound with a muttered sound of disgust, he tried again, this time hitting a rim shot that rolled around the entire circumference of the hoop before sliding through the net. It had been like this all morning. Instead of thinking about the basket, he was thinking about a pair of crystal blue eyes and sweetly curving hips. Thinking about that moment on the couch when he almost did something crazy. Something he surely would have regretted. She'd been asleep when he left that morning, and not knowing how she was doing was killing him. He'd left her a note with the name and location of the gym they were playing at, and of course she knew his number, but he still worried. She'd seemed fine last night, but it would have been nice to check in with her before he left. Luke, his shirt dark with sweat, glared at his teammates. I guess we just decided to go with the no defense, let Connor do whatever he wants strategy? They'd played basketball every weekend for at least a year now. Connor played with Nate and Mason, while Luke played with Rafe and, lately, the new associate at their firm, Austin. The scoring was usually pretty lopsided, thanks to Connor. Luke had a great shot and was scrappy as hell, but Rafe, a native Spaniard, had grown up playing soccer, not basketball. Not to mention that he was somewhere around 5'10". Austin was pretty good, but he'd torn a ligament skiing on his first run of the season and would be out for a couple of months. Today, Luke had called in a pinch hitter, a new guy named Hugh who was good on the inside but had admitted to being rusty after not having played for years. He's a little difficult to block, Rafe drawled, seeing as he's about 10 inches taller than me and was practically in the NBA. Connor snorted. Playing for MIT on a Division III team is pretty far from the NBA. It's a lot closer than the rest of us ever got. Luke sighed and wiped the bottom of his t-shirt across his face. He pointed at Hugh. You, at least, are supposed to be competitive. I am. Hugh had dark hair and brows, along with high cheekbones and a hawkish nose. That, along with the fact that he'd worked in London for several years and had the faintest hint of an English accent, made him seem a little like a misplaced aristocrat. Competitive at golf. You can join me for a round next weekend and see how you do. Nate made a sound of disgust. No can do. We made an agreement when we started our firm. No golf. That extends to our lawyers, too." Mason sighed. "Sorry, Hugh. Nate's kind of a dick. And anyway, we made no such agreement. Nate just has an irrational hatred for the sport." "It's not a sport," Nate said. "Basketball is a sport. Football is a sport. Wrestling is a sport." "Isn't wrestling the one where you wear a leotard?" Hugh said mildly. "It's called a singlet," Nate grouched. Connor held up his hand. "We've got the court for another 10 minutes. Any chance we can play instead of standing around arguing? Or should we just quit now?" He wouldn't mind getting done a little early. He might even be able to catch Zoe before she left. Not that he knew exactly what he'd do with her if he did. "You would say that," Rafe said. "You're up 46-30. "Golf sounds really nice right about now," Mason interjected with an easy grin. Everything Mason did seemed easy, from his ability to magically attract business opportunities to the way women fell at his feet. It used to drive Connor nuts. But Mason always seemed genuinely surprised by his own success, which made it somewhat bearable. Besides, Connor had witnessed firsthand Mason getting flattened by his now-fiancée, Tess. That had helped. "Where do you play, Hugh?" "Wherever I get invited. Haven't joined a club yet." "Hugh just moved to the area a few months ago," Luke said. "Comes to us from New York by way of London. You know Precore Technologies?" Mason nodded. "Of course. You do data analytics, right? Machine data, primarily. I heard you guys were looking at establishing a presence in town. I'd been meaning to give a call and introduce myself." Connor was always amazed at Mason's uncanny knowledge of people and companies in San Francisco and Silicon Valley. If there was someone new in town, Mason either knew them or was arranging to meet them. "That's right. We're considering setting up an office here. We're still pretty small, but are hoping to grow our footprint. I heard Luke's firm knows its way around the valley and wasn't so big we'd always be playing second fiddle to other clients, so I gave him a call." He cocked his head and glanced back again at Mason. "Your firm was Luke's first client, right? How do you like working with these guys?" He gestured back toward Luke and Rafe. Luke grinned. "Be nice, Mason, or I raise my hourly rate. Again." Connor grabbed the basketball and moved away from the group, setting up a three-point shot. He wasn't the chattiest guy in the best of times, but making small talk with a stranger when what he really wanted to do was get done with his game so he could get back to see Zoe was downright excruciating. He popped his shot and watched it fly in an embarrassingly high arc, well out of position for the net. "Nice air ball!" Nate joined him a few feet from the group. "Your shot has looked like shit all day. Everything all right?" Nate was an asshole, but a shockingly perceptive one. Connor had always hated that about him. "Everything's fine," he said, jogging over to recover the ball for another shot, which he also missed. "Sure," Nate said. He retrieved the ball and threw it back to Connor. "I haven't seen you play this badly since that time your dad showed up at one of your games unannounced. But it's probably nothing." Connor gritted his teeth. "You know how Mason always seems to know the right thing to say to make people like him?" "Yeah?" Nate asked. "You seem to have the opposite talent." Nate started to respond, but before he could get out a word, Connor had caught sight of a figure entering the gym and froze in place. "Jesus, is that Zoe?" Nate said. He swept a quick look at Connor. "Did you see—" He broke off when he saw the look on Connor's face. "Oh, right. You did see. Can't look away, in fact." "Shut the hell up," Connor bit out. What in the world was Zoe doing here? She should be either sleeping at his place or heading home, not here in the gym reminding him of how desperately he wanted to rewind the clock and see what would have happened if he'd kissed her last night. To find out if he'd just been crazy or if she really had leaned in toward him before he'd pulled away.
"Zoe!" Luke called out. "What the hell happened to you?"
Rafe whistled.
"You get in another bar brawl?"
"I wouldn't be surprised," Nate said. "And I'd hate to see the other guy." Zoe, who had been making her way toward the small collection of chairs on the side of the gym, paused and changed direction, heading their way instead. She had changed since he'd seen her last and was now wearing a pair of figure-hugging black leggings and a short gray sweatshirt that exposed her tiny waist, rounded hips, and the backside that Connor had tried not to fantasize about for 3 years. Her long dark hair was loose down her back, and she wore a blue Golden State Warriors baseball hat over the top of it. She looked stylish, sporty, and injured, with her black sling holding her arm immobile over the top of the sweatshirt. But where she normally charged into a room full of energy, to Connor's eye, she was clearly subdued and weary, with dark shadows under her eyes that were probably related to the injury to her nose. And now that he'd held that waist and touched those hips, if only for a moment, it was almost unbearable. "Zoe?" Hugh asked, taking her in with an unmistakable appreciation. Men couldn't help but react to Zoe that way. Connor had watched it happen for years. She was just so unabashedly female, curvy in all the right places, and even when she had just broken her wrist and smashed her face into a street lamp, had a faint smile that seemed to suggest she was totally aware of their appreciation and knew she had earned it.
"Third member of our team," Luke said. "Our resident badass litigator. If you ever do end up in court and you see Zoe on the other side, you run, my friend. Don't walk, run."
"She's on your team?" Hugh repeated. Connor had a sudden desire to punch the other man right in his face. He tightened his grip on the basketball instead.
"She's the Riva in Alexander, Contras, and Riva,"
Luke replied. There was just the tiniest hint of a warning in his voice, as if he wanted to make sure Hugh knew Zoe was off limits.
"Ah, of course. The third partner,"
Hugh said. Connor wanted to roll his eyes at the hint of regret in the man's voice, but knowing that Nate was already watching him, he shot instead.
"Air ball,"
Nate sang under his breath. Connor ignored the ball and headed toward Zoe, casually throwing an elbow Nate's way. Nate gave a small oof of surprise and then followed behind, rubbing his arm and wincing. Connor quickly replayed his last conversation with Zoe, particularly the part about how she wanted to hide the precise nature of her accident. It occurred to him that he wasn't sure how she wanted to treat the rest of their interactions. Did she want him to tell everyone that he'd seen her get injured? What about the fact that she'd spent the night at his apartment? He didn't like to think about the questions that would follow that announcement. Not because they'd done anything wrong, but because he knew Nate and Mason would give him endless shit about it. He tried for a look of neutral concern, but felt Nate's eyes on him as Zoe approached. If anyone would figure out the truth, it would be Nate. Mason could read people, but he stopped short of telepathic. Nate, on the other hand, had some weird sixth sense when it came to the small circle of people he cared about.
"Seriously, what the hell happened to you?"
Luke reached out toward her, touching her shoulder and studying her from head to toe. Connor wondered if he could tell that she was covering the bruising under her eyes with makeup. Zoe batted him away but smiled as she did. "Hey, don't freak out, Dad. I'm fine, I swear."
"Zoe," he said sternly, "you're wearing a sling. That is not fine."
Connor felt a familiar flash of jealousy at their easy, close relationship. Then he reminded himself that he knew the truth about what had happened. Even if it had just been circumstantial, he was the one she'd confided in and spent the night with, not Luke. I had a bit of an incident while riding a scooter, she said. Could everyone tell she seemed to be deliberately not looking at him when she spoke? You know how some people hate scooters more than life itself? I think they're trying to cause accidents by putting things in bike lanes, rocks and whatnot. Connor noticed she'd avoided lying about the nature of her accident. Just let the listener draw their own conclusion.
That's awful. Where were you?
Luke asked. On Embarcadero. Don't worry, the doctor said I'm fine. Just a little hairline fracture. I'll only be in a cast for a few weeks. It's not a big deal. He figured, based on the succinct explanation, that his role in the entire incident was going to be glossed over, or perhaps erased entirely. Fine by him. He tried to look shocked and concerned, but not too concerned. Rafe leaned in for a closer look. Is it painful?
She broke her wrist,
Luke replied before turning back to Zoe.
Of course it's painful. Shouldn't you be in bed? Why in the world are you here?
She ignored him and turned to Hugh. Sorry, she said pleasantly. I'd offer to shake your hand, but it's not really an option right now. Of course, he replied.
Hugh right. Hugh's new to town, Luke offered. An advanced rep for Precore Technologies. We took pity on him and let him join our game because he's been lonely.
Really? Hugh said mildly, brushing back his hair from his face. I seem to remember you begging me to step in because all your subs were busy. He smiled at Zoe. Actually, Luke's been selling me on your firm. He said something about the best deals happening on the basketball court. I figured I'd have to check it out. How interesting, Zoe said. I can't say that I've ever been part of those deals, probably because no one's ever invited me to play. Connor had a lightning flash of understanding. Zoe's reluctance to let the men know how she'd been injured suddenly made much more sense. She was already excluded from part of their business. She didn't need more jokes about her clumsiness, keeping her even more in the dark. And no, a basketball game wasn't technically business, but like Hugh had said, deals got made on the court all the time. He'd just never really noticed it before. Luke's laugh betrayed a hint of shame.
Zoe, you're 5'0" and I'm pretty sure your sneakers have never been in an actual gym before. Otherwise, we'd definitely ask you to play.
Anytime you want to join us, you're welcome, Mason offered. I mean, after you get that sling off. How long will you be out for? Oh, I'll be at work Monday. I just need to wear a cast for a few weeks. Rafe gave her a quizzical look. You sure you don't want to take a few days off? I mean, we always love to see you, but you do look a little rough. Her mouth tightened in annoyance. No way. I'm actually here because I just heard some big news. South Cycle is looking for a new firm to handle their patent work. Ames wants bids by the end of the week, and I'd like to get started on it right away. I just wanted to check in and make sure you're game for it. South Cycle? Connor jerked up in surprise. South Cycle was a relatively new company that had gained almost instant cult status when they released a prototype of the world's fastest accelerating fully electric motorcycle. They were only producing a limited number while they continued to test their technology, which helped build the hype. You've heard of them? Zoe asked. Connor shrugged. I've been trying to get my hands on one of their bikes for over a year. Their waiting list is a mile long. Mason gave him a quizzical look. You want to buy a motorcycle? I've been keeping an eye on the technology to see if it pans out, he said with just a hint of defensiveness. Could end up in a lot of other applications. Ames is the CEO, right? Mason nodded. Yep, that's him. Chuck Ames. He started the company in his basement with some friends tinkering on their bikes. I've been following them pretty closely this year. They could be looking for fresh financing to make another expansion. Do you know why they're looking for new attorneys, Zoe? They've been using Altman Rice, Zoe said with a shrug that indicated that should say it all.
Turning toward Hugh, she explained, "They're one of the biggest patent firms in the Bay Area, but they deliver a lousy product. Their partners are overpaid, and the associates, who do all the work, aren't given enough support. They work people until they drop, and it's the clients that pay the price. I heard a rumor Ames was pissed when one of the partners on his account billed him for work the partner had never done, and then tried to blame an associate for it." "How do you know all that?" Hugh asked. "I used to work there," Zoe said. "I know some of the people involved. I guarantee we can beat them." "Wow." Hugh sounded impressed. Luke sighed. "Zoe, you think it's a good idea? You really want Ames for a client?" Connor watched, fascinated as her jaw set in a stubborn line. "It would be a huge deal," she replied. "Why in the world wouldn't I go for it?" Luke spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Because Ames, Zoe. And you'd be the primary point of contact since it's mainly patent work. You sure you want that?" "Would you ask Austin if he wanted to represent Ames?" she said tightly. Hugh cleared his throat. "Is there something I'm missing here? What's wrong with this Ames guy?" Rafe shrugged. "The company is known for having a sort of bro culture. I met Ames once, and the only thing he could talk about was sports and motorcycles, and how they were putting a bar into the company's break room. He isn't exactly enlightened, I guess you could say." Mason nodded. "I don't know him personally, but the company does have a bit of a reputation." "Apologies, Zoe." He inclined his head in her direction. "But I don't think he's ever hired a woman for his executive team." "So basically, he's like 2/3 of the men in this town," Zoe said. "You understand that if I made treats women like fully competent members of the workforce a requirement for me to represent someone, I'd cut off half of Silicon Valley." Luke rubbed his face and sighed. "If you want to compete for the work, it's your choice. But we all need to agree before bringing them in as a client." She inclined her head toward Hugh and gave a pleasant smile. "Like you were planning to consult with me about bringing in pre-core technologies?" Connor winced on Luke's behalf. "Zoe." Luke trailed off when she pinned him with that familiar checkmate gleam in her eyes. She turned to Hugh with an apologetic smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Sorry to drag you in on this family business. Luke occasionally forgets how our partnership works when he's on the basketball court." "We hadn't... Luke stumbled, shamefaced. "If it helps, I hadn't actually made any decisions yet," Hugh said. "Should I rethink things?" He addressed his question to Zoe, for which Connor had to give him props. Though, to be fair, the guy was probably hoping she would say yes, so he could then ask her out while looking like a hero. "No," she said decisively. "We're the best at what we do, and you'd regret walking away. But sometimes this guy," she turned her gaze on Luke, "needs a little reminding that he isn't the king of the universe." She spun on her heel, as gracefully as one could while wearing a sling and not being entirely steady on one's feet, and marched back the way she'd come. The men all watched in admiration as she walked away. Hugh finally broke the silence. "I really like that woman." "Join the club." Nate grabbed the ball and tossed it at Hugh. "Now let's finish this game." Chapter 7. Zoe paced in front of Connor's apartment building. A cool breeze played with the long strands of hair that fell around her shoulders, which she'd been unable to corral into a ponytail thanks to her bum arm. In retrospect, marching out of the gym in a righteous fury had been satisfying at the time, but it also meant she hadn't had a chance to find out when they would be done with their game. Which meant that she'd had to wait out here for more than 30 minutes, still vibrating with fury over the scene in the gym, Because Connor had hidden her phone the day before and left that morning without telling her where it was, and she was totally, completely helpless without it. Luckily, the air was clear and crisp, a gorgeous fall day now that she was a few hundred feet above the fog bank covering the outer sunset, including her apartment. She hadn't really been surprised to find Luke locking down a new client on the basketball court. It wasn't as if her partners tried to exclude her from decision-making or tried to go behind her back when they wooed new clients. Luke and Rafe weren't like that. They were the opposite, really, and she never doubted that they thought of her as any less a member of the team because she was a woman. No, it was more subtle than that. The men talked sports and worked out together. They went on outdoor adventure trips where they did ridiculous things like hang gliding and rock climbing. Luke and Rafe met and landed clients like Hugh on the basketball court, or by inviting them to Warriors games or watching the 49ers in a company box. She was lucky they were all good friends. But that didn't mean she wasn't aware that she was the lone woman on a team full of men. She joked with them about her dates because they did the same, and she loved how comfortable they were together. But in the back of her mind, she always knew that comfort and respect didn't mean there weren't divisions between them. Usually, she could shake it off. But today felt different. And not just because she was tired and sore and frustrated that she felt like she was always moving backward while everyone else was getting ahead. Today, unlike most days, she actually had an idea, a way to finally move forward. But first, she needed to convince Connor to help her. "Zoe?" Connor waved, looking surprised as he walked up the sidewalk. He must have showered at the gym before walking home because his hair was still damp and he was wearing black joggers and a snug gray t-shirt. As much as she tried to stop it, her insides quivered, just a little at the sight of him. "What's going on?" he asked. "Are you okay?" "Hey," she tried for a relaxed smile. "Any chance you know where my phone might be?" He stopped and closed his eyes, then hit his forehead. "Shit. I'm so sorry. I never got it back out for you yesterday. It's in the kitchen." "No worries," she said lightly. "I was going to try to ask you about it at the gym, but I couldn't figure out how to do it without drawing attention to the whole thing. Besides, I sort of lost my cool a little." He nodded. "Understandably. Where did you park?" When she pointed to her arm, he winced. "Oh, right, sorry. No driving for you for a little while, I imagine." "I probably could do it, but to be honest, I'm not really desperate to get behind the wheel with my hand in a sling. It won't kill me to rideshare for a while." They rode the elevator back to his apartment. Connor headed into the kitchen. "Can I get you anything while you're here? I feel terrible that you had to come all the way back into town." "That's okay, but I did have a question I wanted to ask you." She cleared her throat, trying to maintain at least a veneer of normalcy. He looked up from the drawer he was searching in to give her a quizzical look. "A question?" "Yeah." She stood by the counter, shifting awkwardly from one foot to the other, suddenly questioning her own judgment. This was a huge request. Could she really ask it of him? Or maybe I should say, a favor. And if he said yes, what might happen next? What if she inadvertently started something in motion, something that she couldn't control? "A favor? Whatever you need, just let me know." She bit her lip. "You might want to hear the whole thing first." His brows knit together, and he gave her one of his long, searching looks. Zoe realized if she were going to spend more time with him, she would have to get used to those gray-blue eyes examining her, pulling out all her secrets with nothing more than silence. Finally, he turned away, pulled her phone from the drawer and extended it toward her, then turned toward the fridge.
In that case, would you mind if I made us something to eat? Maybe just some cheese and crackers? It is lunchtime.
As her stomach rumbled, Zoe realized that she hadn't eaten since breakfast. Plus, having something to focus on other than Connor's eyes or his chest would be helpful. You know what? Cheese sounds wonderful. In fact, I don't think I've ever met a moment cheese didn't improve. That, at least, was entirely true.
Sounds about right to me.
Connor grabbed a few things from the fridge, pulled out a knife, and started slicing the cheese. Zoe perched on the edge of a stool and watched as he added the cheese and a few handfuls of crackers, along with some olives and nuts, to a platter.
So before we get to this mysterious favor, how about you tell me exactly what happened today?
Connor asked.
Is everything okay with you and Luke?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. We blow up at each other every now and then. Luke started the firm, and as much as we've structured it so we are all equal partners, he forgets sometimes that he isn't the boss. Connor took the platter and headed for the living room. He sat on the couch and set the platter on the coffee table. Zoe sat next to him, remembering what it felt like last night when they'd been side by side in the dark. The memory was a little too intense, so she leaned forward, took a handful of crackers and cheese, and told herself to focus on that instead.
And he leaves you out?
Deals get done over sports. Sometimes it's a new client, sometimes it's a new project with an existing one. She lingered over a slice of sharp cheddar. There's not really time to run everything past me. It's shitty, but it's how things go. I just need to remind him to think about it before he starts trying to critique the clients I want to pursue.
Mason and Nate fight all the time.
He threw her a sideways smile.
I just sit back and watch the fun.
You're not much of a fighter? Zoe asked, thinking back on the many meetings she'd sat through with the Levend Capital Trio. She could only remember one time, a few months ago, when Connor and Mason had disagreed about something. But then again, she had assumed they disagreed more in private, like she did with Luke.
I don't see the need,
he said.
I just tell them what I think, and most of the time that's what we do.
Zoe shook her head. Wish I could pull that off. How'd you manage such a feat?
Dunno.
He shrugged. Zoe had an idea. Connor was brilliant for one, and as far as she could tell, he didn't open his mouth unless he was 100% sure of what he intended to say. Unlike her, he didn't spout off about things just for the sake of arguing either. As a result, when Connor talked, everyone listened. When Luke and Rafe and I first started out, we disagreed quite a bit. Basically, I had to prove that I knew what the hell I was talking about. Once they got to know me better, things got much easier. It helps that we all really like each other. They're sort of like family now. Luke's like a brother you fight with, but appreciate in the long run.
But you think South Cycle would be a good client, and he doesn't,
Connor observed. South Cycle wouldn't just be a good client. They could be the perfect client for me. She felt her muscles tensing as she said it, her frustration with Luke's attempt to manage her decision coming back in a rush. And I hate the suggestion that I should back away from them because I'm a woman.
Why are they so perfect? The CEO sounds tough.
Lots of clients are hard to work with. That doesn't mean you give up. I've got a background in electrical engineering and patent law, and my specialty is litigation. Based on rumors I've heard, South Cycle is likely to be facing some patent claims in exactly my areas of expertise. From what I can gather, that's why they're on the hunt for a new firm. It also helps that they're not big enough yet that they need one of the big firms, but they are growing fast enough to want the best. All of which points to me. Most importantly, I need a big-name client to help me secure my reputation. South Cycle would be that client.
Makes sense.
Connor inclined his head in agreement.
But what about the CEO? If he's got women issues, won't that make things hard for you?
Probably, Zoe shrugged. That just means I'll have to be that much better than everyone else. And when I'm successful, it will be an even better sort of advertisement for my work. She grabbed a few more crackers and steeled herself for what she was about to ask. Which sort of brings me to that favor.
I was wondering about that.
She took a deep breath. I need your help, Connor, to win over Ames. You heard what they were saying about him. He's got a pretty limited range for socializing and getting to know people, and none of it is in my area of expertise.
And socializing with him matters?
He's hiring someone to be a close advisor. He needs an attorney he can trust, but also someone he wants to have around. If he doesn't see me as that kind of person, I'll never get anywhere with him. Connor wrinkled his forehead.
I'm not sure what you're asking me, Zoe.
She swallowed. I don't quite know how to say this. He's a guy's guy. He likes to talk about sports and motorcycles and whiskey. The problem is, I know next to nothing about those things. She gestured toward her sling. Honestly, you've seen up close just how sporty I am, and I know absolutely nothing about motorcycles. I can learn about the technology, I'm not worried about that. But I need something more if I'm going to impress Ames. I need to know what might make someone sit on a waiting list for months to own one of these bikes. I need to be able to have a conversation about the Warriors and not sound like an idiot. Basically, I need to learn how to speak his language. And I'm hoping you might be willing to teach me. Connor blinked. He might have smiled, but she was so serious, leaning forward with an earnest crease in her brow, that he couldn't.
Zoe, you know that sounds a little crazy, right? Learn to speak his language? It sounds like he's just a guy, and not an incredibly nice one either. Why ask me? Why not Luke or Rafe?
Her cheeks pinkened and she took a deep breath. This was clearly not easy for her. Look, you saw what happened at the gym today. The guys are looking for a reason for this not to work out for me. The last thing I want is to go back to them for help. It honestly hadn't occurred to me to do anything like this until you said you were on their waiting list. But then I realized that you'd have insights into the brand I would never have considered. Connor rubbed his head, still bemused.
I get that. But you want me to teach you about sports? You're one of the smartest people I've ever met, Zoe. You don't need me to explain the rules of basketball to you.
The compliment seemed to surprise her, and her color deepened. That's really nice of you to say. But I don't just need to learn about the surface stuff. I need the deeper insight. The things you know when you've been following a team for years. Not to mention that you play all the time, right? And played in college? You've got exactly the kind of inside information I need if I'm going to impress Ames. And I need to know about whiskey, too. Ames loves whiskey, and you know way more about it than anyone should.
Well, that's flattering,
he said dryly. She waved her good hand in a gesture of apology. I'm sorry, that didn't come out right. I just meant that I was not a whiskey aficionado in the past, but I swear I will become one. I know this sounds totally nuts, but I'm also wondering if you could coach me a little in basketball. Just enough so maybe I could join a league or something. His mouth dropped open.
You want to play basketball?
Why is that so crazy?
Because...
He gestured toward her in disbelief.
Zoe, seriously?
Her jaw set into a familiar, stubborn expression. After I get the cast off, obviously. Look, I realize I'm short and not particularly athletic, and maybe I don't know anything about the game. But I'm sick of being excluded from Luke's favorite place to make deals. Besides, don't you coach a team already? Is it that hard to learn? He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair.
If you want to play in a league, yes.
I need to start somewhere, right? This problem of mine isn't going away, and I'm not going to lie down and take it anymore.
You want to be able to talk sports with the guys.
He cleared his throat.
Didn't you ask me last month who the quarterback for the Warriors was?
I was kidding, she sniffed. I know basketball teams don't have quarterbacks.
Are you sure?
Her mouth tightened. This has not been a priority for me, but I'm making it one, starting today. He made a small sound of despair.
I'm not sure about this plan.
Her expression turned pleading. I know it's a lot to ask, and I promise I will do anything you want in return. Anything, I swear. It took about 5 seconds for the import of her words to wash over them both. She quickly glanced away, and Connor was struck dumb at the image of what he'd really like to ask in return, which was entirely inappropriate, as it involved Zoe and a whole lot of nudity. He cleared his throat and tried to speak. Nothing came out. Zoe fidgeted in the silence, just enough that their knees bumped, and the tip of her tongue peeked out as she wet her lips. For a half-second, he imagined a flare of desire in her eyes. Of course, there was no way she was having similar thoughts, right? He tried again to speak, but in his haste, all he could do was blurt out the first thing that came to his mind that didn't involve Zoe removing her clothes.
Could you learn to play bridge?
That caught them both by surprise. She drew back. What?
Bridge,
he repeated. Now that the words were out, it somehow sounded both crazier and more logical than it had in his brain.
Didn't you once say that you played a lot of cards?
I told you that? She said, surprised. When?
I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago.
To be honest, he could describe the night in detail, from the high-heeled black boots she'd been wearing to the bottle of Cabernet she'd been drinking. But given that she might think the way he remembered things about her was creepy, he decided not to share that precise piece of information.
You'd had a few glasses of wine, I think.
I must have been talking about poker, she said. I played a lot in college.
Just college? You haven't played since then?
He narrowed his gaze.
I also seem to recall hearing something from Luke about you and Vegas.
She glanced away. Really?
Really.
She waved a hand. That was just a one-time thing. I'm not really a gambler. I just like to run experiments with numbers. It's all about probabilities, you know. He had to suppress a smile at that. The GPGs would love her. Hard as it was to believe, she might actually be his ticket to infiltrating his mother's home and her band of merry physicists. The thought had occurred to him at the time, but he'd suppressed it as absurd. But she did meet all of their requirements. She was very smart and not affiliated with the club. She didn't like being bossed around, but maybe if he could make her understand the need, she'd go along with it. His mother didn't trust him with her secrets, but she obviously trusted her fellow GPGs. And if she trusted them, wasn't there a chance she'd trust a new team member? One who happened to be a woman?
Poker's your only game? Ever tried bridge at all?
I've tried it, she said doubtfully. It was my chess coach's version of cross-training. Nothing too serious.
So you do play?
A feeling of relief and excitement washed over him. Suddenly, his crazy plan didn't seem so crazy after all.
I can't believe it.
I don't play, she corrected. That's like saying I play basketball because I was on a team in 5th grade. Real bridge players study the game for years. They run computer training simulations and spend hours memorizing scenarios. It's an absurdly complicated game. You don't just learn it once and then go out and play it. You need practice. Lots and lots of practice. Not to mention a partner who is willing to trust and bring you along. When she put it that way, it was a little harder to imagine his plan coming together. Still, he knew Zoe wasn't your average card player. According to Luke,
She had won more than $5,000 at poker in just a few hours. But she was so risk-averse, she took her money and never went back to the tables.
That just means you'd have a lot to learn. Zoe, you're perfect for the game. You know numbers and probabilities, you've got a ridiculously good memory, and you've been counting cards for years.
Of course I could learn, but I wouldn't be good, she said.
I don't think I need good.
He thought about the last conversation he'd had with the GPGs as they contemplated their need for a substitute for their upcoming tournament.
Just absurdly smart and coachable.
She rolled her eyes. Now you're flattering me. Really, Connor, why in the world do you want me to play bridge?
It's a bit complicated.
But it could help you somehow? She leaned forward again. If that's the case, just tell me what you need and I'm there. We could do a trade. I play bridge.
In return for me teaching you how to speak Ames's language?
Exactly. She gave him an earnest, pleading look. I can't tell you how important this is to me, Connor. If I could win over Ames, it would change my career. Being able to return the favor and doing something for you would make me feel so much better about asking. And there it was. A deal was now on the table. He could just agree to help her without taking her offer in return. He should do that. What she wanted from him was entirely above board. What he wanted from her was manipulation, and perhaps even a tiny bit of dishonesty. He paused for only a moment, then held out his hand. It wasn't like they were bargaining for a soul. Zoe would never do anything immoral or dishonest. Really, if anyone could find a way to ethically spy on his mother, it would be her.
I think we've got a deal.
She looked at his hand, then at him. After a half-second of hesitation, she joined their palms. But instead of the brisk shake that he'd expected, for some reason neither of them pulled away. Instead, their hands remained joined, and he found himself lost in her eyes, their crystal depths even more complex than he had realized, spiked with flecks of dark blue and gray. Sounds like it, she said huskily, still not pulling away. When do you want to start?
You probably need to get home to rest.
He watched in fascination as her chest rose and fell in an increasing rhythm.
Maybe next week?
Can't wait that long. You have plans tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? You're supposed to be resting, you know, taking it easy.
She gave her head a firm shake. Tomorrow night. We can start with the whiskey and work our way up to motorcycles and sports. Their hands grew warm where they were joined, and when she finally pulled away, he regretted the loss and wondered what the moment might mean. Had something between them changed? And if so, did he have the strength to stop it from progressing? Would it be terrible of me to ask you to keep this quiet? She glanced down at her lap. I can't deal with Luke on this one. He'll give me such a hard time.
That's not a bad idea,
he said. Selfishly, he had to admit she wasn't the only one who might want to keep their arrangement a secret. The last thing he needed was for Mason or Nate to find out about it.
They might not understand, or might jump to the wrong conclusion.
It was like he was outside his body, watching himself try to act like this was no big deal. Like they could go out and drink whiskey, and the only thing that might go wrong would be their friends misunderstanding. What they really should do, of course, was exactly the opposite. Tell everybody everything. Invite the group along and keep it all above board. Yet he could no more do that than he could have let her go home on her own the night before. The entire situation was ripe for disaster, and he couldn't do a thing to stop it. She rose at the same time he did, and they ended up far too close together in the small space between the sofa and the coffee table. She wobbled and reached out with her good hand to steady herself against his chest. He caught her wrist in his hand.
Zoe.
Tell her that this can't happen. Tell her that your friendship is too important. The words wouldn't come. Instead, he found himself holding on. Her hand relaxed against his chest and she leaned just a fraction of an inch toward him. And then something flared in her eyes, a moment of realization and recognition. A shared moment, emotions laid bare. There was something there, a spark, a feeling. But before he could say any of the things he desperately wanted to say but knew he shouldn't, she pulled away. In a matter of seconds, she was looping her purse around her neck and heading for the door.
Don't you want to hear exactly what I'd had in mind?
He asked.
About the bridge, I mean?
It involves playing cards, I assume?
Well, yes, but it's more than that.
Tell me tomorrow, she said, over a glass of whiskey. And then she was gone. Chapter 8. Zoe was only in her office for a few minutes on Monday morning before Luke peeked through her partially opened door.
Any chance I can buy your forgiveness with a mocha?
He asked, extending a coffee cup in her direction.
Not a chance,
but you're welcome to try. She gestured for him to hand it over. Whipped cream?
Extra.
She took a sip of the coffee, really the dessert item masquerading as a coffee, and sighed with pleasure. I assume you feel horrible, she said, realizing too late it was hard to maintain a forbidding expression while licking whipped cream off your top lip. Luke sank down in the chair opposite her desk and shook his head in regret.
Racked with guilt.
And you'll never do anything like it again?
You should know by now that Rafe and I can be dicks. Mostly Rafe, but a little me.
She snorted.
No, seriously, he said. I can be too. I know it's hard to believe.
This is a terrible apology. He gave her one of his trademark winks.
I'm just warming up. You'll see. It gets better.
Is that what she said?
That's why I love you, he said fervently. You make even worse jokes than I do.
He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees.
I'm sorry we moved on Hugh without talking to you about it. Honestly, I'd just met him a few times and wasn't thinking that things had gotten to that point yet. He seems like a good guy. Having him out there with us was as much social as it was business.
Of course it was, she said. It always is. That's exactly the problem.
I know, and it's lousy, and we need to try harder to make sure you're in the loop. But, Ames, I've met the guy several times. You're the best damn patent litigator in this town, Zoe. But I don't think that's going to make a bit of difference to him. Look at his team. Look at the people he surrounds himself with.
He shook his head in disgust.
He's not exactly equal opportunity. He's got an idea in his mind for what he wants, and I'm sorry, but I don't think it's you.
I'll convince him otherwise. He sighed.
I see you doing that stubborn jaw thing. And believe me, I get that you're frustrated, and I can understand why they'd be a great client for us. The company is solid, their numbers are great, and they've got a huge buzz and lots of room for growth. We're the right firm for the work, and you'd do a hell of a job. But we're talking about a CEO who bought out Hooters for one of his early staff parties. I don't think he even knows how to talk about anything other than motorcycles, women, and sports.
And whiskey, Zoe added. He recently bought a controlling interest in a new craft distillery outside Santa Rosa. She pushed back her chair and walked over to the window. Their building was on Telegraph Hill, just north of the financial district, and from their 10th floor perch, she could see a line of cars moving in every direction. Her wrist was feeling a little better today, though it had taken her close to an hour to get dressed and do her makeup with one hand.
So what's your plan?
She turned toward him. What do you mean?
Zoe, I've known you for 3 years. You always have a plan, and I wouldn't begin to imagine that you don't have one now. If you're going after Ames, you're not going into it blindly."
She acknowledged the truth of his statement with a slight incline to her head. "I've already started researching the company. I'm meeting Wednesday with one of his former engineers to talk about the technology."
"How'd you arrange that?"
"We went to engineering school together. It was a long time ago, but we've kept in touch here and there."
"And?"
She strode back to her desk, picked up a pad, and started to read off items on her list. "I've already got the conflict check started. Austin is pulling related patents so I can review the field. We'll need to update everyone's resumes with the latest hits so I can have fresh glossies of the firm ready by the end of the week. And you and Rafe and I need to sit down to figure out a pricing strategy."
"What's the timeline?"
"We send our materials on Friday. If he wants to meet with us, we should know within a week, maybe a little more. But I know he wants to move quickly and get this settled before Thanksgiving."
"So you've got 2 or 3 weeks to prepare for a meeting, depending on scheduling."
He stroked his chin.
"And you're going to be an expert in motorcycles by then?"
"And whiskey," she said, rubbing absently at the spot on her neck where the sling rested. "And sports."
"How are you going to manage that?"
She hesitated. "I have a friend who can help." She tried to keep her voice offhand as she looked down at her list. "He's going to give me a tutorial." Luke cocked his head and gazed up as if trying to catalog their mutual friend list.
"Really? Which friend?"
"Just a friend." He blinked a few times, then cleared his throat.
"Here's the weird thing. I can only think of one guy that we both know that happens to be a bit of an expert about all 3 of those topics."
"Really?" She refused to meet his gaze. Luke was her business partner and friend, and she'd never lied to him. Even coming close made her gut twist. But she and Connor had agreed to keep this quiet.
"Yeah."
He waited for a moment, then added,
"You know who?"
She waved her pen absently and then made a scribble on her pad. Damn it, her face was getting hot. "Who?"
"Connor Ashton."
She made a tiny sound of surprise, but otherwise did not respond.
"But that's obviously irrelevant," he continued, "because you'd tell me if you were hanging out with Connor. In fact, you'd probably invite me along, knowing how much I enjoy talking about sports."
"You only like sports that carry the possibility of death," she said, hoping to change the subject.
"That's not true. I play basketball, and it's not the least bit deadly. In fact, as you may recall, I was just playing basketball with Connor on Saturday. He played the worst game I've ever seen him play. I wondered if something had happened, but he said he just hadn't slept well the night before."
"Is that right?" She couldn't help but glance up at that piece of information, and when she did, she knew she'd revealed too much.
"Zoe, you're not—"
"Not what? Not interested in Connor? Not losing her mind with the sexual tension that had suddenly erupted between them at his place on Sunday afternoon? Not fanning the flames by meeting him at a whiskey bar she'd never heard of, that was definitely not one of their usual hangouts? Not thinking about the way his gaze had made her shiver? She set down the pad and gave Luke a determinedly cheerful smile. "So to answer your question, of course I've got a plan. Now, anything else we need to cover this morning?"
"Connor's a great guy," Luke said.
"Yes."
"And a great friend," he added.
"Yes."
"And a great client."
She fixed him with her best leave-it-alone stare. "None of this is news to me." He stood and wandered over to the wooden filing cabinet that held the only framed picture she had in her office. It was of herself, Luke, and Rafe, smiling as they celebrated their 1-year anniversary of starting the firm. He tugged his chin as he stared at it.
"Here's the thing. I've seen you date a lot of guys, and there's one thing they all had in common.
What's that?
They were all jerks. Every last one. Especially that Chad guy. I hated him. He didn't treat you well, and I never understood why you put up with it.
She drew back in surprise. You're just telling me this now?
What was I supposed to say?
How about, hey, Zoe, the guy you're dating is an asshole?
You know what you'd do if I said that. You'd make that stubborn Zoe face and tell me to shut the hell up and mind my own business.
The corner of her mouth twitched. That may be correct.
Oh, I know it's correct. You have a very low tolerance for being told what to do. Besides, I assumed you'd figure it out. Eventually, you do seem to break up with them. I just hate watching you go through it.
Breaking up wasn't entirely accurate. She hadn't returned Chad's last call more because she was wondering if he'd notice than because she was trying to break up with him. And since it had been over a month and he hadn't called back, she figured she was right. She sighed. What are you trying to say, Luke?
You deserve better than those guys. And I should have said it before, but I'm saying it now.
She pressed her fingers against her temples. And why, exactly, are you saying it now?
Because you're one of my best friends,
he said.
And so is Connor. But he's not exactly great dating material. He's not an asshole or anything, but relationships are definitely not his thing.
Then I suppose it's a good thing we aren't dating.
I mean, he's better than Chad, Luke continued. Don't get me wrong. But if things go south, Zoe, and he does that Connor thing that manages to piss off every woman he's ever dated, where do you go from there? You can walk away from Chad.
But what if it didn't go south? What then? Of course, the very fact that she was considering it was proof that it would go south, because, as Luke had just helpfully pointed out, when it came to dating, she had the worst instincts of any person ever. She stared at him mutely.
Of course, I don't have to bring up the fact that the professional rules forbid sexual relationships with clients.
No, you don't. She crossed her arms over her chest. Now, was there anything else you wanted to apologize about? He sighed.
I'm getting the feeling you don't want to talk about this.
She resisted the urge to lay her head down on her desk and confess everything. Of course she wanted to talk about it. If there were ever a time she needed advice, this was it. She'd left Connor's apartment with a racing heart and every conflicted emotion in the book. It had become impossible to ignore the tension between them. Whatever was in his eyes when he held her hand wasn't just friendship. And whatever had sent her practically falling into his arms wasn't just friendship either. There was a growing, unresolved tension between them, and she was damned if she knew what to do about it. Logic provided an obvious answer. Ignore it. Push it away. Figure out how to get back to the way they were. They were going to have to work together, and adding some kind of secret, sure-to-end-badly fling to their relationship was an obvious mistake. And yet... Luke nodded and started toward the door, pulling it halfway open before he stopped and turned back toward her.
Just be careful, okay?
She gave him her best confident smile. You don't need to ask that, do you?
I hope not.
Luke's forehead wrinkled with concern.
I really hope not.
Chapter 9. Zoe adjusted her purse over her sling as she made her way out of the car. Thanks for the ride, she said to the driver, an older man with a thick accent and a head of salt and pepper hair, who had hastily thrown the car into park and run around to open her door.
No problem. You be safe now,
he said, casting a doubtful look at the bar.
I'll be in this area all night if you need someone.
She nodded. It was hard not to like a protective Uber driver who was apparently looking for someone to parent. The bar Connor had directed her to was close to Little Italy, not far from her office, but on a slightly gritty block off the main strip, without the hustle and bustle of shops and restaurants.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
She waved goodbye with her good hand and then turned and took a deep breath. The bar was skinny, tucked between a hair salon and a run-down apartment building. The lettering over the door was faded, proclaiming the name Temptation and nothing else. Great. Like she needed a sign to tell her that fooling around with Connor was a bad idea. Next thing you knew, he'd greet her carrying an apple. She stopped for a moment just inside the door to let her eyes adjust to the dim interior. A polished wooden bar ran about half the length of the room, while the back was filled with low booths, most of which were empty. Connor was standing at the bar, chatting with the bartender. He must have come straight from work because he wore suit pants with a white Oxford shirt, but his shirt sleeves were rolled up and the top of his shirt was unbuttoned. He looked a little rumpled and less formal than Zoe was used to seeing. She liked it. A lot. He was laughing at something the bartender had said, and something in his posture suggested this was not his first time here. When he noticed her approaching, he smiled and waved her over. "You ready for this?" he asked. "You might have to roll me out on a stretcher," she said. "But I'm ready." Or, totally not ready. In fact, she had absolutely no idea how to proceed, which was not how Zoe liked to operate. She liked systems, plans, and strategies. She didn't ask questions she didn't know the answers to, and she didn't make a move unless she'd thought about the next one. Yet every 5 minutes it seemed she devised an entirely different outline for the evening. Plan 1. Firmly establish boundaries. Plan 2. Ignore boundaries. Plan 3. Give him a no-nonsense talk about clients and lawyers. Plan 4. Abandon all good sense and let the evening go where it would. "Don't worry," he promised. "We'll take care of you." He extended a hand toward the guy behind the bar. "Josh, this is Zoe Riva, our fledgling whiskey drinker." The bartender, a black man with close-cropped hair and dark tattoos on his arm, extended his hand for Zoe to shake. "Nice to meet you, fledgling." "I'm not sure if that's insulting or charming," Zoe said with a smile. "Definitely charming," Josh said. He turned to Connor. "You want to grab a booth and I'll set you up with the first flight?" "Sounds great." Connor touched her elbow to steer her toward the back of the room. The booth was dark and intimate, with a single candle providing light. The walls in the back were whitewashed brick, the floor a polished concrete. It was industrial, but not cold. The seats of the booth were smooth and worn, and the air smelled like a combination of polished wood and leather. "I'm guessing this isn't your first time here," she said as they slid into the booth. "How'd you find this place? It doesn't feel quite like the Aspen." The Aspen was the restaurant and bar their group hung out at a couple of times a month. It was trendy and upscale, filled with hip young professionals. The crowd here was different. More jeans and less chinos, more t-shirts and fewer button-downs. "The owner had a kid on one of my basketball teams a couple of seasons ago. We got to talking about whiskey at our end-of-the-year party. Turns out, they've got one of the best selections in the city." "How come you've never suggested we all come here one night?" He shrugged. "Everyone likes the Aspen." "But you're more comfortable here?" "Not necessarily. It's just a different crowd." Zoe had to admit to being fascinated. Connor had always been the quiet one of the group, and she'd known there were a lot of things about his life he kept private. She just hadn't expected a dark, slightly edgy whiskey bar to be one of those things. "Do you bring the guys here?" "No." He handed her a heavy, leather-bound menu. "Have you ever done a whiskey tasting before?"
You're welcome to pick some varieties if you want, but I figured I'd start us off with some of the basics.
Recognizing that he wasn't planning to explain himself further, Zoe opened the menu and pretended to review the contents.
That sounds like a good plan.
By the way, you don't expect me to learn bridge after sampling the whiskey, do you? He smiled.
Absolutely not. I should clarify that I don't actually play bridge either.
Okay, she said. That's interesting. So, is it time for me to learn what the bridge thing is all about? He slouched down a few inches into the leather seat.
Any chance you want to start drinking first?
If you have to ask that question, I should probably say no.
Well,
he trailed off, then rubbed his chin. He appeared to be struggling for words. Finally, he said,
"Did you ever see the movie Back to the Future?"
Zoe cocked her head. What? Connor, if you're trying to change the subject, that wasn't exactly subtle.
Actually, I'm not. It will make sense in a minute. Trust me. Have you seen it?
You mean the old one with Michael J. Fox and the crazy scientist guy who invents a time machine?
Out of a DeLorean?
Connor nodded as he finished her statement.
That's the one.
She turned over the vague memories she had of the movie. I guess so. I can't remember much of it, to be honest.
Just imagine a crazy genius doing dangerous things in their garage that may or may not be legal, ethical, or wise, but could also change the world.
He adjusted his glasses and sighed.
That's my mom, but with much better hair.
Oh. Zoe processed that information. She wanted to smile, but Connor seemed deadly serious.
She worked on a new class of electrode materials back in 2001 that completely changed the way we produce lithium-ion batteries,
he said.
She paved the way for cell phones and laptops.
That was your mother? Zoe blinked in surprise. She created NMCs?
Not just her, but she was part of the team,
he said.
And a few years later, she also set her house on fire and almost killed herself while setting up a lab in her garage because she didn't trust her assistants not to steal her ideas.
That sounds... She didn't know exactly how to say nuts without it coming out the wrong way, so instead she just said, Is she still doing research?
Yes, but on what, I'm not entirely sure.
I see. Zoe set down the menu. And what exactly does this have to do with bridge?
My mother has a group of friends she plays bridge with, and Shirley, one of the three of them, is having cataract surgery, so she can't play in their upcoming tournament. Which means they need a substitute.
Okay. She knit her brows curiously. But why would they want me? Surely there's someone from a local club that could fill in. He shifted in his seat.
They're worried the other members of the club are jealous of them and would try to steal their strategies or throw the game.
Zoe had to wait a moment to see if he was going to laugh it off as a joke. Instead, he simply looked a little embarrassed. I know bridge can be super competitive, but that's intense, she said. Do you think they're right?
Hard to say. To be honest, my mother isn't the only flamboyant one in the group. I wouldn't put it past them to have made a few enemies.
Zoe had a brief image of a somewhat paranoid Christopher Lloyd on the set with the Golden Girls. But surely they could find someone else who knows how to play bridge? I mean, did you even ask them whether they'd want me? He glanced away.
I haven't actually talked to them yet. I'm thinking I will probably just tell them it's been a while since you've played. That's true, right? You said you'd played in high school?
Actually, I said I didn't play at all. Zoe's suspicion at his uncomfortable look increased. Connor, is there something you aren't telling me? Josh appeared then with a carafe of water and a wooden platter that held 5 small whiskey glasses, each filled partway with amber liquor of various shades.
Okay, here's the first flight.
He pulled a card from his apron and set it on the table next to the drinks.
You'll see there's a number by each of the glasses on the tray. That corresponds to the numbers on the sheet. You'll want to taste them in order. I've got them arranged from the lightest to the deepest flavors. Connor knows these just about as well as I do, but feel free to ask me any questions you might have.
Thanks, Josh, Connor said.
I'll let you know when we're ready for more.
Zoe waited until he had left the table to pin her gaze back on Connor. As you were saying?
Was I saying something?
He asked innocently. You were telling me why you want to trick these poor women into thinking that I play bridge. He winced.
I don't think trick is the right word. More like you would provide them with targeted and strategic information.
You are sounding way too much like a lawyer, Connor, and it's making me nervous. He took the card Josh had set down and reviewed it.
Let's drink some whiskey, shall we?
She snorted. Fine. Give me your best whiskey lecture and let's start tasting. But don't think I'm going to forget about this conversation.
That's fair.
He pointed to the first glass.
Let's start with the basics. There are 3 words that you must never confuse: whiskey, bourbon, and scotch. Whiskey is a generic term for alcohol made from fermented grains, including rye, barley, and corn. Bourbon is a kind of American whiskey that is made from at least 51% corn.
So every bourbon is a whiskey, but not every whiskey is a bourbon?
Right. There are a few other specifics for bourbon, but we'll leave it there for now. Canadian whiskey, of course, is made in Canada. It used to be made primarily from rye, but there's quite a bit of variety in Canadian whiskeys these days.
And scotch?
That one's easy. It's only scotch if it's made in Scotland. We'll try some scotch in the next round. It has a pretty distinctive taste that can be a bit harder to enjoy when you're starting out.
She smiled. So you want me a little drunk before I try it?
It wouldn't hurt.
He handed her the first glass.
This is a Canadian whiskey. It's a little lighter and sweeter than the others we'll try. When you take a drink, swirl it around your mouth, starting at the front, to really get the flavor.
She took a small sip and did as instructed. He then had her try 3 more glasses, describing the flavor profile, origin, and distilling process for each. By the 4th drink, the alcohol had started to go to her head. Warm, her face flushed, she interrupted one of his lectures with a raised hand. Okay, I think I need a break. Any chance we can get back to that bridge thing? The story about your mom and her friends? She leaned back in the booth to study him.
Just one more taste, I think.
He handed her the 5th glass.
This one is a little heavier, but it's one of my favorites. It's from a small craft distillery in Sonoma County, not unlike the one owned by your friend Ames. They do a wheat whiskey that I like when I want something lighter. It's got nice vanilla and floral notes.
Zoe shook her head. Don't they revoke your man card if you say floral notes?
If they're insecure about their masculinity, perhaps.
Oh, touché. Zoe laughed as she picked up the glass. One-on-one, Connor was completely different than he was in a group. In their group, he tended to fade into the background, never seeming quite comfortable in his own skin. With her, he was funny and light-hearted. He definitely knew more than any person should know about whiskey, but he was a good teacher, focusing on the important parts and talking her through what she might need to hold her own in a conversation with another whiskey drinker. She took a sniff first, then took a sip and let the flavor coat her tongue. She had to admit that it was fun to see how different each of the spirits was. She had never had much of a taste for whiskey, preferring her alcohol disguised in a fancy cocktail, or better yet a wine glass. But something about drinking it this way was different, like she was some kind of connoisseur who knew what the hell she was talking about. I like this one, she said with surprise. Better than the Canadian? He asked. She handed the glass over so he could take a sip as well. They'd shared all the glasses, and something of the intimacy of that made the experience of drinking even more enjoyable. Like she could imagine the flavors as he tasted them. It also gave her an excuse to look at his mouth. She nodded. Definitely. He smiled. Good. I'm going to figure out your flavor profile, Zoe, and then I'll know exactly what else you might like. Lord, was it the whiskey, or did that sound vaguely dirty? She was almost distracted enough by the thought to forget about the bridge. I like the sound of that. But how about you stop stalling and tell me exactly what I've gotten myself in for, she said. Okay. He sighed. The truth is, I have no idea what my mother and her friends will think about you playing with them. But I'm really hoping you'll figure out a way to get into their game. I know you're busy, but I'm hoping you'll be able to spend some quality time with them. Maybe even become their friend. This doesn't sound like it's really about playing bridge. It's not. He pressed his fingers to his brows. What I really need is for you to figure out what the hell my mom is doing in her garage. Chapter 10. Zoe's mouth fell open. Are you crazy? Possibly, about her, but that was neither here nor there. I realize it sounds a little nuts, but I'd like to think it's more inspired desperation than flat-out insanity. That is not confidence-inspiring. He picked up one of the samples she hadn't liked, a rye whiskey that he hadn't really expected her to enjoy, but that was good for contrast, and finished it in a single swallow. He didn't use whiskey to get drunk, but tonight seemed to call for a little extra inspiration. He still wasn't sure why he'd brought her here. He'd always liked having somewhere to go that wasn't associated with Levend Capital and its world of fancy cars and exclusive clubs. The other guys didn't share his discomfort. Nate had been born into money. Mason was easygoing enough to blend into any environment. But for Connor, keeping up appearances was exhausting. After a while, he'd found keeping his temptation life and his Levend life separate somehow helped him feel more at ease in both. Zoe was part of the other Connor, the Levend Capital one, and he shouldn't have mixed them. He knew that. But with Zoe, logic and rules never seemed to apply. My mom is great. She really is, he said, forcing his attention back to their conversation. The hard thing is that sometimes her unusual side gets the better of her brilliant side. She's retired now, so you might think she'd lay off a little, but it actually has just made it worse. She does all sorts of work in her garage and won't tell me what she's doing. I think her latest project could be her most dangerous yet. Dangerous? Zoe lifted a brow. She pointed to her injured arm. Dangerous like break a wrist dangerous? He shook his head. Dangerous like high-voltage electricity dangerous. Dangerous like kill yourself dangerous. We're talking cold fusion, Zoe. Wait, seriously? You think she's building some kind of nuclear reactor? In her garage? He nodded, waiting for her to laugh. Or walk out while laughing. She did neither. Instead, she studied his face, apparently trying to determine whether or not to believe him. Why do you think she wouldn't tell you about it? He gave a short laugh. She just won't. It's a long story, but basically, she's got some monumental trust issues. Even with her son? He sighed. Especially with her son. Makes it very difficult to keep an eye out for her. Her expression softened, and she reached out a hand to cover his. I'm sorry. You're really worried about her, aren't you? He glanced down at her hand, which she did not seem inclined to move, then back into her face.
I realize it's not really fair of me to ask you this, but I'm at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to ideas. Her friends would never tell me what she's working on, and I can't seem to shake the image of her electrocuting herself.
She closed her eyes and then gave a tiny shake to her head. Okay, give me 5 seconds on cold fusion. All I remember is that it's a potential source of clean energy that could change the world, but no one's sure if it's real.
Oh, it's real. Just no one has figured out how to make it actually deliver more energy than it takes to create the reaction. The basic concept is that you push 2 lighter elements together. When they fuse, you get 1 heavy element and energy. There are big projects going on at universities like MIT to develop ways to do it practically. But there are also independent scientists working on a type of cold fusion called low-energy nuclear reactions, some of them in their garages.
But it's dangerous? Could it explode?
I don't really know what she's doing, which is exactly why I need some help. Most likely, the only danger to her is from a jolt of super high voltage electricity or a high-pressure flammable gas explosion.
Can you talk to her about it?
Letitia does what she wants, he said. She's been like this a long time. She's not going to change now.
And you think she's going to trust me, a stranger?
Crazier things have happened.
He tried to sound calm, like he wasn't picturing his mother playing with 50,000 volts of electricity.
You know science and engineering. You'd be able to tell if she dropped some information about what she's experimenting with. Maybe she'll mention something about the materials she's using or how close she is to going operational.
She squeezed his hand.
You really are desperate.
He focused on that hand and the feeling of her skin against his. Any absurd notion that he could drink whiskey with her and it wouldn't stir up every fantasy he'd ever had was now gone. Instead, he was apparently going to sit here all night hard as a rock, trying not to stare at the curve of her mouth and the swell of her breasts.
It might not work at all. They could laugh you off completely. But I don't think they will. They'll like you, Zoe. They can't help but like you.
His gaze flickered from her face to their hands. The color rose in her cheeks as she pulled away. So basically, you want me to spy on your mom for you?
I probably wouldn't put it that way, but yes.
And yes, in case it wasn't already 100% clear, he was just as crazy as his mother. This evening proved it. And how exactly am I going to meet them? Am I supposed to pretend I don't know you? He shook his head.
There's no way we could carry that off. No, I just figured we'd be totally upfront about that part of it.
Won't she suspect that I'm a plant?
He shrugged. Maybe, but I think there are 2 things that work in our favor. 1, she's pretty sure she's smarter than everyone else, so even if she does suspect something, I don't think it will be a deal breaker for her. She'll be on her guard, but she's that way with everyone.
She looked doubtful. And 2?
She can't resist the chance to mentor a young woman, particularly one connected to the sciences. None of them can. They're going to bring you under their collective wing so fast it will make your head spin, especially if you tell them about the Ames thing. They'll eat that up. They know how hard it is to be successful in a field dominated by men.
Zoe drew back. When you say it that way, it makes me feel dirty.
Look, my mother's a groundbreaking researcher in her field. So are her friends. You have a chance to get to know them and maybe even help keep them safe. All I'm asking you to do is let me know if you hear anything that might help me figure out what she's working on. Maybe send out a few probes and see what comes back. What's dirty about that?
She squinted at him. It just is, and you know it. Honestly, this feels like a bad idea, Connor.
Of course it was.
It was a horrible idea. But it was hard to believe that when he was sitting across the table from Zoe, drinking whiskey and remembering the feeling of her hand on his.
I've thought through the alternatives.
And?
There aren't any alternatives. She won't talk to me.
Could you find out some other way? She asked delicately. He grabbed a glass that held a tiny amount of liquor and swirled it around slowly.
If you mean what I think you mean, no. I can't break into her house.
Why not? He sighed.
Wait till you see it, and then ask me again.
Here's an alternative. How about you treat your mother like an adult and trust her not to do something stupid? Is that an option? He was saved from responding by the arrival of the bartender.
You two ready for the next flight?
Josh asked. Connor looked at Zoe, who gave a nod. Thank goodness. He'd half expected her to pull out of their deal then and there. It wasn't like he didn't know that there was something messy about the arrangement, but her suggestion that he just let his mother do what she wanted was simply not possible. Not with her history, not with the type of power she might be playing with. How could he walk away? What if something happened? How could he ever forgive himself if she got hurt? She'd been through enough. Resolutely, he turned back to step one of the only plans he'd come up with: convincing Zoe to help him. He ordered 3 new whiskeys he thought Zoe would like and 2 that she probably wouldn't, but that would at least give her the experience to talk from later. He also asked Josh for his favorite whiskey cocktail because it was looking like he was going to need something more to fortify himself for this conversation than a few sips of alcohol. Once Josh left, he glanced back at Zoe, who was now nibbling on her lip and looking worried. I promised you I'd do whatever you needed, she said. But I'm not going to lie. If your mother straight up asks me if you sent me to try to gather information about her, I'm going to say yes. He winced.
I wouldn't want you to violate your ethics, but is there any chance you could soft pedal it a little? Maybe say something like, he wanted me to play bridge with you, Letitia. That's honest, right? I do want you to play bridge with her.
Zoe looked unconvinced. By the way, he continued, trying a new angle to convince her.
You might be able to help her legally as well.
What do you mean?
I told you she's patented her inventions in the past. Well, her suspicious side also extends to lawyers. She did her last patent with an old friend of the family, but that friend passed away a few years ago. I don't know what she'll do now. Probably something stupid, like try to write the patent herself.
I could not take a client I'd met under false pretenses, Zoe said darkly.
Then you could refer her to someone else,
he said.
Someone trustworthy.
Josh returned with their next flight of samples and Connor's Manhattan. He set down the cocktail, then the card and the board that held the small glasses.
Take your time with number 4 and 5,
he said to Zoe with a smile.
Connor ordered the good stuff for you.
She raised a brow in Connor's direction. What does that mean?
I got a couple of single malt Scotch whiskeys for you to try, he said. They aren't exactly easy sipping, but you can't be a serious whiskey drinker without trying some. Number 5 also happens to have a very high alcohol content.
She picked up glass number 5 with a defiant look. I know I'm supposed to go in order, but somehow I find myself needing a stiff drink. Connor held his breath while she sniffed the glass, wrinkled her nose, and then took a healthy swallow. To his surprise, she didn't cough or shake her head or do any of a number of things most people did when encountering the peaty, mossy taste of a fine Scotch. Instead, she closed her eyes, gave the tiniest shake of her shoulders, and then opened her eyes again. When she met his gaze, she was resolute. No lying, that's my rule. And I want to learn to play basketball. And by God, you better teach me everything you know about South Cycle. He had the feeling that Zoe had just resolved herself to making a deal with the devil, and he was the devil. Connor raised his glass and clinked it against hers. To impossible tasks. To impossible tasks, she repeated, then drank down the rest of the shot. She set her glass on the table with a soft thud and met his gaze with a look of determination. To us. Chapter 11. Zoe went home with a spinning head and a feeling of relief that she'd managed to escape without doing anything phenomenally stupid. What he'd asked her to do was clearly manipulative, but how could you blame him? He was obviously worried about his mother, and how could you not love that, just a little? Zoe would have to meet the famous Letitia Ashton before she could reach her own conclusion. If the woman was anything like her son, she was brilliant, independent, and just stubborn enough to hide something life-changing in her garage. On Tuesday afternoon, Connor texted her with a suggestion they get dinner at a restaurant not far from Temptation to continue their conversation about sports, and Zoe agreed. Luke's warning about Connor periodically reappeared in her brain, and she knew he was right. She simply could not get involved with Connor. The other part of what Luke had said, the part about her propensity for dating jerks, wasn't so easy to digest. She'd known she had a bad track record when it came to dating, but it hadn't occurred to her someone else might have noticed. Now she found herself looking back at her past dates, Chad included, and what Luke might have seen that she hadn't. After all, it wasn't like she picked shitty guys on purpose. She'd always assumed she just had bad luck. Or possibly that it wasn't luck, that it was cosmic payback for her earlier mistakes. But that was neither here nor there, because Connor might not be the best dating material. She did know a little something about his history with women, and it wasn't good. But he was the furthest thing from a jerk. Besides, they weren't dating. They weren't going to date. She had to leave work early to get her permanent cast put on, which was a relief, because she wasn't being nearly as productive as she needed to be. When she got home, she was able to take her first worry-free shower in days, because they'd given her a waterproof cast. The shower was glorious, and she stayed in far longer than she should have, allowing herself a few minutes of pure fantasy while soaping up. She briefly pictured Connor's hands on her body instead of her own, then forced herself out of the shower because while she was pretty sure the professional rules didn't prohibit fantasizing, it was better to be safe than sorry. They met at a popular Italian place with a mix of families and couples, singles picking up takeout, and groups sitting at large tables with plates heaping with food. Like Temptation, it wasn't fancy, just real people and real food. Zoe found her feet frozen at the threshold of the restaurant as she breathed in the familiar scents. Garlic and basil, sweet sausage and fresh bread. "This okay with you?" Connor asked. "Of course," she said. There was no way to explain that she avoided Italian restaurants because of that smell. The last thing she wanted to do was think about her own kitchen growing up, and how far she was from it now. Resolutely, she pushed aside the bad memories. She knew how to forget, right? She'd been practicing for a long time. Although Connor clearly didn't like talking about himself, she managed to get him to tell her a few stories about his basketball days at MIT, and then about the days when they'd first started hitting gold with Levend Capital. This felt like a huge accomplishment, but only made her want to dig deeper. The more time she spent with him, the more Zoe had the feeling that she only knew a small part of the real Connor. Like an iceberg, with the vast majority lying below the surface, Connor's deeper self was so effortlessly hidden, any scrap she got about him felt like a victory. They had just finished ordering their food when an older woman, who had been on her way out of the restaurant, stopped by their table. "Zoe, is that you?" She squinted through thick glasses at Zoe, cocking her head as she stared. "Mrs. Parisi?" Zoe froze in shock. "What a surprise." "I didn't know you were in San Francisco," the older woman said. She wasn't frowning exactly, but had that faintly reproving look that all of Zoe's mother's friends shared when they looked at her. It was the same look that had followed Zoe in her rearview mirror when she'd left Los Angeles 11 years ago. God, she hated that look. "Well, here I am," Zoe said, shaking herself loose with a deliberately cheery smile. "In San Francisco. What are you doing here?" "We moved here a few years ago to be with my daughter, Sophie. You remember her, don't you? She's Sophie Anderson now." Since they'd lived a block away from each other for the first 18 years of Zoe's life, this seemed like an unnecessary question, though evidently designed to emphasize the change of name. Or perhaps Zoe's status as outsider to the place she had once called home. "Of course. How's she doing?" "Just had her second child," the older woman replied, her chest puffing with pride. She made an obvious attempt to check out Zoe's ring finger. "Have you settled down yet?" "Not yet," Zoe said tightly. "Who's this?" Mrs. Parisi angled her head toward Connor, a mix of curiosity and disapproval in her dark eyes. Zoe imagined it would take about 5 minutes after she left the restaurant for the phone call to go back to her mother. "Elena Parisi, this is my friend Connor Ashton." Connor stood and nodded from the other side of the table. "Nice to meet you." Mrs. Parisi's eyes widened as she followed his move to his full height. "Goodness." Zoe was pretty sure in this context, goodness meant, how irresponsible of you to grow that tall. She swung her gaze back to Zoe, then peered back and forth between the two of them. "How is your mother?" she asked finally. "I haven't spoken to her for some time," Zoe said. This, of course, was unlikely to be news to Mrs. Parisi, or anyone else who knew her mother. "I see." The older woman seemed to be waiting for some kind of apology or explanation. Zoe just kept her pleasant smile pasted on and refused to give her the satisfaction of saying anything else. When the silence that stretched out between them had gone too long, even for her, Mrs. Parisi pursed her lips. "Well, I suppose I'll be going." "Lovely to see you," Zoe said. The older woman only sniffed as she shuffled away. "She seems nice," Connor observed. His dry statement broke the tension, and Zoe gave a short laugh, though it was hard to entirely shake off the bleak feeling left behind by the unexpected encounter. "That's one way to describe her." "You know her from back home, in Los Angeles?" She nodded. "It's weird to see her. I hadn't heard about Sophie moving here." That wasn't surprising. She'd been scratched off all the Christmas card lists years ago. But she and Sophie had been like sisters, and it hurt all over again to realize that even living in the same city, they would probably never speak to each other again. Connor studied her. "You know, it occurs to me that I've never heard you talk about your family, or where you grew up." "That could be true," Zoe said. "It's not my favorite subject." She picked up her wine and stared down at the red liquid. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. The truth was, she'd never talked about it. With anyone. Once she'd left, she'd never looked back. And why dredge up the past when it was so damn painful? "I'm sorry," he said. She glanced up. "What for?" "Whatever they did to hurt you." Shit. Zoe had to blink away a quick prickle of tears.
Yeah, well, old news.
She waved off his concern.
If you say so.
It's possible it's still a little raw, she admitted.
Do you want to talk about it?
Did she? That was a good question. She'd tried to talk about it a few times before, once with her friends from law school, once over a few bottles of wine with Luke and Rafe. But the words had never come. It never seemed the right time. She looked back at Connor, and somehow, under his quiet gaze, the story just started to fall out. I was engaged once, she said. It was the worst mistake of my life. Chapter 12. In his usual quiet way, Connor did not react to her statement. He just studied her, his regard deep and penetrating.
I have to admit, I would have never guessed that about you. How long ago was this?
High school. He was a boy I'd grown up with, someone from my old neighborhood. She forced herself to take another bite of gnocchi. Nothing to see here, just a failed engagement that caused untold pain to someone I loved. Move along, please.
High school?
He waited for her to continue. His steady gaze was her undoing, and the words that had been dammed up for years threatened to spill over in one huge rush. Yeah, crazy, I know, but somehow it made sense at the time. We'd grown up together. His family knew my family. We started dating freshman year of high school, and by senior year, everyone was asking when the wedding would be. We got engaged over Christmas and planned to marry right after graduation.
Didn't your parents object?
Zoe snorted. They thought it was great. My mother was pretty sure that the only job a woman should have is to make babies and cook and take care of her husband. She'd always hated that I played chess and liked math. She thought if I got married early, I'd avoid all that college nonsense I kept talking about. My dad basically went along with whatever my mother said.
And the guy? What was he like?
It was still hard to picture him without choking up, so she focused on speaking. Daniel just wanted to make everyone proud. His family ran a hardware store and he was planning to take over the business. He was never much for school, but he always supported me. Went to chess matches, made me dinner the night before my big exams. He knew I put a lot of pressure on myself, so he tried to make things easier for me where he could. Also, she gave a sad laugh. He knew my cooking sucked.
You loved him?
It wasn't a question, more a note of recognition. She brushed aside the trace of a tear. I did. It wasn't exactly a passionate relationship, but we really cared about each other. Everyone said we were meant to be.
What changed?
She fiddled with her napkin, straightening it on her lap. I got accepted at Berkeley. It was the happiest day of my life and the worst all at the same time. Because I realized I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with the wedding. I wanted to go away to college, travel, have a career. Daniel didn't want any of those things. Not to mention that I knew things between us weren't quite right. I felt sort of ridiculous, like I was chasing a stupid fantasy of passion and romance. But in my heart, I wanted more than what we had. So I broke it off. Her throat kept trying to close, so she stopped and took a few breaths and told herself she could do this and she wasn't going to break down in a restaurant in the middle of Little Italy. My parents were furious. Like, you can't imagine how angry. Her mother, yelling across the house, telling her that she was betraying all of them, that she was turning her back on everyone who loved her, that she was selfish and cruel. Her father, resolute, his face turning red as he quietly told her how disappointed he was in her.
Because you'd broken it off? Connor asked. I don't understand. They would rather you'd have gone through with it?
They thought I was just having cold feet and being immature. My dad was pissed that he'd already put down deposits on the reception hall and with the caterer. My mom kept saying how I was hurting everyone. She was really close with his parents, especially his mom, and she couldn't imagine how she was going to face her.
She'd known that telling her family about breaking her engagement would be hard, but she hadn't anticipated how the rest of the neighborhood would react. The way people looked at her at their local grocery store, the way Daniel's parents had crossed the street to avoid her when they happened to be walking down the block at the same time. The coldness in the eyes of people who had once been her friends.
They were wrong, Connor said. You know that, don't you?
She shrugged.
I suppose. It didn't really feel that way at the time. I told Daniel first, of course, and he just cried. He said I was it for him, and he'd never try again.
What happened to him?
He dropped out of school, spent the next few months in and out of counseling. I left in the fall for college. When I came back at Christmas, one of my old friends told me he'd tried to kill himself.
Jesus.
Connor reached out to grab her hand.
Zoe, that's horrible.
She gave him a watery smile and squeezed his hand gratefully.
I got a letter from him about a year later that said he was coming to understand that he'd been depressed for a long time and he didn't blame me for anything. But I never saw him again.
Connor was silent. He rubbed the top of her hand with his thumb, and the soothing rhythm allowed her to take a deep breath.
Where is he now?
She shook her head.
I don't know. No one would tell me, even then, what happened to him. When I asked my mother why she hadn't told me earlier that he'd tried to hurt himself, she said his parents didn't want me to know. They didn't want me to have anything to do with him or their family. They figured it was my fault. And so did everyone we knew.
She pulled her hand away from his to wipe off another tear.
I like to imagine he got the help he needed and found someone who loved him the way he deserved to be loved. But honestly, I don't know. I spent a few more nights at home, but I was so hurt I couldn't stay. I bounced around a few places until break was over, then went back to school. Luckily for me, the financial aid office was really helpful. They found enough loans to get me through the rest of the year.
What do you mean? Your parents just stopped paying for college?
They weren't paying for much anyway. I had a scholarship and a bunch of financial aid. But the school was expecting them to make a contribution, so I had to take out enough loans to cover that myself. After that, I worked my tail off to find whatever scholarships I could. There was some money for women going into STEM fields, and I qualified for a scholarship in engineering, so I went that route. And then someone suggested I think about patent law, and I did some research and saw how much money you could make. I was piling up the loans, even with my scholarships, so I figured I needed to make as much money as possible.
Makes sense?
Look, I don't want to make too much out of this. The real victim in this story isn't me. It's Daniel.
The sympathy in his eyes was nearly her undoing.
Are you sure of that?
He asked.
An 18-year-old kid made to feel like she was responsible for another person's life? Abandoned by her family? Zoe, I can't imagine.
She shook her head. They were upset. I understand. Everyone loved Daniel. I just wish he could have reached out and let more people help him. I would have done anything I could to make it easier for him.
I bet you would have. And I bet he knew that.
I hope so.
Did you and your mother ever reconcile?
Reconcile. That was a funny thought. We were never that close to begin with, but no. I haven't been back home or talked to my parents since."
He sat back against his chair. She picked up her wine glass and took a sip. When she'd first found out about Daniel, she'd been so angry and hurt she could barely get through the day without crying. She'd removed her home address from Berkeley's record so her parents wouldn't get any mail from the college and ignored a scattered phone call or two from her old area code. Of course, that didn't mean that she hadn't been waiting, deep down, to see when her parents would come find her. It hadn't occurred to her that time might be never. Eventually, she'd figured this was the way things were meant to be. She sent them a graduation announcement when she finished her undergraduate degree, but never heard back. After that, she put them out of her mind completely. That part of her life was over. She bit her lip and looked at his hand. "So that's my secret life story. I can't believe I dumped it all on you like that. I've never actually told anyone before." "Never?" She shook her head. "I didn't make many friends in college. I guess I was too raw. It's hard to share your secrets when you aren't quite sure who you are or whether you're a decent person. And once you get in the habit of not talking about something, it's surprisingly hard to break." "But you did tonight." "I did tonight." She didn't know quite why. She wasn't drunk. He hadn't pressed her. It had been weird and awful to run into Mrs. Parisi, but she could have brushed it over. But something about Connor's quiet strength made her feel safe enough to open up. The waiter arrived then with their dinners. Another bottle of wine appeared as well. After dinner, as they headed for the door, Connor stopped at the entrance to the restaurant, a tiny smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Do you have time for a surprise?" Zoe held her hand over her heart. "Does it involve chocolate?" "No, even better." "That," she said, "is unlikely. However, I will remain open-minded." Truthfully, she didn't want the night to end. The intimacy between them just kept growing until it felt like there was a sort of bubble around them, and she could forget all the reasons why this could never be. She kept wanting to touch his hand, to let him touch hers, to brush her knee against his, to act on the attraction it was becoming impossible to pretend didn't exist. They walked around the corner and down the block. When they stopped in front of a motorcycle, Zoe squealed. "Is that a South Cycle?" Connor patted one of the handlebars with a look of pride. "Just picked it up this morning." It was all black, with a streamlined shape that flowed from sleek handlebars to arched back end. She knew from her research that the teardrop-shaped tank at the front contained the battery, while the smooth midsection held no filters, spark plugs, oil, or exhaust, just the electric motor, which would be all but silent as it raced down the road. "It's beautiful," she said, running her hand along the top of the frame. Indeed, the bike looked powerful but not intimidating. Sexy as hell if she were being honest. "I know," he grinned. "It's my first motorcycle. I'm a little like a kid on Christmas morning." His enthusiasm was contagious. Zoe couldn't help but smile in return. "Is it as fast as they say?" "Oh, absolutely. Dangerous, I'm sure, but you could just twist the handlebars and go. No clutch, nothing. I put it in sport mode to get down here and had to watch so I didn't end up going 70 in a 30. They say it's the fastest motorcycle in the world." He nodded. "Faster than gasoline versions. Remarkable engineering, plus almost no maintenance. No oil to change or clutch to adjust. Just a belt, no chain at all. They're going to give Tesla a run for their money." "It can carry two, right?" He nodded. "I'll take you out when your arm is doing better. No one-armed passengers, I'm afraid." "Can I sit on it?" It was hard to resist. Her good hand kept trailing up and down the smooth seat. Even though she'd never even ridden a motorcycle before, she suddenly had visions of herself in a helmet and leather jacket, weaving back and forth through traffic. "Sure." She started to hoist herself up, but she was too short to swing her leg over without grabbing onto something, and leaning on one hand made her nervous.
Maybe I shouldn't. Can I help?
She nodded, though it occurred to her a minute too late that helping meant touching, and touching was definitely something she was not supposed to be doing. Connor got on the bike first, on the rear passenger seat that was positioned above the main seat. Then he reached out toward her.
You back up to the bike. I'll give you a lift onto the seat.
She maneuvered herself as close as she could, then felt Connor's large hands close around her waist. As if she weighed nothing, he lifted her onto the seat in front of him, side saddle. She flipped around one leg to straddle the bike. The feeling was electric. The seat was smooth, perfectly rounded to support and yet give the rider plenty of room to move. The handlebars called out to her to lean forward and take off. Though, honestly, it was hard to say if it was the motorcycle she was reacting to, or the feeling of Connor sitting snugly at her back, his hands on her waist, his legs around hers.
What do you think?
He murmured into her ear.
Do you understand the attraction now?
Did she understand the attraction? Was it possible to spontaneously combust just from sitting on a leather seat? She tipped her head back toward him. They were so close, for a moment her cheek touched his jaw.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say I understand the attraction.
He laughed, and she felt it rumble in his chest.
That's the best thing I've heard all day.
She relaxed and let herself fall against him, forgetting for a moment all the reasons why they needed to stay apart. She felt his breath catch. Then he loosened his hold on her waist. He cleared his throat.
I hate to say it, but we should probably call it a night.
Oh, of course. Zoe sat up with a zing of disappointment and embarrassment. She'd gone one step too far and stepped right through the bubble that had protected this evening from the real world.
You got this?
He asked as he let go of her. She nodded, not trusting herself to speak as he swung off the back of the bike and came around to her side. He held out his arms and she leaned on his shoulder with her good hand, trying not to touch him more than necessary. Awkwardly, she tried to move her leg over the seat, but she couldn't keep her balance enough to make it all the way over.
Here, he said. Just put your arm around my neck.
Great. Just hold on to him, because she had so much self-control right about now. Still, she had little choice, so she did as he suggested, letting him support her weight and help her slide back to her feet. Then, impossibly, he stopped, and they stood pinned together against the bike. Her chest rose and fell.
Connor?
He looked down at her. A muscle twitched in his jaw, and she had the feeling some kind of epic battle was waging inside him.
Can I call a car for you?
He asked unsteadily.
I think...
Everything that had happened over the past few days rushed through her. She pictured Connor by her side after the accident, then sitting beside her in the hospital. She remembered the moment when she stood in his apartment touching his chest, wishing she had the nerve to do so much more. And then she thought about his endlessly understanding eyes, listening to the stories she'd never told another person before. Steeling herself, she relaxed her good hand and let her fingers brush the hair at the nape of his neck. She steadied her voice and forced herself to meet his gaze.
Do you want to?
He didn't move.
To be honest, Zoe, letting you go is about the last thing I want to do right now.
A deep sigh rippled through her body at his words, at the admission, finally in the open.
Then maybe you shouldn't.
He closed his eyes.
I have about 30 seconds of control left.
Same here,
she said huskily.
Should we see who cracks first? That would be a very bad idea.
I'm not sure that matters.
With a sound that was half groan, half growl, he lifted his head.
Zoe, you know we can't do this.
I know.
She held tight to his neck, fighting for control as her body rebelled against her brain.
But I can't seem to make myself care.
His gaze traveled hungrily over her face, and then he reached up to run his fingers through her hair.
Do you have any idea how beautiful you are?
He asked.
How much I'd like to touch you.
She stood on her tiptoes so she could get closer to his lips.
Really?
He took a deep breath, fisting his hands in her hair as if fighting for control.
Really? You are the most dangerous woman I've ever met.
With another slow exhale, he loosened his grip. Then he brought his face toward hers, moving slowly and deliberately, and pausing just before their lips met.
Tell me to stop,
he said.
I can't,
Zoe breathed.
I wish I could, but I can't.
She closed the final inch between them. The moment they finally touched was pure electricity, catching her breath in her chest. His fingers slid through the hair at the base of her neck and cupped the back of her head before he moved his mouth over hers. He claimed her lips, breaking contact only to nip lightly at the edge of her mouth, then resumed his conquest, leaving behind a path of need and desire until she was drowning in pure sensation. She melted against him. His touch left her without control or conscious thought. She opened her mouth to let him explore, to deepen their kiss. One moment tumbled into the next, every second taking them somewhere further. Their tongues began to play, to tease and taunt, then stroke and lick. Desire sent prickles across her skin, awakened her nipples, sent currents through her stomach. It was more than a kiss should ever be. And this was Connor, damn it! Connor, who'd somehow turned into a freaking kissing ninja. He pulled away first, breathing heavily.
Fuck, this isn't right. I'm sorry.
Don't you dare apologize, she said, holding on to him like a lifeline. She wasn't sure which way was up and which was down, but she knew that nothing could be more wrong than hearing him apologize for the best kiss she'd ever had.
Zoe, we work together,
he said.
We both know this can't happen.
How can you make it sound so easy?
She whispered, staring down at their feet, knowing he was right, but not wanting to let him go.
Easy?
He groaned.
We have a meeting together on Thursday, and instead of focusing on work, I'll be staring at your lips and dreaming about how they taste. You call that easy?
She exhaled at the thought, the sound like a tiny whimper.
Don't say that. Please don't say that.
But that's why this is impossible,
he said.
That's real life.
And this isn't.
She looked up into his eyes.
Seriously, why can't this be not real life? You said yourself that you don't bring the guys to temptation. It's like a separate thing for you. Can't we pretend this is separate too?
Like that's work Zoe and work Connor, and this is motorcycle Zoe and motorcycle Connor. He gave a short, helpless laugh.
Nice try, but you know that's crazy. We can't be two different people.
Maybe we can just for now, just for this moment.
He stared at her with silent hunger, and whatever tiny bit of resistance she had left melted away in an instant.
Tomorrow,
she said,
we're going to go to work and forget that any of this ever happened. Tonight, you're going to kiss me, and I'm going to kiss you, and it's all going to be okay because this isn't real.
It was an absurd thing to say, and they both knew it. Still, the hunger drove them forward, and their mouths tangled together. He explored her with exquisite detail, awakening every sense, every nerve. Dimly, she heard a soft moan of desire and realized it was her own voice. Her nipples grew taut and aching. Her hips arched against him. This time, she was the one to push him away. Her self-control, minimal as it was, seemed to be dissolving at a rapid rate. And even though she couldn't imagine regretting anything about this night thus far, having sex on a motorcycle in the middle of San Francisco could raise some eyebrows, especially among her partners.
Zoe.
There was so much unsaid in his eyes. She held up a hand to stop the words from coming. I know. This can never happen again. It was nothing, really. Just a kiss in a different life. But they both knew that was a lie. Chapter 13.
You ready, Zoe?
Rafe leaned his head into Zoe's office. She nodded and grabbed her briefcase, threw in a pad and her phone, and met him at the door. It was Thursday morning, and they were walking over to a meeting at Levend Capital, so she grabbed her coat off the back of her door as well, but didn't try to put it on. She'd finally been able to ditch the sling, but it was impossible to get the bulky cast through the arm of her coat, which meant if she was cold, she had to wear it like a cape. Luke was waiting by the elevators.
What's happening with the pitch for Ames?
He asked as they headed down. Materials are all ready to go, she said. I had a good meeting yesterday with my friend who used to work there to talk about the technology. I really think we're well positioned for this. She'd been working nonstop since she'd gotten home Tuesday night and resolutely put aside the memory of kissing Connor so she could focus on the task at hand. She'd studied South Cycle's patents, familiarized herself with as many public documents as she could, and read everything she could find about Ames. Surprisingly, for all that he was surrounded by money and the potential for trouble, Ames himself had never been associated with any serious scandal. One female reporter who'd interviewed him said he seemed standoffish. Another said he'd been distant. Zoe wondered if he was like some of the men she'd studied with who had no idea how to act around women because they never spent any time around them. One of her classmates, who she was pretty sure had never been on a date, had explained it this way. He had a few areas he could talk about with strangers: engines, electronics, and video games. What was he supposed to say to a woman?
Any, news to report?
Luke gave her a sideways glance.
How's your other research going?
She ground her teeth. What was she supposed to say to that? Funny you should mention it. Connor and I drank a bunch of whiskey together, and then we had dinner, and I told him my deepest, darkest secret, and we made out on his motorcycle. And Connor might be a bit of a recluse, but the guy can kiss, let me tell you. She gave him her best poker face. What other research?
You're learning about whiskey, aren't you?
He said innocently.
So you can impress Ames?
I didn't know that,
Rafe said.
There's a new whiskey bar near the Aspen. We should try it next week.
That sounds great, she said. She glanced at Luke and deliberately flipped her hair over her shoulder. They say a little personal experience goes a long way. Let Luke make of that what he would. They arrived at the Levend offices after a brisk walk. To celebrate her first day out of her sling, she'd worn a snug, black, short-sleeved turtleneck that she tucked into a high-waisted camel skirt with a wide belt. On her feet were her favorite 3-inch black heels. With a cast and no sling, she'd actually been able to curl her hair in long, subtle waves around her shoulders and do a decent job on her makeup. Of course, it was all to celebrate her wrist feeling better. Not because she'd been thinking about seeing Connor or anything. Or remembering that he'd said he'd be at the meeting trying not to stare at her lips. Lips that she'd spent an inordinate amount of time lining, coloring, and glossing. Mason asked me to tell you they were just finishing up another meeting, the receptionist said when they reached the Lavend offices. Can I get you anything while you wait? Coffee, perhaps? Zoe briefly considered what damage a coffee cup would do to her lip gloss, which she'd touched up just before they left. Probably a considerable amount. Still, since she normally drank coffee at their meetings, she decided to take a cup and just not actually drink it. Sure, coffee sounds great. Black, please. Luke kept giving her a look that said, I'm going to find out what you're hiding. Stupid man. He'd been subtly pressing her all week to find out what was happening with Connor, and she'd be damned if she'd give him any hints. Like she'd told Connor, their night together had been part of an alternative life, a separate reality. There was nothing to tell Luke about her and Connor because nothing had happened. At least, not in this reality. Connor hadn't texted, called, or followed up in any way after that night, and neither had she. It was as if the evening had never happened. Yet rather than being disappointed that he hadn't called, the silence between them had actually left her feeling exhilarated, because clearly they had unfinished business. She still had a lot to learn about sports, whiskey, and motorcycles, and in between studying patents, she'd been stealing glances at bridge websites and refreshing her memory of the rules and basic strategy for the game. It wouldn't be long before they were together again. And what would happen then? That was the real question. She didn't doubt that he'd been just as affected by their kisses as she had. The way he'd set her on fire with just the touch of his mouth left her shaking every time she remembered it. But what would come next? Could they keep away from each other like they'd planned? Or would they give in again to the desire that now lay just under her skin, needling and pressuring her to give it one more try, one more kiss? Would they or wouldn't they? She didn't know the answer to that question, but she knew there was more to come. Hey, Zoe, how are you? She looked up from her coffee to see Mason waving as he emerged from the large conference room down the hall. Tawny-haired and ridiculously attractive, Mason always looked like a movie version of a millionaire. Yet for some reason, Zoe had never been attracted to him, while she now couldn't stop looking for Connor. To hide the direction of her thoughts, she deliberately recalled the techniques she'd learned years ago when she was preparing for chess tournaments. Techniques she still used in courtrooms and depositions. First, plan your next move. Then, think about something else. Keep your face relaxed. Don't fidget. Breathe deeply. I'm great, she said easily. You guys ready for us? Just about, he said. We've been in back-to-back meetings all morning. You all can go ahead and get settled. We'll get started in a few minutes. Nate, darkly handsome and dressed to the nines as usual with a suit that fit his powerful frame perfectly, came out behind Mason, talking to two men whom Zoe vaguely recognized as being from one of the bigger banks in town. Which one? She couldn't say. Lavend Capital was always growing its footprint and looking for new partners. He said goodbye to the bankers and then gave Zoe, Luke, and Rafe a short nod. I have to make a quick call before we start, he said. Be there in a few. Zoe's pulse skipped as she waited for the next familiar face. When no one else emerged, she inclined her head toward Luke and Rafe. Shall we? Luke smiled, and she could almost see the wheels turning in his head. Ladies first, he said pleasantly, gesturing toward the conference room door. Of course, because he wanted her to enter the room first so he could watch how she and Connor greeted each other. Fixing a gracious smile in place, she walked over and held the door open for Luke. Allow me. There is a lot of politeness happening this morning, Rafe observed, walking in ahead of them both. How's it going, Connor? Zoe glanced into the room, knowing Luke was watching her as she did. The object of her attention, however, didn't appear to notice either of them. He was sitting at the table, laptop open, engrossed in the screen. His glasses were on, and he wore one of his standard plaid shirts. His cell phone poked out of the breast pocket. He looked studious, slightly nerdy, and fully intent on his work. Zoe wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the way Luke's face fell at his lack of reaction. Connor looked up at Rafe first.
Fine.
He glanced over at Luke, then Zoe, but didn't linger on either of them. It didn't seem faked either. Just the usual distracted Connor.
It's been kind of a busy morning over here.
No problem, Luke said. He set down his briefcase across from Connor at the conference table. Gritting her teeth, Zoe set her coffee cup down on the table in front of the seat next to Connor. She sat down, willing Luke not to say anything embarrassing. Connor typed and clicked for a moment on his computer, then looked up again, this time focusing on Zoe.
No more sling?
He said. She shook her head. Just the cast.
Good.
Connor typed something else. It was exactly what he normally did at meetings. He was polite, friendly, spent most of the time studying numbers and reviewing documents, but didn't volunteer much. Zoe's heart dropped a little at his response, or lack thereof. Had she completely misjudged him? Overstated the moment? Not that she wanted him to blow their cover and do something embarrassing, but she'd expected something more than, well, nothing. Had she so badly overestimated the intensity of their connection? Mason came into the room and started talking to Luke and Rafe, both of whom moved a few feet away from the table, leaving Zoe and Connor behind. And then it happened. His eyes went straight to her lips. The movement was so quick, she might have missed it had she not been watching so closely. But of course, she was watching. And he was definitely looking. The recognition slid all the way down her spine, sent her skin prickling, and started a slow burn between her thighs.
You have plans tonight?
He asked quietly while still staring at his computer. Her heart skipped. No.
Good.
He gave a short nod.
The ladies have their regular bridge night at 7. They'd like to meet you.
She blinked. Casually, she forced herself to open her bag and take out her phone. With a quick swipe, she unlocked it and pretended to look at her email. That sounds good. Her palms began to sweat.
Can you make the 5:30 ferry to Sausalito?
She'd have to skip lunch, cancel a conference call, and take home a few extra files from the office that night. No problem. He nodded but did not look up. The meeting started a few minutes later. Zoe didn't hear a word that was said. Connor buttoned his wool coat against the chilly evening air. He'd left work just before 5 to walk over to the ferry terminal and get tickets for himself and Zoe. He'd considered driving them over, but given that it would be rush hour, they could easily spend over an hour sitting in traffic on the Golden Gate Bridge. The ferry would be quicker and would allow them to have a drink on the way over. He hadn't been sure how she would respond to his invitation. After all, he hadn't called or texted her after their night at Temptation, and at the meeting he'd been prepared for anything from her throwing coffee in his face to a swift but polite rejection. Of course, he hadn't contacted her because, frankly, he had no idea what he would say. Hey, sorry for what happened last night? That wasn't right. He wasn't sorry. It had been the best damn night of his life, and he wasn't apologizing for that.
Last night was amazing. I knew we said it wouldn't happen again, but is there any chance we can finish what we started?
That was the more honest response, but also absolutely impossible. It was one thing to give in to temptation and kiss her. It would be an entirely different thing to sleep with her. His romantic interactions with women always ended in disaster, and the last thing he wanted was to screw things up with Zoe. Even if it had been incredible. Even if he was itching to touch her right now, logic and reason be damned. So he hadn't said anything at all and had spent the past 2 days wondering when he was going to get a text from her saying, "I've been thinking about it and we should call off the whole deal. Given the circumstances, it's probably best we don't see each other again outside work." That, of course, was what he should have said. That would have been the smartest move of all. But he hadn't said it, and neither had she. As far as he knew, she was still in. For bridge, he reminded himself, not sex. Bridge. They'd been clear with each other that they couldn't repeat the mistake of Tuesday night. The question was how exactly he was going to manage that, now that he knew what it felt like to touch her, and now that he'd experienced the explosive chemistry between them. That kiss. He couldn't stop thinking about that kiss. With Zoe, there was none of that awkward first kiss moment, none of the time you had to spend getting to know what the other person wanted or expected. Nope. With Zoe, it had been incredible right from the start. It was as if they had done this 1,000,000 times before, and it was just a matter of letting their bodies pick up where they'd left off. But there could be no more thought of kissing. Tonight was about bridge. The ferry building was a short walk from the Levent Capital offices. During the summer, the main terminal building was packed with tourists and fair-weather riders, making their way back and forth from the downtown area to Oakland and Sausalito. Now, in early November, with the holiday tourist season not yet begun and the beautiful fall weather gone, it was mainly the regulars who used the ferry for their daily commute. Everyone wore thick winter coats to stave off the inevitable wind and fog. Connor was waiting next to the ferry ticket shop when he saw her walk in. She wore a long black coat belted tightly around the waist and had traded the strappy shoes she'd been wearing at their meeting for a pair of absurdly sexy high-heeled leather boots. A soft-looking hat tumbled to one side, covering her head and ears. Her lips, full and glossy, in some shade of lipstick that made him think of late summer cherries, hit him from across the room, just like they had when she'd walked into the conference room earlier that day. He wanted to kiss her. No, he needed to kiss her. But he was absolutely, positively not going to kiss her. He watched her walk toward him, fighting to conceal the desire in his gaze. He could tell the moment she recognized him. She straightened and nodded in greeting, neutral and friendly. But as the weight of his stare reached her across the room, her entire gait changed. Her lips softened. Her eyes filled with anticipation. And then he knew. She wanted this. She wanted him. No matter what they had said, whatever was happening between them hadn't ended that night at Temptation. It had only just begun. She stopped in front of him. Her eyes were hungry as they flicked across his face and body. Her tongue darted out and slid across her bottom lip. "Connor?"
"Zoe?"
He didn't reach out, didn't touch her. No matter that his entire body had gone rigid the moment he saw her. "I have one question to ask you," she said.
"A question?"
His brows drew together in surprise.
"Okay, go ahead."
She leaned forward slightly and took a hold of his lapel. "Were you looking at my lips today?"
"Fuck, Zoe,"
he muttered.
"You know I was."
Helplessly, he circled her waist with his hands. Her heels brought her height closer to his, and he drew her into his arms. She held on tight, tugging his coat until their bodies were touching. His nerves went into overdrive at the feeling of her snuggled against him. He'd never experienced this kind of need before. It was primitive, primal. "Were you thinking about this?" she asked. "Were you thinking about kissing me?"
"I haven't stopped."
He took control then, accepting the invitation she had extended to drag his lips across hers. Her flesh was sweet spice, hot and needy. He explored her lips, caressed them, then sought entry, tracing the seam with his tongue before plunging inside. Heat pulsed through every inch of his body. There were people all around them. It was rush hour, and the chance that they'd be recognized was too high to contemplate. Yet that knowledge did little to dampen the need that had been unleashed. They consumed each other, breathtaking desire slamming into him like a runaway train. His world was her lips, his universe, her body. He didn't know which of them pulled away, but when their lips parted, reluctantly, he traced a hand down the side of her jaw. Need still gripped him, and he had to fight to loosen his hold. Her eyes were liquid, pupils dilated. She clung to him like she might topple over.
Zoe,
She stopped whatever he might have started to say, slapping her open palm lightly on his chest.
"We aren't talking about this,"
she said fiercely.
"Don't you dare talk about it."
"But
I mean it. Talk to me about bridge. Tell me about whiskey and motorcycles, but don't you dare talk about this."
She gestured back and forth between them.
"Whatever this is."
He lowered his mouth to cover hers and nipped lightly at her lower lip.
"Can I tell you what I want to do right now?"
he whispered.
"Can I tell you something that has nothing to do with bridge or whiskey, but could involve my bike?"
Her eyelids fluttered, and she gripped the lapel of his coat.
"Not if you want me to stay upright,"
she said. He chuckled softly, the desire in her eyes headier than any drug could be.
"What makes you think that's what I want?"
A tiny groan escaped her, and she tugged at his coat.
"This is madness,"
she said as his lips claimed hers again. No more perfect words had ever been said. The ferry ride lasted about 30 minutes. Despite the cold wind and foggy night air, they made their way to the upper deck of the boat. Zoe was glad she had grabbed her hat that morning and found herself a loose coat that could slip over her cast. The boat launched just after sunset, and as they sailed over the water, the twilight turned to night, until she could barely tell where the dark ocean water turned to sky. Connor produced a flask and instructed her to take a sip. She did, finding a whiskey that was smooth and peaty, with a deep, rich taste she now recognized as Scotch. "Should I ask what I'm drinking?" She handed him back the flask and watched as he took a drink, staring helplessly at his lips. Had she ever felt so wanton? So needy?
"It's a single malt, one of my favorites."
He named a brand she didn't know, and she realized she had more work to do. He handed her back the flask, then leaned forward on the deck rail to contemplate the approaching lights of the Sausalito harbor. "When did you start drinking whiskey?" she asked, unscrewing the top to take another sip. The alcohol warmed her from the inside out, taking the edge off the chill of the wind. He turned and leaned his back against the rail.
"I tried wine first. The science of it appealed to me, trying to figure out which wines would match which foods. But I never really enjoyed it the way that other people did. Then, a few years ago, Mason took us to a craft distillery. It was the first time I'd done a tasting. Somehow, once they laid out all the flavors in front of me, I realized the potential of it."
He spread out his hands in a gesture of helplessness.
"I fell in love."
She giggled.
"I had no idea alcohol could be so romantic."
His mouth quirked.
"I have 20 different whiskeys at home now. It's ridiculous."
"You'll have to show me sometime."
Even in the dark, she could see his eyes gleam.
"That can be arranged."
She took a deep breath at the thought, fearing that she might go boneless the way she had in the ferry terminal. "So what's the plan for tonight? How did you convince them to meet with me?"
To be honest, it wasn't as hard as I thought, he said. I called my mother, told her that I knew a really smart lawyer who had a habit of counting cards and wanted to learn to play bridge. She asked if you'd take it seriously.
And what did you say?
He laughed. I said, in the 3 years that I've known her, there's one thing about Zoe that has never changed. She's the most competitive person I've ever met. If she's playing to win.
She acknowledged the truth of his statement with a slight incline to her head.
I see. And she liked that?
Apparently.
He shrugged.
I don't know how the others felt, but she called me back last night and said they wanted to meet you.
So here we are.
We're meeting them at my mother's house at 7. That should give us time to get something to eat first. We can talk basketball if you'd like.
She gave a short laugh.
I can see the next couple of weeks are going to test me.
I think you're up for it.
I'm up for anything you can dish out,
she said with a naughty grin. He groaned and reached for her, and the darkness of the night cloaked them. Chapter 14. Zoe had just finished touching up her lipstick when the car stopped in front of a small house. They thanked the driver and stepped out into the driveway. Connor stopped.
Remember,
he said,
they're a little intense, but they mean well.
She shifted her weight, trying to get a look into the house, but the windows were all blocked by curtains. Bright lights lit the porch, which was cluttered with boxes and debris.
You're sure you want to do this?
She asked. Surprisingly, her heart was starting to race with a wave of nerves.
They might not like me. Things could go badly if your mother suspects the truth.
I'm sure,
he said. He'd grown increasingly serious as they'd neared the house. Over dinner, by mutual unspoken agreement, they'd stuck to neutral subjects like sports and the special magic South Cycle had that made their bike so special. They hadn't touched since they'd left the boat. It felt necessary to preserve whatever sanity they had left. As they approached the front door, they made their way past stacks of equipment and boxes that had Zoe itching to investigate. Had she been with anyone other than Connor? Or had she not read more this week about the importance of his mother's previous research? She might not have taken his concern all that seriously. After all, what rational adult tried to build a cold fusion reactor in their garage? But this was Connor, the smartest person she'd ever met, and his mother, who had been a force in energy research for over 4 decades. A nuclear reactor didn't seem all that impossible. When they got to the front door, a voice called out from overhead, startling Zoe. "Please identify yourself."
Mom.
Connor sighed deeply and gave Zoe a "see, I told you so" look.
It's Connor.
He moved Zoe more toward the middle of the doorway and waved toward the top of the doorframe.
And this is my friend Zoe.
She shot him a questioning look. If there was a camera, why did he have to say his name? Didn't his mother recognize him? Filing the question away for later, her eyes found the tiny spot Connor had gestured toward, and she waved. "Zoe Riva." The door opened a moment later. The woman who greeted them did not, in fact, resemble Christopher Lloyd. Instead, she looked more like an older Katharine Hepburn, with a cloud of thick white hair loose around her shoulders and a patrician, almost regal beauty. She wore a silk top and pants in earth tones that perfectly suited her lean frame. After giving Connor a quick hug and a kiss, she turned to Zoe. She cocked her head to the side, and Zoe felt herself being thoroughly analyzed. As she fought the urge to cringe under the fierce regard, the sheer folly of trying to trick this woman overwhelmed her. "Letitia Ashton," she finally said, extending her hand. Zoe considered dropping into a curtsy, but that seemed a bit much. Instead, she gave a quick professional shake and smiled.
Zoe Riva, nice to meet you.
Come inside, Letitia gestured. The alarm is on a timer. The reason for Connor's subterfuge was becoming clearer by the moment. Letitia Ashton was not fooling around with her security. This wasn't some sweet grandma who needed someone to pop in and check on her safety. This was a woman who would use her considerable brain power to ensure no one had any idea what she was doing. They followed her down a short hallway into the open kitchen. The room was bright and modern, with white cabinets, splashy white counters flecked with spots of color, and an aqua glass tile backsplash. 3 other women crowded around a circular table on the other side of the room, and they approached as Zoe entered the room. "Ladies, this is Zoe," Letitia announced. Zoe noticed that Connor hung back behind them. This was clearly a woman's space. "Welcome, Zoe, I'm Minnie." A tiny black-haired woman extended her hand first. She pumped Zoe's hand once in a surprisingly strong grip before dropping it. Zoe tried to remember what she'd heard about each woman. Minnie, if she remembered correctly, rode a scooter and did yoga. The next woman who stepped forward had a mischievous smile that seemed to promise trouble. Long pendants hung around her neck, while turquoise adorned her fingers and ears.
Clara, lovely to meet you.
The last woman to introduce herself was round and soft, with sweetly curled white hair framing roomy blue eyes. Her carriage was slightly bent, and she moved slowly but deliberately. She took Zoe's hand between both of hers and squeezed gently.
"I'm Shirley. It's so kind of you to offer to sit in for me."
"Oh, I don't know about that," Zoe said, struck by a moment of pure guilt at the very thought of spying on these women.
"I haven't played for a long time. You're the ones doing me a favor."
Letitia pinned her with another one of those long, measuring looks. "Connor mentioned that you were one of his lawyers. Why would you want to play cards with a bunch of old biddies? Shouldn't you be out on the town instead?" Zoe sucked in a breath at the directness of the query. Apparently, they were skipping right past the small talk and going for the full cross-exam.
"Never been much of a party girl,"
Zoe said. She held up her briefcase, which contained the extra files she still had to review later that night.
"This is my usual nightlife."
"Oh, dear."
Shirley, who had continued to hold her hand, gave it another squeeze.
"That's not a good idea, sweetie. Too much work isn't good for a young person like you."
Zoe smiled.
"I think I'll survive. Anyway, I heard you all were scientists, and I couldn't resist the chance to meet you. Especially you, Ms. Ashton."
"Please," she interrupted graciously. "Call me Letitia." "Why would a lawyer be interested in her?" Minnie asked, directing her head toward Letitia, her dark gray eyes snapping with curiosity.
"I work in patent law," Zoe said, "but I also have a degree in engineering. Part of my job is being able to understand and describe my clients' work. I've got a few clients that have patents in the battery storage field, and they all build on Letitia's work. She's a bit of a legend, you know."
"Don't encourage her," Clara said. "Her head is big enough as it is."
"Can you tell me more about your work?" Zoe asked Clara. "I always loved physics. Isn't that your field as well?"
Clara snorted. "Used to be. We're all retired now, except for dear Letitia, who can't stop puttering around in her garage." Letitia sniffed. "I'm fairly sure I don't putter." "You're almost 70, a woman, and retired," Minnie observed archly. "What else would you be doing?" Clara rolled her eyes. "Ignore them," she said to Zoe. "Minnie likes to yank Letitia's chain." "It's just so easy," Minnie said. "But Zoe, tell me, are you really prepared to spend all your free time with a bunch of geriatric physicists?" Geriatric physicist grannies, Shirley corrected. Except for Letitia, of course. She's our holdout.
Don't look at me, Letitia said. It's his fault. She indicated over her shoulder in Connor's direction, and the three other women all turned to look at him. Poor thing really needs to get out more, Clara said in a stage whisper. Shirley sighed.
We tried to set him up with my niece Becca. Unfortunately, he forgot their date and left her waiting for an hour. Never answers his phone, you know.
Connor made a strangled sound.
And you remember that young woman from my old lab at Stanford? Minnie asked.
Oh, she had it bad, Clara said. All four of them nodded sympathetically. Scared him off, I think. He gets nervous when they start expecting things from him. I'm standing right here, Connor said. Honestly, ladies. His disgruntled look made Zoe laugh out loud, which drew the attention of the group.
Do you have a nice young man?
Shirley asked her. Clara gave her hips a waggle. Let's hope not. Last time I checked, Cheryl, the nice ones aren't much fun.
How would you know? Minnie asked. You haven't dated a nice one for years.
Tried decades, Letitia put in. This might have been a bad idea, Connor said to Zoe. I'm not sure I should leave you alone with them.
You know, that sounds like a great idea,
Minnie said. She turned to Clara.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Clara glanced at Letitia. Letty? They exchanged some kind of silent code, then turned on Shirley. She nodded, and they all circled around to Connor. All right, son, it's time for you to go, Letitia said. She walked over and turned him by the shoulders toward the door. I was actually planning to hang out while you play, Connor said. No reason for that, Letitia replied as she moved him down the hall. It could be a couple of hours, and you know this is our ladies' night.
Yes, sorry, Connor, Shirley called. Ladies only, you know.
He started to object again, but Letitia turned him back around to face the door. No offense, dear. We can't have you hanging around and ruining the mood. Zoe? Connor said over his shoulder. You sure you don't want me to wait? I can go hang out at a bar or something. You're very sweet, Clara called back. But she seems quite ready to tackle this one on her own. Laughter bubbled up inside Zoe. I think the ladies are right, she said. You go ahead. I can get an Uber back. Minnie nodded approvingly. Shirley gave her hand a squeeze, and Zoe had the feeling she'd just passed her first test. Connor may have set her up for Mission Impossible, but right now, it was hard to object. Letitia and her friends were smart, funny, and utterly shameless. Within about 20 minutes, they knew most of Zoe's life story. How sheltered her childhood had been, how determined her mother was to see her married, her engagement, and her family's disappointment when she called it off to go to college. She left out the rest of the story about Daniel, but the GPGs, a nickname they'd adopted with pride, seemed to sense that there was more to her estrangement from her parents than a broken engagement. Still, they didn't press her for details, seeming to realize there were some lines she wasn't ready to cross. Unfortunately, she couldn't really begin to start spying on Letitia when the group had her scrambling to keep up with their own rapid-fire interrogation and bridge instruction. After spending some time testing her skills at the game, they proclaimed her wholly inadequate, but coachable enough to be useful. They outlined a rigorous training schedule that would take up most of the next 2 weekends and several nights during the week. Her head spinning from the competitive play, Zoe called a car. She considered texting Connor and stopping by his place on her way, but since her proposal was due to Ames the next day and she still had a few files left to read before then, she decided she couldn't afford it.
Back at her apartment, she sank down onto her couch, exhaustion taking over her body. Even though she was recovering quickly, her head and wrists still ached occasionally, especially in the evening. Tonight, her wrist was more sore than usual from being out of the sling. Then the text arrived from Connor.
How did it go?
She sat up straight, pain forgotten. They didn't kick me out, so I guess that's good.
Where are you?
Her body, tired as it was, started to hum. Just got home?
Any chance you want company?
She couldn't help the smile that broke on her face. Connor Ashton, is this a booty call? There was a pause, and she stared impatiently at the phone, waiting for the next message to arrive. Damn it! Carrying on this way was one of the, if not the, most foolish things that she had ever done in her life. Zoe slumped back against the couch. This was crazy. What was she, 16 all of a sudden? Like she couldn't be attracted to a guy and not act on it? Of course, it was fun to pretend they could devour each other in private and yet maintain their distance in public. But that was nonsense, and they both knew it. And still, the thought kept coming back to her. Did she even care? Fooling around with Connor could be an even worse mistake than getting engaged. Yet somehow, she couldn't imagine staying away from him. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more overwhelming the whole thing became. The intensity of this desire, this need, was like nothing she'd ever felt before. The answer, then, was to not think. She was staring blindly at the phone when he texted again.
Do you want it to be?
She laughed out loud. Had there ever been a bigger contradiction than Connor? Plaid shirts by day and whiskey bars at night? A man who could kiss her senseless one moment but never expect more. Nothing sounded better than running straight to his place, but reality was too much to ignore. She needed to work and then to sleep, or she'd be a wreck. Reluctantly, she wrote, I've still got a lot to do tonight. Then her fingers continued of their own accord. How about tomorrow? Another pause. As the silence stretched out from his end, she began to doubt. Was he hurt that she didn't want to get together tonight? Having second thoughts about being with her? What if he already had a date for tomorrow? The thought sent a chill through her. This thing between them, whatever it was, felt so intense and powerful and yet fragile at the same time. She considered sending another text, tried to decide whether to play it hot or cold or something in between. Before she could do either, he responded.
Sorry, had to check my basketball schedule. My team has a game tomorrow at 6. My place at 9? I have one more whiskey I want you to try.
She sighed with relief. Nibbling her bottom lip, she contemplated her reply, wondering if she was about to overstep her boundaries. Screw it, she muttered, and wrote, Can I come and watch your game? Maybe I'll pick up a little basketball lingo.
You know they're 10 years old, right?
I know. That's probably about my level.
Oh, they're way above your level.
She smiled and shook her head. Connor, can I come or not?
Yes, and yes.
Zoe's eyes widened. She sank down into the couch with a helpless laugh. Why exactly did she think she was in control of this whole thing? Really, did she have any idea who she was dealing with? As far as she could tell, nothing was as it had been in the past. Not anymore. Chapter 15. Connor tried to focus on his team as they warmed up and not watch the door of the gym. Usually when he came here, he would forget everything. It was one of the things he loved about coaching. But tonight, all he could think of was her. Touching her.
kissing her, taking her home tonight and making one of the worst decisions in his life for the best possible reason. At some point, they would have to talk about what they were doing, preferably before any permanent damage was done. Until then, he would live in this haze of anticipation. "Connor, do you want them to go outside and see how long it takes them to run to the Golden Gate and back? Or should they keep running the 3-man weave for the next hour or two?" He stared at the door, barely processing the question from Jamila, the team mom. "Either one sounds fine to me." She snorted and flipped her long curly hair over one shoulder before poking him in the ribs. "Any chance you want to tell me what's about to walk through those doors before I send the kids on a 10-mile run?" "What?" He blinked and turned around to stare at her. She raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms over her chest. His brain finally put the words together, and he gave her a sheepish grin as he realized what she'd said. "Oh, right, that's funny. I'm just a little distracted. Lots going on at work." "A little distracted?" she said, scanning his face with her dark eyes. At that moment, the door swung open and Zoe entered, and Connor couldn't help but stop to take her in. She wore snug black pants that ended just above her ankle, a silky button-down shirt, and her usual killer heels. Her hair was loose and thick. A long coat hung around her shoulders. Jamila looked at Zoe, then at Connor. She cleared her throat. "How about very distracted?" "Sure, very distracted," he said, still staring at Zoe, then turned and narrowed his gaze at Jamila. "Stop doing that." "Stop doing what?" she said innocently. "Making me say things." "Right." She gave him a quick salute. "You want to go say hello, Coach?" Zoe had spotted him from the doorway, and she gave a short wave. He waved back. Damn, she was hot. But he wasn't paying attention to that right now. He was ignoring the roaring in his ears and the thrumming in his body. Ignoring it. Seriously, he couldn't allow himself to get near her before the game. Not if he wanted to have any hope of thinking about anything other than her lips. "No," he said to Jamila. "I don't. I need to get us warmed up. Why don't you go over and introduce yourself and show her where to sit?" "Who is she?" "She's just a friend," Connor said. Jamila burst out laughing. "Friend my ass! Why is she here if you're just friends?" "She wants to learn about basketball." "So you brought her to one of our games?" Jamila slapped his shoulder. "That could be the worst excuse I've ever heard. And I'm a mom, so I've heard a lot." Another woman approached them from the sidelines. She was younger than Jamila with a round figure and an expansive smile. "Hey, Coach," she said, gesturing toward Zoe with a tilt to her head. "Who's the girl?" "Friend," Connor said. "And nice to see you, Neela. I thought Devin wasn't going to make it tonight. Didn't you say he'd hurt his ankle?" Neela sighed. "He refused to stay home. You know how he looks forward to your games." She shook one long manicured finger at him. "And don't try to distract me. When did your friends get so female?" "Never," Jamila said. She linked her arm through the other woman's. "Doesn't matter. You and I need to teach her all about basketball." "That sounds fun." Neela looked askance at Jamila. "She does know our boys aren't exactly a bunch of young Klay Thompsons, right?" "I'm not sure she knows who Klay Thompson is," Connor said. The women drew back in horror. "Oh, don't say that," Neela said. "I'm telling you," Connor stressed. "She has a lot to learn. You might want to start with the fact that there are 2 baskets and each team shoots on a different one." "This could be interesting," Neela said. "The most interesting thing," Jamila said, "is whether Coach Ashton is going to be able to call the plays tonight or if he's going to spend the night staring at his friend."
Connor turned his back and started to walk away.
"I'm going to pay attention to the game," he announced over his shoulder. "If you could restrain yourselves from harassing Zoe, that would be great."
Right. He heard them laugh and head toward the bleachers. Forcing himself to focus, he turned to the team and clapped his hands.
"All right, boys," he called. "Time to play."
"Bye, Zoe," Jamila waved as she steered her son toward their car. "Thanks for all the help," Zoe said, pulling her coat over her shoulders as they left the gym. "I never thought I would say this after a sporting event, but I had a great time." Jamila and Neela had provided nonstop commentary on the game, their kids, and the way Connor's butt looked in his track pants. They were irreverent and bawdy, and Zoe could tell they adored Connor, as did all the kids on the team. When he pulled them aside, they gazed at him like he knew all the secrets of the universe. When he praised them, their faces glowed with pleasure. After the game, Connor had circulated around to each of the families, making sure he said goodbye to everyone as they made their way to their cars. Jamila laughed out loud.
"Honey, I'm not sure you can call this a sporting event. But I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. We'll take you to a real game sometime and show you what it looks like when the players make their shots."
She gave Connor a noticeable wink as she waved goodbye.
"See you later, Coach."
Connor waved back, then turned to Zoe.
"You drive tonight?"
He had a large mesh bag full of basketballs slung over one shoulder and his gym bag in the other hand. She shook her head. Didn't want to deal with parking.
"Smart. You still up for a drink?"
His words, and all they suggested, settled in the space between them. Absolutely. Had there ever been any question?
"Good. I have a bottle from a distillery in Sonoma I think you'll like."
He touched her back and pointed in the direction of an old silver 4Runner. Zoe headed toward his car with a flutter in her stomach. Connor threw the bags into the back while Zoe walked around to the passenger side. "I would have picked you for a Tesla guy," she said as she stepped up into the passenger seat. The interior of the SUV was clean but definitely dated, and the engine rattled for a moment before it caught.
"I'm not big on replacing things that aren't broken. Besides, the more streamlined they make cars, the less I fit into them. This fits me and drives well. That's really all I need."
Like the 3 matching recliners in his apartment, she thought. He didn't care about splashy designs or expensive leather. Connor's world was functional first. The South Cycle, she realized, was something entirely different. Impractical and illogical. It was a draw she needed to understand if she was going to win the account.
"I hope Jamila and Neela didn't talk your ear off,"
he said. "Of course they did." She smiled. "They love you. So do the kids. You're a great coach."
"I don't know about great, but at least they don't complain about me to the management."
They pulled out of the parking lot onto the street as headlights flashed from oncoming cars.
"When I started coaching, I was horrible. I kept trying to explain things to the kids over and over again, and they would look at me like I had 3 heads. And then they'd screw around or not want to work, and it would drive me nuts. Luckily, one of the moms from my first team pulled me aside and explained that kids aren't just like little adults."
"What do you mean?"
"You can't just explain things logically and yell at them and expect them to get it. You have to break down plays into steps, have them practice, and most of all figure out what works for each kid. Over the past few years, I've realized for most of them, logic isn't the most important thing. Once I figured that out, things went much better."
"The logic would have worked on you as a kid, I assume?" He shrugged.
"You've met Letitia. She's a scientist. Logic is what I got. I didn't really have much of a choice."
Zoe cocked her head and turned to look at him, but the dark made it hard to see his face clearly. "You think maybe that wasn't you?" He waved a hand dismissively.
Oh, I definitely respond to logic. There's no doubt about that.
And competition?
Yeah, that too.
He shot her a quick grin.
I guess we have that in common. Though really, you might have me beat there.
My chess coach would probably agree with you. In middle school, I spent hours memorizing games from my favorite grandmasters. No one in my family understood. My mom thought I was sick. I had to get my coach to convince her I was a normal kid, just a little obsessed with chess.
Connor shook his head. That's impressive. Memory is definitely not my thing.
I've heard that's a common complaint from some of your dates, Zoe said, then instantly regretted it. Somehow, that joke was a lot funnier when she wasn't one of those dates. He shot her a wry look.
Guilty. Though Mason once pointed out that my memory seemed to work perfectly well for things I wanted to remember.
Zoe tapped her temple. You know I'm filing all this away, right?
Oh, good point.
They shared slightly uncomfortable smiles before Connor continued.
Anyway, the funny thing is, if I wasn't so tall and the coaches hadn't recruited me so hard, I probably wouldn't have ended up playing sports at all. As it was, my mother never really understood why I played. Why would you put all that time and effort into chasing a ball around a court, she'd ask me. Why take it so seriously?
Well, whatever you're doing, the kids certainly appreciate it. You're really good out there, you know? You take it seriously, but never yell at them. You probably don't realize how they look at you. Like you're their hero.
Now that is ridiculous,
he said.
So tell me, did you learn anything about the game?
Oh, tons. She rattled off some of the information she'd gotten from Jamila. Connor listened to it all, pointing out crucial differences between basketball played by 10-year-olds and pros, then cocked his head as if remembering something.
Didn't you turn in that proposal to Ames today?
A small flush of pleasure warmed her cheeks. It was stupid, but it was nice to have someone other than Luke and Rafe care enough to ask about her work. Yeah, but that was the easy part. Just resumes and marketing stuff.
What happens now?
It's really up to him. We just wait. He'll probably look over the proposals and interview a couple of teams. They rode the elevator to Connor's apartment. Inside, he dropped his bags by the front door and walked past the kitchen into the living area. Zoe stopped a few feet behind him. She swallowed, the butterflies in her stomach doing somersaults. So, you had another whiskey you wanted me to try? He ran his fingers through his hair. He took off his glasses and rubbed at a spot between his brows.
I think we better talk about this.
She couldn't help but sigh. Not talking about it would have been much easier. That would be very mature of us.
We both know this isn't a good idea, he said. We do work together, but more than that, we're friends. I have pretty much managed to piss off every woman I've ever dated. I'm sort of an asshole when it comes to this kind of thing. And I don't want to be an asshole when it comes to you.
I would also prefer that you are not an asshole, Zoe murmured.
It doesn't seem to be something I can control. Relationships, life outside work, social events, these things aren't my priority. They never will be.
I can see how that would make dating difficult for you.
Exactly.
He spread his hands in a gesture of hopelessness.
That's why this definitely can't go any further than it already has.
Of course. For some reason, she couldn't begin to guess why based on what he was saying. She took a step toward him anyway. Besides that, I should probably inform you that California recently passed a rule prohibiting sexual relations between a lawyer and her client. He drew back in surprise.
Wait, you could get in trouble for this? I hadn't even considered that.
She looked down at her nails. I actually investigated it a couple of nights ago. And there may be an exception that applies to this particular situation. Would you say that you supervise, direct, or regularly consult with me?" He cocked his head.
Really?
"Really, it's actually very important." He considered the question.
Honestly, no. I mean, I occasionally consult with you, but not regularly. You know, Nate directs all the lawyerly stuff. I'm just the tech guy.
She gave him a tiny smile. That had been her conclusion as well. She didn't work closely with Connor, and the professional rules did recognize that there was a difference when the client was a business rather than an individual. "Then I'd have to say it's still an absolutely terrible idea, but probably unlikely that I'd get disbarred." This had been a big relief to realize. She'd drilled down on the rules after their first kiss in the hopes of locating an exception that might apply, and had been relieved to find one. She still didn't like the situation. Clients and lawyers definitely shouldn't get involved, especially given the close relationship her firm had with Levend. But at least she could tell herself that she wasn't going to get written up for an ethics violation.
Zoe, if there's any chance that this would negatively impact your job, seriously, I couldn't live with myself.
Her feet took her another step closer to him, as much as she tried to make them stay still. "People think lawyers enforce rules, but that's not right. What we really do is manage risk. And this risk is mine to take, not yours." Because, of course, it could affect her job. Levend was the boss. Her firm worked for them. She couldn't lie about that, not even to herself. But logic didn't seem to matter right now. Sensibility had gone out the window after that first kiss. "It's not like I'm such a prize anyway," she said. "This probably isn't news to you, but I work too much. I can't keep a houseplant alive, and when I'm stressed, I'm about as sweet and friendly as a pissed-off ferret. And you know right now I've got my hands full with this Ames thing. My first priority is my job. I hope you understand that." Connor inclined his head in a gesture of acceptance. The heat in the room seemed to rise a few degrees with every passing moment.
You can't imagine how awkward it would be if Nate or Mason ever found out about this. Even worse if it affects the group. The nights we go out to the Aspen are one of the few nights I actually look forward to. It would be absurd to even consider messing that up.
She nodded, realizing the same was true for her as well. "You're absolutely right." Was it her imagination, or had the distance between them almost completely disappeared? "And if you think it would be awkward with your friends, just imagine how much hell Luke would give me. I'd never hear the end of it." Like a cord tugging, pulling them together, they continued to move until they were only inches apart. Zoe's breath caught in her throat. "If we're so sure this is a rotten idea, why am I here?"
Damned if I know.
Connor touched the side of her face.
There are 1,000 reasons this can never happen.
"And?" she asked, tipping her face toward his.
I can't remember a single one.
He leaned forward and kissed her, sending that shock of electricity she now knew to expect any time he touched her. She melted against him, and he claimed her lips. They devoured each other like they had been separated for ages, the kiss spilling over with unabashed need. Rising heat seared her skin as their mouths became a proxy for what their bodies demanded, bringing them together with desire so intense it made her shudder. Connor nibbled her lower lip and trailed kisses down her neck, leaving everything he touched burning. Hands trailed down her sides, pulled her shirt from her pants. He slid his palm to the bare skin of her waist, and a moan escaped her. She arched against him, exposing the skin of her neck to his touch. When she felt his hand on the underside of her breast, Her hips moved against him.
Fuck, Zoe.
With a groan, he grabbed her butt and pulled her tight. She looped her arms around his neck and shifted her stance, going on her tiptoes to feel his body from chest to thigh, a hard line of muscle against her softness. With effortless strength, he picked her up, and her legs circled his waist. She had never experienced a passion like this before, their desires so perfectly matched and so utterly overwhelming. His face buried in the curve of her neck. He sucked on the soft skin as he walked her down a short hall to his bedroom.
Are you sure?
He spoke as he lowered her to her feet. She ran her fingers through the hair at the nape of his neck and tugged him closer.
Oh, hell yes.
She kissed him again, showed him just how much she wanted him with her lips and tongue. Then she pulled away and jerked her shirt over her head, pausing only to thread her cast out of the narrow armhole. He devoured her with his eyes before dragging his thumbs over her nipples through the lace of her bra. The touch made her gasp, the ruched points already erect with pleasure, now hardening even further.
"This is just sex," she panted. "That's all."
Sounds good to me.
Deftly, he unhooked her bra and cupped her naked flesh, stroking her nipples again. Her head fell back, her joints turning loose and liquid. He repeated the gesture, replacing his fingers with his mouth, laving each peak with his tongue before closing his lips around one and giving her a gentle bite. A soft moan escaped her lips. She pulled away long enough to slip out of her shoes and pants while he stripped off his own clothes. Then he picked her up again and spun her around, depositing her on the tall wooden bed.
This is crazy,
he breathed against her, pausing for a moment to brush his lips across the tender skin of her stomach.
"Insane,"
she agreed, running her hands along the corded muscles of his back. He spent endless, aching moments torturing her nipples, sucking and biting as she moved underneath him, feeling his hard length at her thigh. Then he moved his face lower, his breath warm against the mound still covered by the thin silk of her panties. She bucked against him, tangling her good hand in his hair, urging him on. He looped his fingers under the soft material and dragged it down the length of her legs, kissing and licking everything in between, his tongue leaving a hot trail on the delicate skin and a damp heat building at the apex of her thighs.
"That's so good,"
she whimpered, no longer in control of her vocal cords. He grounded himself between her thighs, blowing a soft breath into her dark curls. She parted her legs to give him room, her free hand clenching the sheets above her head. When his tongue traced an exquisite line on her flesh, she jerked at the pleasure, moaning deep in her throat. He drove her to the edge of madness, licking and sucking until she was ready to explode.
"I need you,"
she breathed, touching his hair and coming up on her elbows.
"I want to come with you inside me."
Her words provoked a fresh groan, and he rose to deliver a hard, needy kiss. The taste of her own arousal on his lips sent a wave of sensation surging through Zoe's body. He broke their contact just long enough to grab a foil packet from the top drawer of his dresser before returning. She took the condom, wanting to feel his flesh under her fingers before putting it on. He paused, standing beside the bed as she held him, stroking his hard length until she felt a drop of fluid on the tip. He groaned as she licked it off, then circled the head with her tongue.
Fuck.
His voice was tight as his fingers tangled in her hair.
That's so damn hot.
She teased him with her mouth, taking him in deeply, feeling her own need rise as he grew even harder. Then she opened the condom and rolled it on. After one last caress, she moved her back higher on the bed so he could roll on top of her. Yes, she exhaled in a long, deep breath as he entered her. His tall body held still above her, his arms on either side of her shoulders. She arched her back to offer her breasts to his touch, and he responded with a sweet, aching tug on each nipple. When he finally began to move, she wrapped her legs around him and held on tight. Every thrust brought her closer to her peak, and she ground against him, seeking the fiery release that her body craved. Connor bent forward to kiss her neck, breathed into the flesh, and paused.
"Come for me," he whispered. "I want to feel you, Zoe."
She needed no further urging, sliding her body against him and tightening her core. With a cry of pure pleasure, she exploded and then felt him do the same, releasing into her with a deep, throaty groan. Chapter 16. When Zoe woke, the sun was streaming into the room. A glass of water sat beside the bed. She sat up and took a grateful drink. Jesus, they'd really done it. She looked around the room that she admittedly hadn't seen much of the night before. Unsurprisingly, given that this was Connor, the furniture was oversized, simple, and functional. But in the light of day, it was clear that no furniture could compete with the view from his bedroom window, which looked out over the San Francisco Bay.
"I guess money is good for something,"
she murmured, rising to take in the view of the water off in the distance.
"I swear to God, you are going to kill me."
Connor's voice came from the doorway, deep and amused, but with a hint of a growl. Zoe turned, realized that she was naked, and blushed. "I should probably tell you I can be a bit of an exhibitionist," she said, "as well as being a little bit loud. In bed, I mean. But you already knew that part." In a few seconds, she was on her back, a face rough with stubble tracing the curve of her belly.
"I think that might be the greatest thing I've ever heard,"
he murmured. The next time she got up, the sun was considerably higher in the sky, and her muscles were loose, her every need satiated. Connor was lying prone next to her, chest rising and falling in an easy rhythm.
"What happens today?"
he asked, his eyes closed. "Today, I play bridge," she said.
"Anything else?"
She patted his chest. "More of this?" she said hopefully.
"I like the sound of that."
He caught her hand.
"But first, I have to explain something."
She flopped onto her back next to him. "Seriously?" she said, sighing loudly. "Are we having this conversation again?"
"I just want to make sure you understand this," he said. "I'm completely unreliable. I get engaged in a project and I forget everything. I miss dates and I don't even have a reason why. I don't particularly like being social. I get antsy when people expect me to show up places. I am not relationship material and I never will be."
She rolled her eyes. "This is not news to me. I have known you for years, Connor. You're kind of legendary." He rolled onto his elbow and looked down at her.
"I'm serious, Zoe. It took me a while to figure it out, but I'm just not meant to be attached to another person. Not in a way that matters."
Zoe studied him. "Why are you telling me this?"
"Because you deserve better than that."
"And the other women you've dated don't?" He winced.
"I guess if I'm going to be an asshole to someone, I prefer it's not someone I care about."
"Yeah? And I generally prefer not to be screwed over by a friend, but—"
"So obviously this can't happen again."
He cut in. She shook her head. "Is there any chance you can assume that I know enough not to expect more from you? That maybe I understood how you work well before this all started? Look, we've obviously got some kind of fierce chemistry between us that needs to be worked out. I say we assume we're both adults who know how to handle ourselves and go with it. Screw ourselves into submission."
He made a strangled sound. "That's never going to work."
"Why not? Because you're so irresistible?" She had to admit, he was rather overwhelming at that moment. A 6'4" sheet of muscle and fathomless gray-blue eyes. A chill seemed to settle on him, and he did not laugh in return.
"Because people don't change."
"Connor, we're just sleeping together," she said softly. "We're not dating. We're not in a relationship, and we're not going to be. Neither of us wants to screw up our friendship or our working relationship. We have too much at stake to let this go wrong."
"Then you have to promise me something."
When she laughed at his serious tone, he scowled.
"I'm not kidding."
"Fine," she said, assuming a sober expression. "What am I promising exactly?"
"That you don't ever rely on me."
She wanted to laugh, but he was so stern she couldn't help but feel an answering chill.
"This has got to be a short-term thing,"
he continued, his gaze deep and intense.
"It can't go anywhere. And at the end, we have to be able to walk away as friends. I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen, Zoe, even if it means never touching you again."
She hauled herself to sitting and spun to face him on the bed. "I'm not arguing with you, Connor. I said it last night. This is just sex. That's all. I'm not looking for anything more."
"But you should."
She poked his shoulder with one finger, not liking the way his statement lodged somewhere inside her chest. "And you should know that I have limited patience with men telling me what to do. I'm done with this conversation." He gestured toward her bare breasts.
"Fine. Then you should know that I can't think straight when I see your nipples."
She rolled onto her stomach. "Is this better?" she asked, looking over her shoulder at him with a grin.
"Definitely not."
He sat up and ran his hands over her bottom.
"I mean, depends on how you define better."
Arranging himself behind her, he pulled her by the hips so that her backside was cradled against him. She hummed with pleasure.
"You are insatiable,"
he said, covering her back with his chest and nipping at her shoulder. She groaned and wiggled her butt against him. "I should probably have told you that, too."
"I can see I'm going to need all my athletic training to keep up with you."
He sat back on his heels and smacked her bare cheek.
"Now, how about you hold that thought for later tonight?"
"Fine." With an exaggerated sigh, she stood and wrapped the sheet around her like a toga. "Is this better? For talking, I mean."
"That works, except that you've got incredibly sexy ankles."
She dropped the sheet and moved toward the dresser. "I can't walk around like that anyway. Can I borrow something?"
"Top drawer."
She riffled through his clothes, finding impeccably folded t-shirts, boxers, and socks. "You fold your socks?"
"You don't?"
He lay in bed watching her. She turned toward him, still naked, and watched as he began to harden under her regard. "Now I'm going to be distracted." She pulled out a t-shirt for herself and tossed a pair of boxers at him. "Here, put these on. I need some coffee." She threw on the t-shirt and her panties and marched into the living room, where open blinds revealed bright sunshine and another spectacular view, this time of Grace Cathedral, its twin towers and central spire rising into the blue sky. Distracted from her pursuit of coffee, she walked over to the window to stare at it. Connor followed a minute behind her, padding into the kitchen on bare feet.
"I like the bay,"
he said,
"but this is my favorite view."
"It's beautiful," she said.
"Have you ever walked the labyrinth?"
he asked. She shook her head.
To be honest, I've never been inside.
Really?
He looked surprised.
It's just about my favorite place in the city.
She crossed her arms over her chest, suddenly feeling vulnerable. There were all sorts of famous San Francisco things she hadn't done because she felt silly doing them on her own. Never really had the time.
I'll take you there,
he said.
You'll love it.
He was so boyishly charming, she couldn't help but smile. I'd like that. She had to look away from him then, because the moment felt too warm, too emotional. Too much like what people would do if they were starting a relationship, which, of course, they had just established they were not doing. As if he felt the same, Connor cleared his throat and turned to a cabinet.
Just a little cream with your coffee, right?
She nodded and rubbed her arms. Forcing herself to turn away from the windows, she walked over to the kitchen island and sat on one of the stools. I have to be at your mom's place at 1. It's my first training session.
You sure you're still up for it now that you've met them?
Are you kidding? I mean, it remains a terrible plan. Your mother could probably think circles around me. You're nuts if you think I'm going to trick her into anything. But I can't imagine anything I'd rather do than hang out with them all weekend. Oddly enough, that was entirely true. Even though she barely knew them, in just one evening, the GPGs had made her feel more like a part of a family than she had for years. Shirley had fussed over her, Clara had given her terrible advice about men, and Minnie had asked her thoughtful questions about her work. The hardest one of the group to crack would clearly be Letitia, but even she had nodded approvingly by the end of the evening when Zoe made a decent bid over a hand of cards. A few minutes later, he handed her a steaming mug of coffee.
I feel a little guilty, like I tricked you into this.
She took a grateful sip before she responded. Don't be ridiculous. It wasn't like you made me sign an oath in blood or anything. I could have backed out if I wanted. Besides, you aren't getting off the hook for your part of the bargain. She waggled the fingers of her left hand, which were free, though her wrist was still encased in plaster. I'm two-handed now. Any chance I get a ride today on that south cycle of yours? Connor shook his head.
That does not count as two-handed. How are you supposed to hold the handlebar? I think we should wait until the cast is off.
What? She'd had a feeling he might say that, but she still manufactured a healthy sense of outrage. Seriously? But that will be weeks. Connor, I think I can manage to hold on while you drive.
Sorry,
he said.
But I've only had the bike a few days now. I'd like to get a little more experience riding it before I put your life at risk.
She coughed behind her hand. Chicken.
Oh, totally,
he agreed.
That bike accelerates like nothing you've ever known. I might very well pop an accidental wheelie and leave you by the side of the road.
I feel like the chance of that happening is pretty slim. If Connor rode the motorcycle the way he drove, cautiously, deliberately, carefully, she had nothing to worry about.
How about this?
He said.
Instead of the motorcycle, we go for a drive up to the Marin Headlands. No motorcycles, but we can talk sports the whole time.
Fine. But at some point, I'm getting on that bike. With or without you. Connor watched as Zoe slid into the passenger seat, back in her work clothes from the night before. The short wrist cast didn't slow her down too much, though it did occasionally get in her way when she wanted to do something that required two hands. She mostly just kept her left hand tucked up close to her waist. He figured after another day or two she'd forget she had it on completely, if she was anything like the kids he'd known. They'd decided to go to her apartment first so she could change before they headed to the Headlands, a beautiful recreation area on the hilly peninsula across from the Golden Gate Bridge. She crossed her feet at the ankles, exposing the high heels that she'd worn just about every time he'd ever seen her.
The high heels he now would associate with the hottest sex he'd ever had. He'd known Zoe was as independent as they came, determined not to show weakness or let anyone try to control her life. But of course, he hadn't known she was just as fierce in the bedroom, holding nothing back, telling him exactly what she liked and how she felt. When she came, he felt it all the way down to his toes. Already, there was a part of him wondering how long it would be before he screwed it up and did something stupid that he would regret later. She'd promised not to take this seriously, but underneath her bluster, Zoe's vulnerability was just as obvious as her strength. She deserved someone trustworthy, someone who would treat her like a queen. He wasn't that guy. Which didn't make it easier, but at least it made their path forward clear. This was a short-term fling, nothing more. "I don't mean to pry," she said as they settled into the drive. "But I wonder if there's anything more I should know about your mom. Some reason she's so secretive?" He stared at the road, unsure for a moment how to answer or what exactly he should say. "You don't have to tell me anything private," she said hastily. "Really?" "No, it's okay. It has to do with my dad, actually." "I've never heard you talk about him." "No. It's an old story, but it's probably best you hear it, so you understand my mother a little better." He adjusted his seatbelt, wishing he didn't hate talking about his father so much. Even 20 years later, recounting the story could still make him sick to his stomach. But since he'd managed to get Zoe tangled up in his somewhat complicated relationship with his mother, he figured he should tell her the whole thing. "My parents didn't actually meet until my mom was fairly established in her career, teaching physics at Iowa State. My dad was working at a private lab. He was a bit of a ladies' man, an athlete and a scientist, good-looking and outgoing. He basically swept my mother off her feet. She was pretty studious, and she knew she'd have to work harder than everyone else to make it in her field, so she'd basically resigned herself to not having a family. He teased her and made her laugh. I don't think anyone had ever done that before." He thought about the father he hadn't seen for years. Tall and handsome, always charming someone with his ready smile. He'd taught Connor to play basketball at an early age, but never had the patience to coach him, growing frustrated when his son didn't seem particularly gifted at the game. It had been wrenching every time he walked off the court and saw his father shake his head with disappointment. "My mother didn't get pregnant with me until she was 40, 5 years after they married, and I don't think my dad was happy about it. He wasn't really interested in being a father. He liked parties and traveling, things my mother never really loved. I'm honestly not sure why he got married in the first place. The only thing I can imagine is that he knew my mother had a great job and made decent money, and she loved him enough to support him." "That's awful." "That's just the start," he said, running his hand through his hair. They muddled their way through, as some couples do. I remember them fighting a lot. Dad always seemed restless, looking for excuses to go on business trips. Then when I was 10, my mom discovered that he was having an affair with his lab assistant. "Your poor mother." Zoe covered her mouth in horror. "How did she find out?" "The usual sorts of things started happening. He started coming home late, then his business trips went from a couple of days to a couple of weeks. She decided to surprise him at the airport one night and saw the two of them together, holding hands and kissing, that sort of thing. They didn't see her, so she came home and logged onto his computer and started going through his emails. That's when she realized that he'd not only been having an affair, he'd also been downloading a bunch of her research files. According to the emails he'd exchanged with his lab assistant, they were almost ready to pass it off in their lab as his." Zoe sucked in a breath. "What did she do?" "Well, she kicked him out, of course. Reset all the passwords on her accounts,
changed the locks, and made sure he couldn't get access to any more of her work. Luckily, the files he hadn't yet grabbed were essential, so he probably wouldn't have done too much damage if she'd stopped him there. But then someone let him into the house and he was able to get access to the missing files from her home computer. He stole the data he needed, sent it to his lab, and then headed for Mexico for a long vacation with his assistant. By the time they came back, he was a millionaire and my mother was barely hanging on to her job.
Someone let him in? Zoe gave him a long look from the other side of the car.
I just need to get a few things from the bedroom, Connor. Some pictures and clothes. I miss you like crazy, son. I need a picture to put on my desk.
The sound of the door to the office locking, the realization that he'd made a mistake. The sick feeling in his stomach when he'd had to tell his mother what he'd done.
Yeah, he used every trick in the book. By the time I admitted to my mother what I'd done, it was too late.
She couldn't have blamed you, Zoe said. You were 10. He was your father.
It hadn't mattered if she'd blamed him. He'd had to listen to her cry. He'd known when she started locking her office and looking over her shoulder when they pulled out of the garage as if someone might sneak in after them. How she'd changed. She walked away from all her research because she wasn't sure what he had and what he didn't. She started over, hired all new people, and life sort of went on. But she was never really the same after that. She put our whole house on lockdown, broke up the information she shared with people at work, even created her own biometric security system so no one could get into her files.
That sounds like a terrible way for a kid to grow up.
She was trying to protect me as much as herself, he said. She didn't want him to have a chance to use me again.
But that couldn't help but make it seem like it was your fault, Zoe pointed out. Which, of course, it wasn't.
He shook his head. She tried her best to make sure I didn't feel that way.
Did it work?
He didn't answer that question. Her hand found its way to his thigh, and she gave him a soft squeeze. You understand why she's like this now? He asked.
I do. And I understand why you don't want to let her down.
Connor grunted, the sick feeling rising in his chest. I would like to keep her from burning her house down or electrocuting herself. Whether it was my fault or not, I do owe her that much. As if sensing that he would not be dissuaded from this position, Zoe just gave his leg another squeeze.
I'm sure she appreciates what you're trying to do, even if she does treat her house like Fort Knox.
He executed a careful lane change. Anyway, that's the story. And now that we've got that out of the way, maybe we can focus on this gorgeous drive instead? A deep blue sky was dotted with high clouds, while the sun beamed down a welcome warmth to the chilly November day. The headlands aren't far from my mother's house. We can take a hike, and then I can drop you off.
You play basketball with the guys today?
She asked. He nodded, deliberately erasing the discussion of his father from his mind as he pulled in front of her apartment building. We play it too.
Sounds good. I'll change and come right back down.
He watched her run in front of the car, graceful as a gazelle on her 4-inch heels. With a groan, he brought his head to bang on the steering wheel as she disappeared into the building. This was not what he had planned. None of it. Not the attraction, not the best sex of his life, not the way she made him want to talk about emotional bullshit best left undisturbed.
We're just sleeping together. We're not dating. We're not in a relationship.
He repeated her words like a mantra. After a couple of weeks, they'd be over this crazy attraction and could go their separate ways without any hurt feelings. Zoe would learn everything she needed to compete for the Ames work. He'd find out everything he could about what his mother was doing. Before you knew it,
They'd be done with secrets and back to being friends. It could work. It had to work. Chapter 17. The problem with spending time with a human iceberg, Zoe reflected, was that the more you saw of their hidden underside, the more you liked them, and the more dangerous they became. They pulled up to Letitia's house just before 1, after walking around the Marin headlands for a couple of hours in the sunshine. Though Marin and Sausalito could be foggy even when the San Francisco peninsula was not, today they were equally beautiful, yielding gorgeous views of rolling green hillsides and the cool red sweep of the Golden Gate. Connor clearly didn't want to talk more about his father, and Zoe could understand why. She found talking about her own parents could consume more energy than running a marathon, without any reward at the end. But just the piece that he had shared explained so much, from the way Letitia protected her secrets to the way Connor wanted to protect her. "You have plans tonight?" Connor asked as he parked in Letitia's driveway. His question caught her off guard. She'd half expected him to come up with some reason they shouldn't be together again. To try to slow the whole thing down, or to stop it completely. Not that there was a whole thing, because there wasn't. She'd promised. This was just sex. "I think maybe some work event. Wait, let me check." Digging her phone from her purse, she scrolled to her calendar. "Yep, there's a schmooze fest downtown." He trailed his hand along her inner thigh, traveling slowly toward the top. "You should skip it." She sucked in a breath. There was a lot to be said for just sex. "Should I?" she managed to say. He continued his deliberate journey, stopping at the juncture of her thighs. There, he traced a delicate pattern. "You should." "They'll expect me to be there." "They'll get over it." She sighed with pleasure. "I could be convinced." He leaned over to whisper a wicked promise into her ear. It didn't take much convincing. "I'm there," she squeaked out, even as her bones began to melt into the seat. "Good." He removed his hand and unbuckled his seatbelt. She drew her brows together in pain as she watched him open the car door. "That was cruel," she called. "Consider it a promise." With a soft groan, she unbuckled her own seatbelt and followed him to the front door. Letitia opened it before they could even identify themselves, and Zoe had the sudden realization that there was probably a camera on the driveway. Thank goodness she hadn't begged Connor to finish what he'd started. "Don't worry," Connor said to his mother. "I'm not staying, just dropping off Zoe." "Don't you want to come in for a minute first?" Letitia looked back and forth between them with a slightly raised brow. "I'd love to, but I've got to get back for a basketball game." Connor turned his blue-gray gaze on Zoe, sparking warmth when she felt it land briefly on her lips. "You okay getting back on your own?" he asked. She nodded. "Totally." He shifted from one foot to the other, looking at her lips, then away, and then back again. Letitia glanced back and forth between them. "You two need a minute?" she asked. "I'll talk to you later," Connor said to Zoe, ignoring his mother. Zoe casually adjusted her purse on her shoulder. "Sounds good." After he left, Letitia ushered her into the house as the door swung shut. "Sorry to rush you, but the alarm is awfully loud." "Why is it on a timer?" Zoe asked. "I try to automate as much as possible," Letitia said. "This way I don't have to worry about someone leaving the door open and forgetting to lock it behind them. It also sets off an alarm if I'm ever incapacitated at the door. Of course, I can always override it, but I prefer not to." Zoe grimaced. "That's serious stuff. Do you worry about your safety?" Have there been break-ins in this area? She figured she would try to stay quiet about what she knew of Connor's father, while encouraging Letitia to talk about her past. With any luck, she might then give a little hint about what she was working on now. As spying went, it wasn't particularly clever, but it was a start.
Oh no, it's generally quite safe. But I say you can't be too careful. Not with the kind of work I do.
Before Zoe could follow up on that statement, they'd entered the kitchen, where the other 3 ladies were seated at the table. Clara was shuffling a deck of cards. "Nice to see you, Zoe." Minnie peered at her over a thick pair of reading glasses. "How was your drive?"
"Connor dropped her off," Letitia said to the table.
Zoe couldn't help but notice that Minnie and Clara exchanged a look over the top of Minnie's glasses at Letitia's statement about Connor.
"You should tell Connor that instead of going until 4 tonight, we're going to wrap up at 3, Clara said. She patted her hair. "I've got a date, so I'm saving my strength."
"Oh, that's no problem. I'm getting back on my own," Zoe said. "It will actually be good to have a little more time for work this afternoon. With my wrist like this, everything seems to take longer." She sat at the empty seat at the table and put her purse on the ground next to her. "How did you injure it?" Shirley asked. She had a white chiffon scarf over her hair, which looked freshly done, with tight white curls all over her head. Zoe cleared her throat, feeling the rush of embarrassment that had prevented her from telling the guys at work the truth. "Scooter accident?" "My goodness!" Shirley held her hand over her heart. "How awful! You know Minnie has a scooter." "You do?" Zoe raised her brows. "I'm not sure I'll ever get on one again, to be honest."
"Mine has 3 wheels, Minnie pointed out. "Not like those ones you see downtown."
"Maybe that's what I need." Letitia was studying her with an uncomfortably assessing gaze.
"You must have been the friend Connor mentioned had just injured herself last weekend. You were together when it happened?"
All 4 women leaned forward a few inches to hear the story. Zoe shifted in her seat. "It was just a coincidence, actually. He was running by and saw me go off the road. He insisted I go to the hospital, which at the time I wasn't inclined to do. Really, I was pretty lucky he was there."
"That is sweet."
Clara paused to clear her throat.
"You two seem very close. How long have you known each other?"
"About 3 years." Zoe felt 4 pairs of eyes drilling into her. "But we're just friends," she added, hoping to stave off further questions. Shirley patted her hand. "Of course you are, dear." "No, really," she said, though she could feel the heat stain her cheeks. "We work together, you know? I don't get involved with people from work." Clara leaned over the table toward her.
"You're a terrible liar," she said in a stage whisper. "We'll need to work on that if you're going to be any kind of bridge player."
"Leave her alone," Letitia said, sitting across from Zoe at the table.
"The children are entitled to their privacy."
She took a delicate sip from a glass of water.
"Now, let's talk about our bidding strategy."
"Okay." Though she appreciated the respite, Zoe had a strong suspicion that Letitia was fully prepared to return to the subject of Connor whenever she saw fit. "I have to admit that I haven't had a lot of time to study since we played on Thursday."
"Really?"
Clara picked up a deck of cards and began to shuffle. She sounded disappointed.
"If you're not serious about the game, you really ought to tell us so we can find someone else."
Minnie nodded. "Sorry, we do like you, but she's right." Zoe glanced around and saw all 4 heads nodding. Wow, okay. I was really busy getting a proposal in on Friday, but of course, I'll put in the time. I don't want to let you all down."
"What proposal?" Letitia asked as she began to deal the cards.
"I'm trying to land a new client."
Zoe was reminded that Connor had said the GPGs would want to help with her plan to get Ames. She didn't like the feeling that she was using the information to trick them, but she obviously did need to get them on her good side if she was going to stay on the team.
"His attitude toward women isn't the best, so it's a bit challenging."
Clara nodded in sympathy.
"We've all been there."
"That's for sure," Minnie agreed. She collected her hand and started to arrange the cards. "Do you have a plan?"
"I always have a plan."
Briefly, Zoe recounted the outline of her strategy to learn all about Ames's favorite subjects, leaving out the part about Connor being her teacher. Letitia looked particularly doubtful. "So you think because you can talk about sports and motorcycles, you're going to overcome years of sexism? I'm sorry, Zoe, but I'm not sure that's going to work."
"It can't hurt," Zoe said.
Shirley examined her cards thoughtfully.
"My son used to work for Tesla. He could probably give you more information about electric motors." "I'd love to talk to him."
"Didn't Connor want a motorcycle back in college?" Minnie asked Letitia. Letitia's mouth pinched tight. "He did."
"Really?"
Zoe said, calling up her best poker face as she picked up her own cards. "I convinced him it was a bad idea," Letitia said. "Those things are terribly dangerous, you know."
"So I've heard,"
Zoe said.
"Although you reduce the risks significantly just by wearing a helmet and not doing something stupid, like speeding or drinking before you drive."
She'd been practicing the South Cycle line of argument all week, and increasingly, she found herself believing it. "I don't see it," Letitia continued, moving a card from one side of her hand to the other. "Why anyone would ride one is beyond me."
"Maybe because some things don't make sense?"
Zoe saw for the first time the logical woman who wouldn't have understood her son's desire to play sports.
"Maybe sometimes you do something and you can't explain why. You just feel it."
Letitia lifted her eyes to meet Zoe's. The gray depths that reminded her so much of Connor had a hint of bleakness to them. "I guess I've never really understood that concept either."
"Things that don't follow rules, you mean?"
Letitia shook her head. "Irrational behavior. People who do stupid things. That's one thing I tried to teach Connor. When other people are involved, you have to be logical and think things through."
"Because relationships are so logical?"
Zoe said lightly. "Because if you don't think things through, people can get hurt. And he does try, you know." She gave Zoe a meaningful glance. "He makes mistakes sometimes, but he does try." Zoe wasn't sure if that was a warning or an apology in advance. Without looking up from her cards, Clara reached out and patted Letitia's hand. "You will get that grandchild someday, I'm sure." The women laughed, and the tension of the moment was broken. But the bleak look in Letitia's eyes was much harder to forget. Connor took turns with Nate and Mason as they warmed up for the game. This week, instead of missing his shots, they were all falling straight through the hoop. Nothing but net. It felt good to think about something other than Zoe. Not that he didn't enjoy thinking about her, because he did. But more because he wasn't going to see her for multiple hours, and if he wasn't careful, he'd end up in some serious pain between now and then. The kind of pain that only a cold shower or a hot night could ease. "You get laid or something?" Mason asked, watching another shot fall. "Your shot is like money today." Connor laughed, determined not to reveal anything that might bring up more questions than he wanted to answer. "Sure, you know me." "I do know you," Mason said, "which is why I'm wondering what put that stupid grin on your face."
Connor stopped smiling. Damn it, he was really bad at subterfuge.
Obviously, he said, hoping he could play it off as a joke. All that sex I'm having. Right, Nate chimed in. See, that's the part of this I can't quite understand. Did you have a date that didn't end in disaster that we don't know about?
He was saved from a further response by the arrival of Luke, Rafe, and Hugh, the guy who had joined them the previous week. Mason waved a greeting.
Hey, Hugh, welcome back. You becoming a regular? Apparently so.
Hugh dropped a gym bag by the team bench.
At least until I get a better offer.
Luke slapped him on the back.
That's gratitude for you. And that's after turning down our firm and failing to stop Connor at the 3-point line last week.
Was it the exorbitant fees?
Nate asked Hugh. The dark-haired man shook his head.
Unfortunately, someone from the home office decided they had a prior contact in town they wanted to work with. It was out of my hands.
I think he's pissed we didn't get him a golf membership, Luke said. Nate, I'm holding you responsible for that. Drinks are on you next week.
Worth it, Nate grunted.
They played for a while, then took a water break. Connor tried not to smile too much or too little, focusing instead on the ball and the game and ignoring the collective groans every time another 3-point shot landed with ease. Luke was normally the only one on their team who had any hope of stopping Connor, but today, even the scrappy lawyer wasn't having much of an impact.
Thank God Nate looks like shit today, Rafe observed. He's almost keeping us competitive.
Did you and Cecilia stay out late last night?
Luke asked Nate, panting as he leaned over his knees.
Couldn't stop arguing?
Connor gave Nate a curious look.
Cecilia? You two were out last night?
Cecilia and Nate made it a habit to argue with each other whenever the group went out for a night. But as far as Connor knew, their relationship was nothing more than mutual antagonism, not unlike many of the women who'd spent time with Nate.
Me and the Ice Queen? Nate said, wiping back a forehead of sweat. No way. We just happened to be on a panel together at a conference and then had to go to dinner afterward with the organizers.
Their panel was fantastic, Luke said. I think it was supposed to be about venture capital and innovation, but they just argued the whole time. The moderator finally gave up.
Wish I had seen that, Mason said wistfully. I do love watching Cece put Nate in his place.
There's a cocktail hour tonight after the last panel,
Luke said, coming to standing. He paused to take some healthy gulps of water.
Maybe they'll give a repeat performance.
Oh, right, Mason said. I forgot I had that on my calendar. He grimaced.
Tess will be pissed. We were supposed to go out tonight to talk wedding plans.
Nate shuddered.
That statement is wrong in so many ways. Mostly the wedding part.
He held up his hands when Mason lifted one tawny eyebrow.
Not that I don't love Tess, I do. It's just...
He gave a helpless shrug.
Marriage, Mace?
Mason clapped him on the shoulder.
Yeah, I know. And we're going to put you in a tux, too, and trot you down the aisle. Should be great fun.
Is everyone from your firm going to the cocktail hour? Hugh asked. When 5 heads swung around to look at him, he raised his brows.
What? I was just wondering.
Should be a lot of people there. I think they invited half of Silicon Valley, Luke said. And yes, I think Zoe will be there.
No, she won't, Connor wanted to say, realizing with a rush that they were talking about the work function Zoe had mentioned earlier that day.
Invitation-only sort of thing? Hugh asked. Any chance you have an extra ticket lying around?
Good grief, Luke said with an exaggerated sigh. After all I've done for you already?"
"Sounds like a good networking opportunity," Hugh replied. "Networking with Zoe?" Rafe asked. Hugh flashed a grin. "Now that I'm not a client, I figured I should give it a shot. She's not seeing anyone, is she?" "Yes, she's actually seeing me." A surge of possessive anger charged through Connor at the thought of Hugh seeking out Zoe. He deliberately tamped it down. She wasn't seeing him. They were just having sex. It wasn't a relationship or even the start of one. He'd been very clear that it couldn't be that, and Zoe had agreed. For some reason, Luke seemed to be watching him, Connor realized uneasily. But he must have been imagining it. Mason and Nate knew about his doomed attraction to Zoe, but as far as he knew, they were the only ones.
"Not that I know of," Luke said. "Hey, now that you mention it, maybe we can all go out after the reception and grab dinner or a drink. I think we'll all be there."
He looked around the circle, finishing with Connor.
"Except you, of course. I know how you hate these things."
"Sounds like a great idea," Hugh said with a smile. "I'm in."
Was there anything more annoying than lawyers and their maneuvering? Was Luke trying to set up Zoe and Hugh? Connor was about to punch someone in the face. He wasn't sure if he'd start with Luke or Hugh, when Mason chimed in.
"Sorry, but I can't stay or I'll get in trouble at home. Besides, we're getting together next week, right? I know Tess wants to see Zoe then."
"Yeah," Nate agreed, looking casually at his nails as he spoke.
"I can only handle Cecilia one night a week. Count me out."
The deciding vote, luckily enough, came from Rafe.
"Sorry, I've got a date later tonight with Yolanda, so I'm out as well."
Connor suppressed a sigh of relief. Not that he had any right to try to keep Hugh and Zoe apart. Hugh seemed like a nice guy. If anything, he should be pushing them together. But for fuck's sake, he was only human. He grabbed a basketball and flexed his hands over its pebbled skin.
"Time to play?"
"Sure." Luke, he was almost certain, passed him a knowing look before jogging out on the court. As he paused for a moment to try to figure out what the hell that might mean, Nate and Mason crowded around him. That was when he realized that they'd picked up on Luke's maneuvering and Hugh's interest in Zoe, and they were giving him a chance to take out a little of his irritation on the court.
"It's our ball," Mason said. "I'll set up a high pick for you, Connor. You take Hugh to the hole."
Connor couldn't help but smile. It was a blatantly obvious opportunity for him to stuff Hugh. Exactly what he needed. Luke stayed on him as he took the ball in, and as planned, Mason ran over to block Luke. Connor spun around them and headed for the hoop. Hugh, who was guarding Mason, tried to switch off and guard Connor, but he was a second too slow. He made it to the hoop, but not soon enough to stop Connor. 2 steps later, Connor was leaping toward the hoop in a high arc, just high enough to dunk the ball and take out Hugh on the way. The smaller man fell to the ground. Connor swung for a second on the rim, then dropped off with a smile of pure pleasure.
"Charge!"
Luke yelled.
"Sweet dunk, though,"
Mason said. Connor held out his hand to pull Hugh back to his feet.
"You okay?"
he asked.
"Oh, sure,"
Hugh said sourly, brushing off his backside.
"Just swell."
Connor grinned.
"Sorry, sometimes I don't know my own strength."
Hugh looked back at him, eyes narrow. "I'll keep that in mind." Chapter 18. When Zoe got back to her apartment that afternoon, she took a long shower and spent more time than usual blow-drying and curling her hair. She'd gotten a call from Luke reminding her about the networking event that night, and even though she wanted to skip it, there was a small chance there would be some representatives from South Cycle there. so she decided she needed to attend. She texted Connor and told him she did have to go to the event that night, but she'd come over afterward. He texted back that if she didn't eat dinner, he could cook something for her, a suggestion she had no trouble agreeing to. The event was at a hotel downtown, and as with most such events, it involved name tags, a lot of smiling and handshaking, and a mix of subtle and not-so-subtle networking. Zoe arrived early, hoping to get in enough FaceTime that she wouldn't have to feel bad when she left well before the event was over. By 8, she'd managed to hand out a good stack of business cards, including a number to young entrepreneurs who would probably need a patent attorney someday, and others to more established businesses that she thought might be ripe for a change of attorney. It was almost worthwhile enough to quiet the inner voice that refused to stop complaining about not being at Connor's apartment right now. Just a few more minutes. Then you can leave and get back to the completely inappropriate secret life you're cultivating with the last person you should be cultivating it with. On her way to the ladies' room, she noticed Tessa's friend Cecilia tucked into a corner near a pair of armchairs. She was looking gorgeous as usual, with her ash blonde hair carefully swept up in a knot on the back of her head, and her thin, sculpted body outlined by a fitted navy sheath dress and a matching short jacket. Oddly enough, Cecilia, the most put-together person Zoe had ever met, seemed anxious and uncomfortable. She kept rubbing her fingertips together as she paced a few steps back and forth on her pumps. Her lower lip was fuller than usual, and she seemed to be worrying it from the inside. "Hey, Cecilia," Zoe said. "Everything okay?" Cecilia pushed back an imaginary stray hair with the back of her hand. "Oh, hi, Zoe," she replied. "I'm fine. I just needed to check something." She gave a slightly dismissive nod and reached into her purse, extracting a cell phone that she fumbled with for a moment before dropping it to the ground. Zoe bent over and retrieved it for her. When Cecilia reached out to take it, Zoe noticed a tremor in the other woman's hand. She looked from the hand to the woman's face and the tightness around her lips, and her concern deepened. "You sure you're okay?" Cecilia let out a breath. "You bet." "Well," Zoe said slowly, "then is there any chance you want to sit with me for a minute?" Cecilia opened her purse and dropped the phone back inside. She gave a shaky laugh. "I suppose I look like a mess, huh?" Zoe shrugged. "I wouldn't put it that way exactly, but maybe sitting down wouldn't be the worst idea in the world." She eyed the other woman's pencil-thin frame again. "Have you eaten recently? Can I get you something to drink?" Cecilia collapsed into one of the hotel's dark leather armchairs. Actually, that sounds great. Maybe a glass of wine, if you can find one." Zoe returned a few minutes later with a glass of white wine and a plate loaded with tiny squares of cheese, hummus, and grilled vegetables. "I would have brought a plate of pasta," she said regretfully, but for some reason all they had was cheese and crackers. "Do people still eat pasta?" Cecilia asked, accepting the glass that Zoe extended and taking a grateful sip. "I'm told that they do," Zoe said, remembering her meal with Connor with a rush of pleasure. "How nice for them." Zoe sat down and set the plate on the end table between the two chairs. "I keep seeing these recipes where they try to substitute zucchini for pasta, which is total bullshit if you ask me. Really, this whole zoodle thing is a crime against nature." "I remember pasta," Cecilia said sadly. "It was delicious." "Yeah, somehow hummus doesn't quite hit the spot in the same way." They nodded in mutual sympathy. Cecilia took another drink, then stared at Zoe's empty hands. "Oh dear, you don't have a drink." She winced in shame. "Your hands were full getting me food. How terribly rude of me." Zoe waved her hand dismissively. "I'm a whiskey drinker now. I'll have mine later."
Whiskey? Cecilia cocked her head, then nodded as if she'd put the pieces together. Ah, I see. You're going after the South Cycle work, right? Since Cecilia had a strange way of knowing everything that was happening in the valley, Zoe didn't bat an eye. Yep, doing some interesting research along the way, trying to learn to speak Ames's language. Discovered I've been wasting my alcohol on wine all these years, when I should have been drinking whiskey. When he turns me down flat, I guess that can be the benefit I take away from the whole experience. Ames isn't as bad as they say, Cecilia said. Really? That's a take on him I haven't heard. He and my father worked on a project together a few years ago, so I got to know him a little. I think he has some issues he doesn't talk about. You watch. He throws parties, but never stays for them. He puts together a pretty good show, but I think he's just trying to give people what they want. And, of course, he's always trying to impress the investors who like that sort of macho thing. I don't think he's the guy he pretends to be. She popped a single small piece of cheese into her mouth and followed it with another drink. Her fingers were still quivering, but at least she seemed to have slowed her breathing a little. Very interesting. Zoe tapped her lips. That's really good for me to know. Any other tips? Things that might help when I'm trying to establish some rapport with him? Assuming I get that far. You can't out-guy the other guys. I don't think learning their language is a bad idea, but don't lie about who you are. That's a ticket to failure. If you can get Ames without his entourage, that will help. Oh, and ask him about his dog. He's head over heels in love with it, but he doesn't tell the press because it doesn't fit the profile. He's got a dog? Zoe drew back in surprise. That's weird. I never heard anything about it. I was at his place once and I saw him walking it early in the morning. Please tell me it's a Chihuahua. I'll let him share that part. Zoe laughed. Fair enough. She noticed with some relief that Cecilia was relaxing back into her chair. The white inner knuckles seemed to have receded. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the information. Cecilia shrugged. Women need to stick together. It's hard enough to make it in this world. Someone's got to have your back. Speaking of which, you sure you don't want to talk about it? Zoe said softly. It was a tough day, Cecilia said. Some are better than others, you know. And events like this, she trailed off. Anxiety? Zoe asked. Cece shrugged. I suppose. No big deal. I just need to get away sometimes. I understand. They sat for a few more minutes, chatting about people they knew in common. Cece mentioned several people that Zoe should meet and promised to set up lunches in the future. Zoe was relieved to see the old Cece back in place by the time they stood to part ways. Hope tomorrow is a better day, Zoe said, giving her a quick, spontaneous hug. Cece seemed a little surprised, but returned the embrace with only the briefest of hesitation. It will be, and thanks for the company, and the wine and the food. She flashed an unexpected grin, and it transformed her aloof, almost cold features. But mostly the wine. Zoe held out an imaginary glass and smiled in return. I can toast to that. Zoe! Luke waved to her as she made her way toward the coat check. Zoe winced. Damn it. She was hoping to sneak out unnoticed. She gave him a smile in return as he wove his way through the room to her side. You caught me on my way out, she said. He steered her from the direction she'd been headed back toward the center of the room. Make one more round with me. She blew out a breath. Fine, but then I'm out. I haven't had dinner yet. Is that right? He slid her a sideways glance. Hot date? Hard to believe I do have a life outside work, she said, avoiding the question.
The hard part to believe is that you won't tell me about it.
Luke met her gaze briefly before focusing on a tall, dark-haired man heading in their direction.
Well, how about that for a coincidence? Hugh's here. You remember him, right?
Of course. She gritted her teeth. A coincidence? She doubted that. Since when had Luke turned into a matchmaker? Was this some kind of not-so-subtle way for him to remind her that he didn't want her fooling around with Connor? Luke said hello and reintroduced her to Hugh, then finished off the wine in his glass.
Appears I need a refill. I'll leave you two to chat.
Zoe rolled her eyes at the obvious ploy. She cursed silently at his retreating back, then turned to Hugh with what she hoped looked like a genuine smile. Obviously, it wasn't his fault Luke was trying to be cute and set them up. Nice to see you again. What do you think of the event?
It's good, but I think I'm done,
he said, running a hand through his hair.
Honestly, there's only so many times you can listen to someone tell you about their plans to become the next Apple.
Zoe nodded in sympathy. Tell me about it. I've definitely exhausted my repertoire of polite but non-committal phrases for the evening.
How about the get-to-know-you networking game?
He cleared his throat and then affected an obviously fake but polite smile.
Great to meet you. Tell me a little more about yourself. Did you grow up in the city? Where's home for you?
She laughed. She really ought to like Hugh. Tall and lean, he had the sort of dark eyes that made one think of long walks, sunsets, and fine wines. When mixed with persistent good humor and sexy hint of an accent, Hugh was undeniably a catch. Yet she was totally uninterested. He leaned in a few inches.
No, seriously. I'd love to know.
I'm guessing you aren't from the Bay Area. Am I right? Good guess, she replied. I grew up in Los Angeles, but I've been in the Bay Area since college. She thought about her day, hiking around Marin with the Golden Gate Bridge in the distance, and then watching the fog roll in through her apartment window. Even if I can never afford to buy a place here, this is definitely home. The realization brought her up short. San Francisco did feel like home. For years, she'd thought of herself as displaced, no matter where she lived. Maybe it was because she'd felt driven out of L.A., or because she'd spent so much time working. Either way, she'd somehow managed to live here for 10 years without feeling like she'd put down roots. But maybe there was more to her life here than she'd realized. And maybe it had taken a day with Connor to help her figure that out. How about you? She asked, though her mind was now decidedly back in a certain apartment on Nob Hill, where a certain person was cooking her a special dinner.
New York is definitely home. I lived in London for about 4 years after college, but my heart is in the city. I'm still having a little culture shock, to be honest.
What do you mean?
There's so much less honking here,
he said, flashing a quick smile.
And a lot less swearing. And an absurd amount of recycling. I swear, you people are obsessed with recycling.
It's kind of a way of life, she agreed. I assume you've learned to separate your compostables from your trash? He rolled his eyes.
How many different types of trash bins can you have in one location? Compost, landfill, glass, plastics?
I suppose we do take it to an extreme, but we're just trying to save the world, you know?
I can tell. In New York, we're just trying to make a lot of money.
Oh, there's a lot of that here, too. Have you spent much time in Palo Alto?
Not yet.
He cocked his head as if he'd had a great idea.
Come to think of it, what I could really use is a guide. Someone who knows the area and can show me around.
She couldn't help but smile at his hopeful look. On another day, in another life, she probably would have been interested. But not tonight. She shot a quick look at her watch. 8:15. Dinner was waiting. Clearing her throat, she found Luke in the crowd moving toward them. "You've found a great one right here," she said, motioning toward him. "Luke knows the city better than almost anyone, and he's really into the outdoor stuff. You ever been rock climbing before?" Hugh held his gaze on her for a moment before giving an easy shake to his head. "It will take me a week just to recover from our game today," he said, his expression slightly pained. "I'm not sure I can take rock climbing." "Game?" Zoe's brows knit together as she remembered Connor had mentioned he had a game today. "Wait, did you play with the guys again?" "I did." He rubbed his lower back. "Someone should have warned me it was so competitive. Your friend Connor laid me out. Would have been embarrassing if he wasn't so damn good. I took it as a compliment that he went after me personally." Zoe blinked. Connor had gone after Hugh? Luke stopped next to them. "Hugh, you didn't say anything to get me in trouble with my friend Zoe, did you?" "Always," Zoe drawled. "So what happened at the game today? Hugh tells me that things got a little rough." "Oh, I don't know," Luke said, turning to Hugh. "You think so?" "I did spend a considerable amount of time on the ground," Hugh said cheerfully. "I don't think Connor likes me very much." "Some days he thinks he's back in college," Luke said. "I wouldn't take it personally." "I suppose if I could dunk, I would probably do it every chance I got, too," Hugh said. "Are we talking about the same Connor?" Zoe asked carefully, knowing that Luke would be reading into everything she said, but unable to stop herself. "Why is that so hard to believe?" Luke asked. "Because," she trailed off. "Because he's Connor. I guess I can't really imagine him dunking or knocking people over." "Oh, he's a monster on the court. Besides, sports brings out the inner caveman," Luke said. "Happens to the best of us." Hugh nodded. "I don't know about the caveman part, but knocking people over is great fun. Much more fun than being knocked over." "Can't argue with that," Luke said. Across the room, a woman with long dark hair waved at Luke. "Speaking of fun, there's someone I need to connect with, and I mean that in the best possible way." He shook Hugh's hand and patted Zoe on the shoulder. "You two have a great night." Zoe shook her head as she watched him saunter away. "That man is completely shameless." "I could probably take some lessons," Hugh said. "Which brings me back to where we were before we were interrupted. Just in case I was being too subtle about it, is there any chance you want to have dinner with me?" "That's really kind of you, but I'm sorry I can't." Zoe didn't have to fake the regret in her voice. Hugh seemed like a good guy, the kind of guy she should be dating. "Can't tonight, but maybe tomorrow?" She couldn't help but smile at the charming lilt to his voice. "Not tomorrow either. I'm pretty swamped right now with work." "I see. Then maybe someday in the future?" She shifted her weight, unsure how to respond. Hugh seemed like a great guy she would have given a chance if she wasn't dating Connor. Except she wasn't dating Connor. They'd been clear about that. He'd been clear about that. "Maybe," she said. Hugh eyed her steadily. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. "I get it. There's no rush. If things calm down for you in the future, just let me know." Chapter 19. When Zoe arrived at Connor's place about a half an hour later, the aroma of heaven reached her even before he opened the door. "What did you make?" she asked, dropping her purse by the door and sniffing the air as he headed straight back to the kitchen. "Smells incredible." "Paella." He stirred the contents of a large frying pan. "Just finishing the shrimp. You did say you like seafood." "Love it." She'd come straight to his apartment from the reception and was still thinking uneasily about her interaction with Hugh. Guys like him didn't come around every day. Luke was practically throwing the New Yorker at her, and he was usually a good judge of character. It would be so easy to date Hugh. He wasn't a client. He wasn't a friend. He was uncomplicated, attractive, nice. Connor, on the other hand, was nothing but complicated. And yet, here she was. Connor turned off the stove and set down his spoon. When he turned to face her, something in his quiet gaze sent her nerves tingling. He was doing that iceberg thing again, and she could feel so much unsaid behind his calm demeanor. Every nerve in her body went on alert, anticipating what would come next. "You want a drink?" he asked. "I do." She sat on one of the stools at the island. "Apparently I'm not a wine drinker anymore. You've ruined me with all your whiskey." He tossed a dish towel over his shoulder and pulled open the door to the freezer. From there, he withdrew 2 glass tumblers, filled one with ice, and carried them both to the small bar cart near the kitchen. She spun on her stool to watch him. It was strikingly difficult to cling to any hesitation when he was like this. Tight t-shirt that strained over his back and biceps, low jeans, a hint of stubble in those dark-rimmed glasses that only made him seem more remote and somehow more dangerous. Why had he knocked down Hugh today? Was it jealousy? Had he known the other man would ask her out? That was crazy, of course. Connor wouldn't have been jealous of Hugh asking her out, would he? Surely not. They were just having a fling. Nothing serious. Even if she did find herself staring hungrily at his tall form and thinking about it being hers. Hers. Connor poured the ice into a cocktail shaker. Then he added whiskey and a few shakes from a couple of little bottles and stirred it gently. Setting down the shaker, he misted something into the empty whiskey glasses, strained the cocktail into the tumblers, and then twisted a curl of lemon peel over the top before rubbing the peel around the rim. As she watched him deftly make their drinks, her throat went dry. Why did he have this effect on her? "What did you make me?" she asked, besides hot. "Sazerac," he said as he handed her the drink, essential for the whiskey connoisseur. She took a sip. A hint of licorice met her nose first, then lemon, and finally whiskey, sweet and spicy at the same time. "That's amazing." He watched her drink. "Glad you like it." Were her legs sliding apart? Oh, hell. She gave an internal sigh. They were. She took another drink and let the whiskey catch fire in the back of her throat and leave heat in its wake. Connor was only a few feet away. He was so damn tall she had to look up to see him. "How was your evening?" he asked. "It was fine." Some inner demon brought the next words to her lips. "Hugh was there. He told me you got a little rough playing basketball today." "That's possible." "He also asked me out," she continued, watching his face to judge his reaction. His jaw tightened, and a muscle twitched there. It was all she needed to see. He nodded. "I figured." She waited for him to ask her the inevitable question that should come next. What did you say? But he did not. She reached out to grab the waist of his jeans and tugged him closer. "Don't you want to know what I said?" He shook his head. "That's up to you. I don't need to know." "I said no." His eyes gleamed. He set down his drink, closed his hands around her waist, and lifted her onto the counter. You had every right to say yes. Was there whiskey in her veins now? There must be, because the satisfaction in his voice and the casual strength of his arms had her flushed and throbbing with heat. I had every right to say no, too. Her breath caught in her throat when he began to methodically unbutton her shirt. She leaned back, supporting herself on her hands, ignoring the pinch of the cast. With the soft silk loose around her sides, she closed her eyes as he moved in to place a line of kisses from the hollow of her throat to the middle of her chest. She had put on her favorite push-up bra that afternoon, and he hummed with approval at the sight of it. I can't imagine anything hotter than this. He ran a finger along the swell of her breast. Her nipples pebbled at the touch, aching for more contact. She still had on her skirt, and he bunched it up around her thighs before sliding his hands under her bottom and lifting the fabric up around her waist. You're incredible. He was staring at her matching panties, which were little more than a tiny scrap of lace and silk. Feeling both wanton and powerful, Zoe lifted her head to stare into his eyes. So what are you going to do with me now that you have me? Connor took off his glasses and pulled his shirt over his head. He came in for a long, slow kiss, settling his hips between her legs so she could feel the hard length of him right at her core. This, he murmured. I like that. What about this? He removed her bra and lowered his head to capture her nipple. Within minutes, he had her mewling under his touch, her hips moving rhythmically beneath him. Oh, yes, she gasped. I like that too. Then he moved lower, slipping off the tiny panties and giving his full attention to her wet, aching core. Too overwhelmed to hold back, she shattered into him, crying out with pleasure as her body jerked and shook. He held her until she stopped shuddering, and then, with a look that could have set her skin on fire, retrieved a condom from the pocket of his jeans before shedding the rest of his clothes. And this? He asked, standing between her legs and stroking the outside of her thighs. Definitely this. Zoe looped her legs around him, suddenly desperate to feel him inside her. He moved slowly at first, lodging himself deeply inside of her before pulling out and thrusting again. Harder, she said, leaning back so he could go deeper. Faster. He groaned and grabbed her hips in his hands, fitting her core tightly against him. Then he began to thrust in earnest, leaving her panting with every deep stroke. She could feel it when he tightened, inside and out, and her body reacted with another surge, drawing her back up against the peak she had scaled only minutes before. You destroy me, he whispered, low in her ear. Dropping any hint of control, he pumped against her until they were both slick with heat. This time, he exploded first, and she followed, over a cliff and into his waiting arms. Chapter 20. Zoe's assistant, Mariana, pressed the button on the side of her Bluetooth headset. Zoe Riva's office, can I help you? Zoe stood next to Mariana's desk, flipping through her emails on her phone and trying not to get hopeful while Mariana took the call. It had been a week and a half since she'd sent her materials over to Ames, and she was almost ready to give up. The thought that she might have wasted all the time and effort she'd put into winning the account was downright depressing. On the other hand, since she was now regularly having the best sex of her life, it was hard to regret too much. Mr. Ames would like to set up a time to meet with Ms. Riva?
Mariana gave her a huge smile and a thumbs up while she listened to the other end of the phone.
Of course. I'm sure we can arrange that. Do you want to give me a few options?
Zoe sucked in a breath and made a silent fist pump over her head, then did a totally unprofessional happy dance in the hall.
Yes,
she mouthed to Mariana, who grinned back as she calmly opened a screen on her computer. She clicked around a few times and gave Zoe a worried look.
I'm sorry, none of those dates will work. Is Friday afternoon a possibility?
Mariana winced.
I see.
She nodded and made a note on a pad beside her phone as the voice on the other end continued for a few minutes.
I understand. I'll talk to Miss Riva and get back to you as soon as I can.
She clicked off the phone and turned to Zoe.
Congratulations! This is great news!
Zoe grinned and allowed herself a moment of pure satisfaction before firmly tamping down the excitement.
Okay, but this is just an interview, right?
Well, yes, Mariana admitted,
but it's still fantastic. The only problem is that, according to his assistant, Ames wants to wrap this up as soon as possible. And next week you're traveling, and then it's Thanksgiving, and he does not want to wait until December to get someone on board.
Zoe groaned. She had to fly to Las Vegas Monday to help a client with an emergency trade secrets investigation that was scheduled to wrap up Tuesday but could last right until the holiday.
How about this Friday afternoon, after my court date? Or maybe Saturday? I'm clear then.
She crossed her fingers she wouldn't be forced to have a meeting on Saturday. That was her bridge day with the GPGs, and it would be her last session before Wednesday's bridge gobble. It was also her last chance to engage in her subtle attempts to pump the GPGs for information about what was happening in Letitia's garage. Attempts which, thus far, had been entirely unsuccessful.
Friday is a little complicated. Ames is hosting an award banquet for some of the South Cycle employees Friday night in Sonoma. He rented out a retreat center out there, and he's leaving Friday morning to oversee the preparations. So the only option is to meet you out there in the afternoon before the banquet. Saturday, he's flying to New York.
Okay, then Friday afternoon in Sonoma it is. A glimmer of an idea occurred to her. Maybe she and Connor could ride up to Sonoma together and stay overnight. She might even be able to convince him to let her ride behind him on his South Cycle, so she could honestly tell Ames that she'd experienced the bike.
Wait, is this just me or all of us from the firm? He'd like to meet one-on-one with you, but his assistant said you're welcome to bring the team out if you want to introduce them as well.
The idea of a romantic night in Sonoma with Connor fizzled out before it could even fully form. She obviously couldn't fool around with Connor if Rafe and Luke were hanging around. Still, Mariana was right. It was great news. Even if she did have to bring Luke and Rafe instead of Connor.
Okay, that sounds good.
I'll check with the guys and let you know if they want to join in the fun, and then you can confirm with Ames's assistant. She headed down the hall and rapped on Rafe's door, motioning for him to join her, and then moved on to Luke's office. Standing in the doorway to Luke's office, she broke the news with a beaming smile.
It looks like we're in the running for South Cycle. Ames wants to meet with me Friday afternoon.
Zoe, that's fabulous.
Rafe gave her a hug and a loud smacking kiss on the cheek.
If anyone can break through to that guy, it will be you.
Luke cheered.
Well done! Where's the meeting? Here or at the South Cycle offices?
Zoe grimaced.
Sonoma, actually. He's hosting a reception at a resort up there for some of his employees on Friday night. Long story, but basically, I need to go up Friday after lunch and meet him at the resort before his event.
At a resort? Luke said, his smile fading.
Are you sure this is on the up and up? I mean, does he really need to meet with you in a private location?
Zoe rolled her eyes.
It's not a private location, you idiot. Briefly, she explained the setup. It'll be perfect, actually. Gives me a chance to potentially meet a few employees as well. And he's happy to meet with you two, by the way. He just wants to do a one-on-one with me first. Any chance you're free Friday? Rafe consulted his phone.
I've got a 2:00, but it's only an hour or so up there, right? More in weekend traffic, I suppose. I could be out there by 5, maybe 5:30 at the latest. Maybe just a quick meet and greet before his event.
That works for me, Luke said, looking at his own calendar. Hey, that gives me an idea. We had our usual Friday night date at the Aspen planned. What if everyone went to Sonoma instead and stayed the night? Mason's been tearing his hair out over wedding plans, and I know he and Tess wanted to check out some venues up there. You have your meeting, then we meet and celebrate afterward. We find a place to stay for the night and head back Saturday morning.
I love it,
Rafe said.
No reason to drive back if we don't have to.
Zoe's mouth opened, then closed. She had a vision of Connor sneaking down a hotel hallway late at night and knocking on her door and wasn't sure if that made her want to laugh or cry. Apparently taking her lack of response for a scent, Luke dialed a number on his phone and put it on speaker. In a minute, Mason's voice came over the receiver. Mason here. Hey, this is Luke. I have a great idea for this weekend. Mason sighed audibly. Does it involve staying home with my insane fiancée while she reviews dinner menus, looks at photography websites, and compares fonts for wedding invitations? No. Then I'm in. Luke grinned at Zoe. I should probably tell you that you're on speaker, and Zoe and Rafe are here. Mason blew out another breath. Have I mentioned recently how much I adore my crazy bride-to-be? Hi, Mason. Zoe couldn't help but laugh. Things getting a little tense in wedding land? You're a female, Mason said, his voice strangled. Can you explain to me the difference between hand-lettered invitations and printed ones? Because apparently this is a thing. I wish I could. But we're talking about Tess, right? The same Tess that still drives an ancient Ford Escort and wears that horrible army green coat everywhere? Why would she care about hand-lettering wedding invitations? She doesn't, really, as far as I can tell. But she thinks we need to do something big and perfect for my family. Anyway, what's the plan, Luke? And don't say we canceled drinks on Friday because Tess desperately needs to get out. Or rather, I desperately need for Tess to get out. She's driving us both insane. Any chance you want to go to Sonoma? Sonoma? Mason's end of the line went silent for a moment. Why Sonoma? Well, I know you said Tess wanted to check out some venues up there. Man, it looks like the three of us need to be up there for a meeting Friday afternoon. I thought maybe we could just relocate our night out to Sonoma. Otherwise, we'll have to cancel drinks. Oh, there will be no canceling, Mason said fervently. Let me talk to the guys and run it past Tess. She'll probably want to invite Cece to come up as well. Sounds great. Give me a call after you talk to them and let me know. Going to be sunny in Sonoma, Rafe said, glancing up from his phone as Luke hung up with Mason. High 72, low of 45. Perfect, Luke said. Just right for a night away. I'll get it on the calendar, Zoe said, heading back toward her office, her mind spinning as she tried to imagine how the night would go. It would be their first time with the whole group socially since she and Connor had started this crazy fling, and she had no idea how they would handle it. Could they really keep up the lies? Did she even want to? It had been 2.5 weeks, not that she was counting, since her ill-fated scooter ride, and they didn't seem to be getting over their crazy attraction. If anything, it only seemed to be getting stronger.
Part of her actually considered suggesting they just come clean and tell the others, though the other part knew Connor wanted nothing to do with that. Being open about it would make it that much more real, and they'd been very clear from the start that neither of them was interested in more or real. In the interest of not having a relationship, they'd carefully kept certain unsaid boundaries on their fling. She'd spent the night at his place a few times, but didn't leave any of her things there. He'd dropped her off at her apartment, but she hadn't invited him to stay. They'd made love in any number of risque places, including an empty office at the Levend offices after their usual strategy meeting, but didn't hold hands in public. Some days he texted her, some he did not. On Friday, he'd worked late and didn't call. On Saturday, she played bridge with the GPGs and brushed aside their not-so-subtle questions about whether there was anything happening between them, but then she drove out to Monterey with Connor and watched the sunset over the ocean. They didn't mention the trip again and went their separate ways the next day. They weren't heading for happily ever after. Despite all the crazy passion and completely inexplicable emotions, they weren't in a relationship. They weren't. She reminded herself of that at least once a day, including now. Even if he did come to Sonoma, which, upon reflection, seemed like it could be a horrible idea, they would have to keep this thing a secret. It was what he wanted. No, what they both wanted. With Luke's voice ringing in her ears, she nodded grimly to herself. She didn't need another failed attempt at a relationship. And that's all this could ever be. Connor stared at his computer screen, trying to make sense of the analysis illuminated there. While Zoe was still trying to extract information from Letitia, he'd been redoubling his efforts to learn everything he could about the cold fusion technology she might be testing. He could see how it might be promising, maybe even game-changing. Research was going on all over the world to try to create effective cold fusion reactors, and some of it was even going on in private labs. But that didn't make it something he wanted in his mother's garage. Despite the stakes, Connor found it extremely difficult to effectively study complex nuclear engineering when his memory kept serving up images of crystal blue eyes and the sweetest heart-shaped bottom he'd ever seen. She was driving him crazy. He thought about her during the day, worshipped her body every chance he could get, avoided Mason and Nate at work because he knew they'd figure out something was going on. Then daily reminded himself of the terms of the deal. They were just a couple of friends having sex, nothing more. "Hey, Connor, you got a minute?" Mason walked into the office and settled into a chair. Connor looked back at his screen and the pictures of uranium fuel rods and sighed. "Of course." "Good. I just got off the phone a few minutes ago with Luke. It sounds like Zoe has a meeting up in Sonoma Friday, and Luke suggested we all go up for the night. What do you say? Tess is driving us both crazy with her wedding planning, and I thought it would be good to get away. I already ran it past Nate, and he's in." Connor blinked. Sonoma? His phone, which was sitting next to his computer, buzzed with a text message. It was from Zoe. His arm shot out to grab the phone before Mason could read who the text was from, and in his panic, he knocked it off the desk and onto the floor. Scrambling under the desk, he managed to catch the truncated message that appeared on the screen before he grabbed the phone and shoved it into his pocket. "Call me!" Shit. Mason cocked his head. "Too much coffee today?" "It's my mom," Connor said as he settled back into his seat, grasping for something to divert Mason's attention. "She's driving me crazy." This, at least, was entirely true. "Well, you'd only be gone for a night. Back by Saturday afternoon." Connor hesitated, glancing back at his computer as he tried to formulate a response. What was he supposed to say? Did he want to spend the night in Sonoma with Zoe? Of course he did. Did he want to spend the night in Sonoma with Zoe and 4 of their closest friends? No. Absolutely, positively no. In fact, that was one of the worst ideas he'd ever heard. A small group romantic setting? Lots of wine? It was one thing to sit across from Zoe in a meeting in their office and pretend nothing was going on. There, at least, he didn't have to make much eye contact or speak to her directly, at least not very often. But to have to talk to her in front of the group? Socialize? Maintain a friendly but uninterested veneer? He'd have to be a male Meryl Streep to pull that off, and God knew he was no Meryl Streep. Let me see. I might have something on Friday. Connor made a point of checking his calendar for an appointment he knew didn't exist, while Mason studied him across the desk. We had planned to go to the Aspen. You should be free. Right. It was really hard to fool your best friend when he knew everything that was on your calendar. You know, I'll probably just stay in town. He shrugged. The traffic is horrible on Friday. It could take hours to get out there, and I've got a lot to do. But you should all definitely go ahead without me. Sounds like a great plan. We'll leave early, Mason replied, clearly anticipating his response. I'll drive. You can bring your laptop and work in the car if you're desperate. Connor searched for a new excuse. I think my team has a game this Friday. You know I can't miss that. Your team is off for the next 2 weeks for Thanksgiving and school vacation. You don't have another game until the first week of December. I checked. You need a hobby, Connor said. I have a hobby. It's called keeping my fiancé happy, and she will be happier if everyone is together. When he still didn't respond, Mason pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and placed a call. Nate, can you come to Connor's office? He waited for a response, then said, Good, and slid the phone back into his pocket. Nate appeared at the door a minute later. Did we make another $1 million? Mason shook his head. This is not about money. Nate slid his hand into his pocket and started to head back out. Then I'm pretty sure I don't care. Sit. Mason pointed at the seat next to his. We're doing an intervention. Nate sat. I see. We're interventioning Connor, I assume. Maybe we're interventioning you, Connor grumbled. Mason clearly had a plan in mind, which did not bode well for Connor's skipping out on Sonoma. His phone buzzed again in his pocket. He pulled it out quickly to see that it was Zoe again. Sonoma seems like a bad idea. Right. Like he hadn't already figured that out. Letitia again? Mason asked. He nodded miserably. Lying was not his forte. Everything okay? He nodded again. Now Nate was staring at him, wheels visibly turning in his hooded gaze. The truth is, Connor, we're worried about you, Mason said finally. I've known you for years, and for the past couple of weeks, something's different. You're going home early, coming in late, and you're distracted in all our meetings. And when's the last time you went out on a date? Connor shook his head. Dunno. What he was doing with Zoe definitely didn't count as dating. Nate steepled his fingers in his lap. I'll answer that one. Too long. Mason acknowledged Nate's response with a tiny nod of his head. Exactly. The two of us were just talking about it this morning, and we think we know why. Connor sighed. Why? Zoe. His heart stopped for a moment, then restarted in an erratic fashion. Zoe? He managed to spit out. What do you mean? Look, we all know you've had a thing for her since you met her, Nate said. And I know you think it's a bad idea to get involved with her, which is probably true.
But this alternative thing you're doing, where you stare at her across the room and then go home at night and cry like a baby into your pillow, isn't working either."
Connor sank lower into his desk. His phone buzzed again, this time a call. He didn't bother to pull it out of his pocket, just reached inside and hit the off button.
"It's not working?"
he rasped. "Not working," Mason said firmly. "And I think it's time to get the hell over it." Tiny explosions were going off behind his eyes.
"Get over it."
"Get over her," Mason clarified.
"You could always ask her out," Nate said. "But we all know she'd probably say no. We work together, and that makes things complicated."
"You don't say," Connor muttered. "Besides, you haven't had the balls to do that for 3 years, so it's probably safe to say you won't. We think it's best that you move on," Mason said. "And this weekend is the perfect opportunity for you to do so."
"How so?"
"Well," Mason said, "consider it exposure therapy. We'll be in one of the most romantic places in the world. There will be lots of wine. There will be revelry late into the night. And as far as I know, Zoe hasn't been dating much lately either. She may even pick up a guy." Connor looked back and forth between the two of them. He wasn't sure if the feeling rising in his chest was an enormous bubble of sick laughter or fury.
"You want me to watch Zoe pick up a guy?"
"I considered inviting Hugh," Mason said, "but that felt like taking things too far."
"You are not inviting Hugh,"
Connor said darkly.
"See?"
Nate said, spreading his hands.
"Perfect example. I don't like him either, but you can't keep mowing down random guys who happen to express an interest in Zoe. Look, whatever you want to do, we've got your back. You know that. You want to drop Hugh? Just give us the word. But honestly, we think it's time for you to make your move or move on. Find a new woman to pine away after if you want. But let Zoe go."
This was his worst nightmare. Now, not only were they going to insist that he go to Sonoma, they would be watching him the whole time. Should he come clean and admit the whole affair? That was tempting, but he couldn't do it. Not only did he not want to deal with the endless harassment, Zoe didn't want her partners to know about whatever it was they were doing. The secret belonged to both of them. Besides, what would he say? He and Zoe were like a firecracker exploding into the sky. They were surely flying higher and farther than he'd ever imagined, but just as surely it wouldn't be long before they flared out. And then what? Long, sympathetic looks at him from across the room? Hushed tones before a meeting? Or worse, the guys trying to convince him to make it a real relationship when he knew better than anyone what a terrible idea that was? No. The secret needed to continue, even if he hated every minute of it.
"I'm not making a move on Zoe,"
he said, summoning up all his latent acting talents.
"We all know why it's a terrible idea. I'm not going to ruin our friendship over a failed attempt at a date."
"Connor," Mason said, "you aren't nearly as inept with women as you like to think you are."
"Oh, I'm pretty inept,"
he replied.
"You're screwed up is what you are," Nate said. "You really think the whole thing with your dad didn't leave some profound scars on you? That guy made you think you couldn't be trusted, so you screw things up with women to prove it. God knows you aren't perfect, but this whole thing you've built up around yourself, like you're somehow destined to be an asshole, honestly, it's just not you."
His phone buzzed again. "Someone really wants to get a hold of you," Mason observed. "Yeah." Connor gave them a self-deprecating smile as he silenced his phone again.
"Look, you're 100% right, both of you. Whatever you said, which I'll admit I wasn't listening to entirely. Nate sighed. I just dropped some profound wisdom on you. The least you could do is be grateful. He turned to Mason. I don't think interventions work if the interventionee just ignores you. Really, whatever you said was incredibly insightful. I swear it. And I'll plan on going to Sonoma, Connor said. And maybe I'll ask someone else out while I'm there. Cecilia's coming, isn't she? Nate straightened abruptly. Cecilia? You know, blonde, gorgeous, friend of Tess's. Nate turned slightly green, but tried to play it off. Sure, I know her. Almost killed her the other night. Or maybe she almost killed me. Either way, if you want to hook up with the Ice Princess, you go right ahead. Mason whistled. I must admit I hadn't considered that. Talk about out of the frying pan. He stood and headed for the door. Look, you do what you want, old man. Just promise me you won't spend the night moping around after Zoe. Connor stuck his hand in his pocket and held the phone as it buzzed again. I promise. Chapter 21. By the time Zoe got to Connor's apartment later that night, she was exhausted. It had been an endless day of preparing for her meetings and court date, finishing a draft of a motion for a pleading that was due the next week, and reviewing the first part of a huge pile of emails in preparation for her trip to Las Vegas. Not to mention following up with an accountant who used to work at South Cycle that her engineer friend had suggested she talk to before her meeting with Ames, and a call to Shirley's son, who had worked for Tesla and had given her a few tips about electric motors. But underlying everything was the thrill of knowing she'd done it. She'd gotten her foot in the door and scored an interview with Ames. The hard part came next, but she was taking this victory for all it was worth. She rang Connor's bell from the lobby. It's Zoe, she called into the speaker. The Zoe Riva I've been hearing so much about? World-renowned electric motorcycle and whiskey expert? She laughed into the intercom. Yeah, something like that. He buzzed her in, and she headed up to his apartment. They'd talked briefly that afternoon after his conversation with Mason. She'd hoped to avoid having him there with the group, but with no graceful way for him to back out of it, she figured they could handle it. She arrived at his apartment a few minutes later, and he met her at the door with a whiskey drink in a martini glass garnished with a slice of orange. You are so good to me, she murmured, dropping her bag and taking the drink with a greedy hand. The mixture was sweet and fruity, with a combination of flavors that she couldn't quite identify. What is this? Blood and sand, Connor replied. He must have recently returned from the gym because his hair was wet, and he wore a clean white t-shirt and a pair of long plaid pajama bottoms. Zoe loved those damn pajama bottoms more than she could express. First, she loved them because there were few things quite as hot as a guy with a six-pack wearing plaid pajamas and a t-shirt as he made you waffles on a Sunday morning. Next, she loved them because they were his lounging pants, and it never failed to amaze her that they'd gotten so comfortable with each other that he would greet her at the door wearing his comfy clothes. Wasn't that something that happened after you were married? Hell, she had no idea, because she'd never gotten to that point with a guy before. They simply had a level of comfort with each other she'd never experienced. They'd even had the previous partners and birth control talk. She was on the pill, but wasn't surprised to find Connor didn't mind doubling up for safety, and there was none of the usual awkwardness. What's in it? Blended scotch. Compass box Asila to be precise. Sweet vermouth, some cherry liqueur, and orange juice. Well, it's exactly what I wanted. Other than food.
He watched her prowl into the kitchen with a smile.
You're just using me for my cooking and cocktails, aren't you?
She nodded. Oh, absolutely. And sex. Actually, it's mostly about the sex. But tonight, I want the cocktail and food first. You're going to have to earn the sex. He grinned wider.
I think I'm up for the challenge.
She swiped a piece of crispy bacon from a skillet where bits of bacon were mixed with perfectly cooked green beans and moaned a little at the taste. If you feed me bacon for dinner, I'll consider the sex earned. They ate their meal while watching SportsCenter, then cleaned the kitchen together in an easy routine. As they were finishing up, the intercom buzzed. Connor spoke into the panel. Hello? Hey, it's Mason. Can I come up? Zoe's eyes bugged out. She shook her head even as Connor said, Sure, no problem, and hit the buzzer. What are you doing? She hissed. How are we going to explain this? Connor held out his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say. I panicked and did what I would normally do. Zoe ran and grabbed her briefcase from the front door. Bedroom? She asked Connor. He grimaced. I guess. I can't think of any reason he'd go in there. Perfect. She headed for his bedroom with briefcase in hand, then squealed when she realized her coat was still on the sofa. She dropped her bag by the bed and ran out, grabbed the coat, and ran back in. She had just closed the bedroom door behind her when she heard Mason greet Connor. Heart beating, she stood next to the door, trying to make out the conversation. At first, all she could hear was the rumble of voices, but as they got closer, she could hear more clearly. Make sure you are okay with going out this weekend. Didn't want to give you too hard a time about Zoe. Hard time about Zoe? She took a moment to process the information, then took a step closer to the door. Why would Mason be giving Connor a hard time about her? It's fine, really no big deal. You didn't have to come all the way over here for that. Really, I shouldn't have pressured you about it, and I understand it's complicated. Seriously, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? What had Mason pressured him about? And what did this all have to do with her? Good. They must have moved into the kitchen because the voices grew muffled again. Zoe leaned over and pressed her ear to the door to try to hear things more clearly. This evening was turning into a complete cluster. The only thing that would make it worse would be for Mason to unexpectedly open the door and have her fall out into the hallway. Damn it! Now she could only make out fragments of the conversation. From Mason, don't mean to be an asshole about it. And, Zoe is great, but... And then Connor, drop it. And, moving on. Zoe tried to remain calm and not jump to conclusions. Had Connor told Mason what was going on between them? After they'd agreed to keep it a secret? That would really suck, especially if Luke found out from someone other than her. When she'd talked to Connor about Sonoma, he'd just said that Mason had noticed he'd been distracted lately and hadn't been out for a while, so he'd pressured Connor to come with them. But had there been more to the conversation than that? And if so, why hadn't Connor told her about it? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Connor and Mason had clearly had a conversation about her. But why? What had they discussed? Mason stayed for about 20 minutes, but from the bits of conversation she overheard, after that they mainly just talked about some new clients Mason was cultivating and the progress on the house that Tess was building. Zoe eventually pulled her phone from the outside pocket of her bag and checked her email, then opened a document she'd been meaning to look at for a while. She was so engrossed in her work that she almost missed it when the men's voices started to come closer again. T-shirt? Crap! They were definitely heading toward the bedroom. Zoe looked back and forth around the room, looking for a place to hide. What the heck would Mason think if he found her here, of all places? They'd never be able to explain it. Without thinking further about the utter ridiculousness of what she was about to do, she grabbed her coat and bag and dropped to the floor next to the bed. With a shove, she pushed the briefcase and coat underneath and then followed with her body. Luckily, Connor's large bed provided plenty of space underneath, and the carpet was spotless. Not a dust bunny to be found.
I swear I don't have your damn MIT t-shirt.
They must have been right outside the door now because their voices were clear. Connor sounded genuinely annoyed. Or panicked. Probably both.
It's just that it's my favorite, Mason was saying apologetically. You mind looking?
I can look later tonight, Connor said. I think I have a load in the wash anyway.
Come on, Mason said, cajoling. Just take a quick look. I'll sleep better if I can find it.
Connor sighed loudly.
I guess I'll just check the dresser,
he said, his voice noticeably louder than usual. No wonder he'd enlisted her help with his mother. Connor would make a terrible spy. The door opened, and they walked in the bedroom. Zoe could see feet approach the dresser and stop in front of it.
Nope,
Connor said a moment later.
Nothing there.
Weird, Mason replied.
So, how about you leave it alone now?
Sure, Mason said easily.
Sorry to bug you.
Zoe heard a sound like Mason had clapped him on the shoulder. They headed back out of the room. She sighed in relief. A few minutes later, Connor's feet returned.
Zoe?
He called into the room. He went into the closet, then the bathroom, calling her name again. She rolled out and was sitting on the bed when he returned. He jumped when he saw her. So, she said, gaze narrow. You going to tell me what the hell you and Mason were talking about? Chapter 22. Connor's gaze dropped to Zoe's chest. The top button on her shirt had come undone, giving him an unfettered view of her cleavage, which, despite the seriousness of the moment, led to a predictable physical response. She noted the direction of his eyes with a scowl. Deliberately, she sat up straighter but did not button her shirt. I'm already pissed, she said. Don't make it worse. He tried to stall to figure out his next move.
I'm sorry. I had no idea Mason would stop by. He does that sometimes.
That's not what I'm mad about, and don't try to pretend it is.
Seriously.
He tried again.
He was just here to apologize for strong-arming me into going to Sonoma.
She gestured for him to continue. And? She stood. I'm not playing games here. Either you explain what Mason was talking about or I'm out of here. He gaped at her for a minute, and she crossed her arms over her chest. I don't do lies, Connor. Did you tell Mason what's going on between us? And if so, please tell me exactly what you said, because I think we had a deal, and if one of us reneged on that deal, that person should come clean. He ran a hand through his hair.
No, I didn't tell Mason anything. Look, I don't know what you heard, but the truth is that I've,
sort of. He trailed off.
Shit, Zoe. The truth is that I've sort of had a thing for you for a little while now, and Mason knows it. So does Nate, if we're being totally honest.
Clearly, she hadn't been expecting that. Her eyes widened in surprise. A thing? For me?
Yes, you.
He gestured toward her helplessly.
I mean, come on, look at yourself.
She swallowed. You told Mason that you think I'm attractive? He rolled his eyes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Hey, Mace, don't you think Zoe's attractive?
He walked over to where she stood, arms still crossed but loose now, and took her chin in his hand.
It wasn't like that. And it's not just that you're hot, which of course you are. It's the whole package. You're sexy and smart and tough as nails. How could I not have a thing for that?
She was gaping at him now like he'd grown a third head.
You said all that to Mason?
He blew out a breath and dropped his hands. Women. Did she really imagine he and Mason sat around and ate ice cream and talked about their feelings? He didn't even know what his feelings were, let alone talk about them with another man.
We've been friends a long time. I didn't have to say anything. In fact, I would prefer not to talk about it at all. Not really my thing, you know?
And this has been going on for a while? He shrugged. Really? Did she need to have him spell it out completely?
Yeah, a while.
So, what does that have to do with Sonoma?
She asked, her eyes big and soft.
First of all, he thinks I'm depressed.
Why?
Because I keep leaving work early and coming in late. And I'm distracted when I'm there.
Oh, really? She fluttered her lashes.
Why are you so distracted?
You know exactly why I'm distracted. But Mason thinks I'm pining away for you. He wants me to get over it,
he said ruefully.
He called going to Sonoma exposure therapy. I have no idea how this is supposed to work, but apparently he thinks you'll be celebrating and flirting with other guys, and this is going to help me.
Huh. Zoe tapped her lip.
An interesting theory.
Now tell me why, exactly, if you've had a thing for me for a while, you haven't ever asked me out. He slid his hand to her cheek, then through the long hair at the nape of her neck. Her eyes fluttered closed. He placed a kiss on her jawline, then another behind her ear.
Because I knew it would be like this. I knew one night would never be enough.
When he captured her lips, she melted into him.
Well,
she murmured,
I guess you were right.
For a moment, he let himself forget about all the reasons they couldn't be. He forgot about their jobs and their work, their mutual friends and the residual damage that would come when the whole thing went to shit. He forgot about logic and the future. And he just felt. Felt the way her body was like quicksilver, hot and liquid, a part of him and yet not. He felt her mouth move under his, the welcome of her, the depth of her response. They ended up on his bed, his hands under her shirt, her skin so soft it hardly seemed real. She panted, shifted, impatiently pulled his shirt over his head and ran her hands down his body. They were so finely attuned to each other, he knew the moment her body took over her brain. He could feel when she lost control of her own hands and let his mouth take over. He ran sweet fire across her nipples, traced the edges of her ribcage and the curve of her navel. He continued to lick and tug, moving lower to her core, to suck and stroke until she was wet and open, urging him on with her hips and her low moans of pleasure. They were so connected he could run his tongue along her, feel her pull almost to a climax, and then release her just before she went over the edge. He didn't know if she was speaking out loud or if he could just hear her in his mind, begging for more. It hardly mattered, because her hands were in his hair and her head moved from side to side on the pillow, and he was not going to stop until they'd both gone higher than ever before. He kissed her mouth again, shed the rest of his clothes and grabbed a condom. Then he urged her onto her stomach, ran his hands over her bottom and pulled her up to fit her against him.
Oh, yes,
she murmured, arching her back.
That's it. Just like that. He ran his hand along her spine, cupped her buttocks, and pressed against her. She moaned and thrust back against him, lowering to her elbows and looking back over her shoulder. "This," he said, slowly guiding his length into her. "This is why." He didn't even know what he was saying. This is why he needed her? This is why he knew better than to admit it? This is why he could never really have her? He paused to savor the feeling of her wet heat all around him, holding him tight. Then he moved his hands to her hips, guiding her as he thrust all the way in, and then pulling back just enough to bury himself again, even more deeply than before. "More," she begged, dropping her head onto the sheets and meeting his every thrust. More pressure? More pleasure? His or hers? He couldn't distinguish. He leaned forward and wrapped one arm around her, found the center of her need and teased it, matching the beat of his hands and the thrust of his hips. She cried out, begged for release, and he gave it, sent her spiraling over the edge, shuddering and shaking against his hand. She quaked and shook, tightening on his length, and the feeling of her climax was so intense he could no longer hold back. With a harsh cry, he let loose, came along with her, and released himself into her. Zoe clutched the handle of her briefcase and told herself to relax. No reason to panic. She carefully examined the beautiful floor-to-ceiling 3-story windows and their view of the golden-hued vineyard outside the retreat center and fought for calm. This was simply a meeting with a potential client. Nothing she couldn't handle, nothing she hadn't handled many times before. She was the best at what she did. She had this. Right. Funny how mantras were much easier when you were reading them in a meme on Instagram than when you were actually trying to believe them. A gray-haired woman wearing a name tag that identified her as staff of the retreat center met her in the hallway. "Ms. Riva, I can take you to meet with Mr. Ames now." They made their way down a long hallway, past several conference rooms to a small lounge that looked out over rolling hills crisscrossed with trellises. Thanks to a warm fall, some of the grapevines still had their leaves, painting the earth with brilliant yellow and deep crimson. It was hard not to fall in love with Sonoma on a day like today, with temperatures in the low 70s and a crisp breeze bringing the smell of fall to the air. There was a bar on the side of the room with a variety of wine glasses displayed overhead. Sitting on a stool was the man Zoe had been working so hard to meet, a glass of red wine in front of him. He turned as she approached, standing and extending his hand in greeting. He was shorter than she had realized, coming just a few inches above her full stiletto-augmented height, slender in the shoulders, with a round face and soft, pale skin that belied his age of 48. "Zoe, nice to meet you. Thanks for taking the time to travel all the way out here." "Mr. Ames?" She gave his hand a quick professional shake. "I appreciate you giving me an excuse to come out to Sonoma for the night." He motioned for her to sit next to him at the bar. "Please call me Chuck. Can I get you a glass of wine? They've got a great Cabernet from 2014. Zoe took a look at his glass. "What do you have there?" "The cab." He picked up his glass and swirled the wine, then held it up to look at the trails of liquid down the side of the glass. "I'm usually more of a whiskey drinker, but I figure if you're in Sonoma, you might as well have a glass of wine." "You bought an interest in the Whiskey Brothers distillery, didn't you?" Zoe asked. "I did." He looked at her with a hint of a challenge. "You a whiskey drinker?" She smiled. "You know, if you'd asked me that a month ago, I would have said no. But recently I've developed a real appreciation for it." "That's wise of you," he drawled with just a bit of a challenging gleam in his eye.
What's your favorite?
For sipping or mixing, she countered. He cocked his head to study her.
Either.
Jameson for sipping, she said, and it depends on the cocktail.
Huh.
He paused.
Ever tried Pappy Van Winkle?
Pappy Van Winkle was an absurdly expensive brand of bourbon that, of course, Connor had insisted she try. Zoe shrugged. Tried it, but I prefer the Four Roses small batch.
Ames raised an eyebrow. People pay thousands of dollars for a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle.
People overpay for a lot of things, Zoe said, hoping like hell that Ames himself wasn't a true believer. I prefer the scrappy underdog myself, the one that flies under the radar and doesn't rely on a big reputation to do the work for them.
Really?
She squirmed inside as he studied her, knowing she had just taken a huge risk. When he smiled and raised his wine glass in a silent toast, she knew the gamble had paid off.
You prefer to do the work yourself, I expect?
She inclined her head, acknowledging that the subject of the conversation had shifted. Absolutely. And I don't push off work to junior associates and then overbill for something I didn't do.
That would be nice. So, what do you think about electric motorcycles, Zoe?
Showtime. Zoe took a deep breath. I have to admit that I haven't ridden one myself. She held up her casted wrist. I got my hands on a South Cycle a couple of weeks ago, but the owner was smart enough not to let me try it out. Beautiful bike. He inclined his head.
We like to think so. How did you break your wrist, by the way?
Honestly? She laughed. A scooter accident? He shuddered.
And people think motorcycles are dangerous? I swear those things should be illegal.
Zoe had to admit it had never occurred to her that her scooter injury might actually work in her favor. Well, I know what I want my next ride to be, and it's not a scooter. She reeled off the information she'd been studying for the past 2 weeks, the technology underlying the South Cycle bikes, their challenges and their areas of strength in the market. Ames only interrupted her twice, both times to try to draw her off track by offering a misleading statistic or partial truth about a competitor. She was polite but firm in rejecting his attempts to derail her, and each time she rebuffed him, he grinned. They had talked for close to an hour when an older man joined them at the bar.
Hey, Chuck, sorry to interrupt, but we're heading into town for a drink before dinner. You want to come?
No thanks, Al. He indicated his head toward Zoe.
This is Zoe Riva. She's an attorney, but don't hold that against her.
She stood and shook his hand. I like to think of myself as a recovering engineer. I do patent law now.
Engineer?
He gave her a regretful look.
I hate to hear about one of our own going over to the dark side.
I'm still one of the good guys, I swear. They chatted for a few minutes and found a person or two in common that they knew, including one of Zoe's old professors at Berkeley. When Al left, Zoe rejoined Ames at the bar. Please don't let me keep you from joining your folks, she said.
I'm not much for the bar scene, he said. Besides, I got to ask all my questions. Now it's your turn. What do you want to know about South Cycle?
It was time to take another risk. She drew in a breath. Actually, I'd like to ask you a personal question, if I may. He looked surprised.
Personal? I suppose it depends on the question.
Why don't you hire more women? She asked bluntly.
My engineering staff is 15% female,
he replied, surprising her with the ease with which he responded to the question.
Which isn't high, but it's above average for the total number of practicing engineers.
You don't have a single female executive at South Cycle, she pointed out.
Like 50% of Silicon Valley, you mean?
Again,
Impressive that he knew the statistics. Either he actually did care about it, or someone had complained about it to him. Even if it was only the latter, she liked that it was on his radar. "And you're content with that?" He shrugged. "Not a big priority for me. I'm here to hire good people and make the fastest bikes in the world. That's all I care about." Did you know studies show diverse boards produce higher returns? And that companies with female executives report higher earnings? And teams with different perspectives produce more creative results? I did not know that. He tapped on his chin. What about companies with female attorneys? How do they perform? She grinned, feeling the first hint of success. Anecdotally, they report much higher customer satisfaction. And they beat the hell out of their opponents in court. I think I like you, Zoe Riva. Enough of this bullshit wine. Let's have a couple of rounds of bourbon. He waved to the bartender. You have 4 roses? Chapter 23. When Zoe got back to the small hotel they were staying at later that evening, her head was spinning. A smile kept threatening to break out across her face, and all she wanted to do was talk to Connor. Her strategy had worked perfectly. Before the meeting, she'd thought a lot about what Connor, the GPGs, and Cece had all said. That it was fine to try to get to know the subjects Ames was into, but that she had to be herself if she wanted to win the work and still feel good about it. So instead of talking only about his interests, she'd decided to push him a little on the things that were important to her and important to his business. To her surprise, Ames proved to have a complex perspective on the issue of women in Silicon Valley. He knew his company didn't have a great reputation when it came to diversity, but he had always considered himself to be employee-driven. If his employees wanted parties at bars, he gave them parties at bars. Even if he didn't particularly enjoy that, and even if it furthered an atmosphere that worked for some but not others, he figured that was just the way it went. Not socially adept himself, he'd always yielded to the desires of those around him. As a scientist, he was intrigued by the study Zoe had mentioned that showed the benefits of diversity. He'd always found it unfortunate that his workforce was so male, but assumed his hands were tied. Wouldn't it be reverse discrimination, he reasoned, if he tried to hire more women? She'd explained the value of recruiting outside his normal avenues to find different types of candidates, and the need to create more family-friendly policies that would help retain both men and women who were caretakers. He admitted he had a few engineers with young kids who had asked if they could create more flexible schedules, but he'd been concerned that he'd create an atmosphere of favoritism. Zoe explained that there was a lot he could do that would be neither favoritism nor discrimination, but would nevertheless change the culture at South Cycle. Ames was intrigued, though skeptical. It had been years since anyone had challenged the way he did business, and he said he liked Zoe's guts, even if he thought some of the things she said were nonsense. Zoe wasn't naive enough to believe change would be easy, or that Ames, or South Cycle, was going to transform overnight. And yet, he was open to outside ideas, which at least made change possible. Zoe couldn't help but think that what he needed was a disruptor, someone who could shake up the team and provide an outside perspective. She didn't know if she'd have the opportunity to be that person, but she knew she'd do a hell of a job at it. When 5 o'clock rolled around, Ames had said that he needed to get ready for his banquet that evening. He said he'd contact her next week to let her know about the work. She didn't know if she'd gotten the job, but she did know that she'd made the best effort she could. Rafe and Luke had missed the meeting entirely. An accident on the 101 had closed the highway, and they'd texted her a little before 5 to say they weren't going to make it. Zoe figured Connor and the other guys were caught in the same mess. Tess and Cecilia, on the other hand,
had come up earlier that morning and were already at their hotel. They had texted to let her know they'd be waiting in the bar for her when she was done. When she walked into the hotel, she saw the two women sitting in the bar. Cecilia waved her over. She looked as relaxed as Zoe had ever seen her, wearing a pair of faded jeans and a fluffy gray cardigan that both swamped her delicate frame and softened all her edges. "Complimentary wine hour," she called. "Come join us." Tess, who was sitting next to her, raised her glass of wine with a smile. "Hey, Zoe, how was your meeting?" She pushed her enormous glasses higher on her nose. As usual, her thick brown hair was in the process of escaping a messy ponytail, and her army jacket looked like it had seen better days. Mason's fiancé juggled multiple jobs as veterinary assistant, dog walker, and student, and her outfits usually showed it. Zoe joined them at the bar. "It was great, actually. I won't know for sure until next week, but I gave it my best shot." "Ames wasn't too bad?" Cecilia asked. "Not at all," Zoe said. "I took your advice and tried to be myself, and I think it worked." She explained how she'd managed to bring up a few serious issues in between discussing the merits of single malt versus blended whiskeys and asking Ames about his dog. "I told him my mom had a Chihuahua, and I was thinking of getting her goggles and leathers to dress it in, and I asked if he knew where I could get some." Cece looked horrified. "You didn't?" Zoe giggled. "I did, but only because I saw a picture of a dog like that posted on the South Cycle homepage. I figured there was a chance it was Ames's pooch, and I was right. He admitted he's been dressing up his dog for years." "Well, that's incredible," Cece said, holding out her glass in a gesture of respect. "You've got serious guts, Zoe. Get yourself a glass of this Chardonnay so we can officially toast your victory." Zoe was already sporting a healthy buzz from her meeting with Ames, but she figured this was one of those nights that called for celebration. "Sounds great." Cece motioned to the bartender. "Can we get another glass of the Chardonnay and maybe another round of cheese?" "So what did the two of you do all day?" Zoe asked. Tess moaned and dropped her head against the bar. "Looked at 3 gorgeous places where we could have the wedding and added them to the list of 5 we've already seen around the Bay Area and another 5 in Marin. It's been less than 2 months since we got engaged, and I swear I'm already way behind." "All you have to do is make some decisions, Tessie," Cece said, ruffling her hair fondly. "You've got plenty of great options." "But I have no idea how!" the dark-haired woman cried, then softly knocked her head again on the polished wood. "Can't we just elope?" "If you want," Cece said. "But I don't think that's really what you want." Tess picked up her head and turned to Zoe. "You know, Mason, what do you think he'd like best? Rustic or contemporary? And how formal do you think we should make the reception? Plated dinner, I assume? I swear I cannot believe how much they want to charge for a simple dinner. You'd think we were serving gold-plated food." Her tone was escalating toward despair. Zoe touched her shoulder gently. I hate to say this, but I don't think Mason really cares where the wedding is or what you serve for dinner. And honestly, I'm not sure I get why you do either. No offense, Tess, but you never struck me as the sort to worry about things like this." "Of course I don't care," Tess said. "That's exactly the problem." "What?" Zoe drew back, nonplussed. "I couldn't care less," Tess said. "I'd be happy marrying him in our backyard. Happier, actually." Zoe took her wine from the bartender and swirled it in a glass, shooting a quick glance at Cece, who gave her a look that read, "You see what I'm dealing with here?" "So, why all this fuss?" "Because Mason's got a ton of family, and they're all super nice, but they all want to be there, and it has to be perfect for them or I'll feel terrible. He's got all this money to throw at it, and I still can't figure out how to make it right.
She glanced at Cece, who shook her head. And what does Mason think about all this?
Tess shook her head. He thinks we should just get married in a park somewhere. I guess there are some things even the sweetest guy in the world doesn't understand.
Her expression turned dreamy, and Cece snorted with disgust.
Okay, lover girl, you're making me sick.
She turned to Zoe with a look of disgust.
The girl is determined to plan a monster wedding. I suggested she get a planner to make all the decisions she couldn't care less about, but she thinks then the wedding won't be personal enough and the whole family would know she couldn't do it herself.
Tess took a determined drink from her glass.
This family thing is totally new to me, but I'm not going to screw it up, even if it kills me.
Have you talked to his mother about it?
Zoe asked.
Or his sister Jillian? I only met his mom once, but I've hung out with Jillian a few times, and she's great. And he's got a younger sister too, right?
Allie, Tess said fondly. She's an even bigger screw-up than I am.
Seriously, Zoe said. You should talk to them about the wedding and see what they think about the location and reception. They'll be honored, and you won't have to drive yourself crazy making all the decisions.
Cece poked Tess in the side. That's a great idea. Did you hear that? Let someone else help, you idiot.
They wouldn't think I was just being lazy? Tess asked.
Zoe laughed.
No, they wouldn't. They're going to be your family too, after all. Might as well start leaning on them now. Besides, it's always best to keep the mother-in-law close on the wedding plans. You don't want her second-guessing things after you've decided on them. Leaning on other people isn't really my strong suit, Tess said.
Cece snorted. That's the understatement of the year.
Do you have any advice about dates? Tess asked. What do you think about a December wedding? Holidays are a tough time for families with kids to travel. There's always so much going on with school events, and the airports are just awful. I don't know where all of Mason's family lives, but you might want to check with them about it.
You're a genius, Tess proclaimed as she took a bite of cheese.
She had a high flush on her cheeks, and Zoe had the feeling this wasn't her first glass of wine.
I didn't even think about the kids. How'd you get so smart about weddings anyway? Do you have a big family or something?
Zoe paused. She considered her wine glass for a moment, then gave herself an internal push from behind. It was time to let go of her silence around her past. No, but I was engaged once. He had a big family.
The two women turned to her with matching expressions of surprise. You were engaged?
Cece said, quickly covering her shock. Zoe found to her surprise that talking about it wasn't nearly as hard as she'd imagined. She figured she had her conversation with Connor to thank for that. I was. We were in high school. I broke it off when I realized I wanted to go to college, not get married and have a bunch of kids before I was 20. But I did plan a sweet little wedding before then. Oh, Zoe, I'm so sorry.
Tess shook off her surprise.
She reached out and squeezed Zoe's hand. I had no idea. We don't have to talk about all my wedding issues. I don't want to bring up old memories. Amazingly, for the first time, Zoe could picture the dress and the church without recoiling in pain. No, it's fine, really. We were so young and no one had any money. It wasn't anything like what you're planning. Just a ceremony and reception at the church. No honeymoon or anything. But I did have a great dress. It was all frothy and lacy and puffy. She smiled at the memory. I must have looked like a little marshmallow in it, though at the time I thought it was absolutely perfect.
How did he, Cece trailed off delicately. How did he take it?
It was hard.
Zoe realized her newfound comfort in talking about her engagement didn't extend to talking about Daniel.
Not yet. There are a lot of people I don't talk to anymore because of it.
Did you ever consider trying again? Tess asked. Zoe tried very, very hard not to think of Connor. But that was a little like telling herself not to think of an elephant.
I suppose I might if the right guy came along,
she said, trying for lightness.
But I'm realizing I'm not the best at picking out the good ones.
Or maybe I am the best, but at picking out the bad ones.
Something like that. Dating has been a bit of a nightmare for me lately.
A nightmare? Tess shook her head. Please don't crush all my dreams. I like to think that you're out every weekend making men kiss your feet. Zoe wrinkled her forehead in astonishment.
Me? What are you talking about?
You're gorgeous and confident. You've got a great job, and you seem like you'd be amazing in bed, Tess said, as if this was an obvious fact. I mean, who wouldn't want to date you?
Wait, what?
Zoe said, astonished. Cece nodded. Sorry, but she's right. And we're not just saying that because we've been drinking since 10 this morning. She giggled. I mean, I probably wouldn't say that if I hadn't been drinking since 10, but you really are hot.
That is the strangest compliment I have ever received, Zoe murmured, though she couldn't help but be a little pleased. And I'm definitely not sure what to make of the fact that this seems to have come up for you in the past.
I was terrified to meet you, Tess said. Mason talks about you like you're some kind of goddess. Great lawyer, fun to be with, super smart. Can even shut up Nate, which is next to impossible, blah, blah, blah. I figured you'd be awful, but then you're nice, too, which makes it even worse. Zoe thought about all the Friday nights she'd spent at home with her briefcase, wishing she had a best friend to eat a pint of ice cream with. First of all, the last guy I dated was such a loser, he ghosted me after 3 dates. Second, I worry constantly about my job. And third, forget men. I'd give just about anything to have what you two have. Friends like that are hard to find. Tess gave Cece a sideways hug. I do love her, even if she is ready to kill me the next time I make her taste another wedding cake. Cece tucked away a strand of her hair that Tess had knocked loose. That's true, I will kill you. Next time you will have to bring Zoe and make her a taste test. My hips and I are done. That's a great idea, Tess said promptly. How about next week? There's a new cupcake place that everyone is raving about. But what about my hips? Zoe asked, though she couldn't entirely object to the thought of tasting cupcakes. They're probably 10 inches bigger than yours already. Forget it, Cece said. Your hips are perfect. You've got curves. I'm built like a 10-year-old boy. Zoe took another sip of wine and turned to the blonde. Now that's the stupidest thing I've heard all day. Anyway, I've spilled my guts about my past, and we've established that Tess is definitely going crazy over this wedding. Any chance you have a skeleton you want to drag out of your closet? Cece tapped her glass gently against Zoe's. You saw a little bit of my crazy the other night. And when it comes to skeletons, let's just say men suck and leave it there. Tess shook her head in Zoe's direction. We don't talk about Cece and men. Unless you happen to know of a nice, unattached, attractive guy who might be on the market. He needs to be rich so she doesn't worry about him dating her for her money, and he can't be a player. She's got some issues with players. If I knew a guy like that, don't you think I'd be dating him? Zoe asked. I suppose. Tess suddenly sat up straight. Hey, what about Connor, Cece? She turned to her friend. I don't know why we haven't thought of it before. He and Mason are practically brothers. We could double date. A tiny wave of panic roiled Zoe's stomach at the thought of Cece setting her sights on Connor. Luckily, the other woman just laughed. Nice try, she said. But I'm way too high maintenance for Connor. He'd spend one night with me and run screaming the other way. Tess tapped her upper lip. But he cooks. Like, not just makes hamburger cooks. He made us a souffle to celebrate our engagement. A souffle. And Mason told me he did all their laundry in college. Can you even imagine? A guy who does laundry? Yeah, no way. He's great, but not for me. Her eyes started to slide in Zoe's direction. Zoe did not like the speculative look she saw in Cecilia's eyes. Do you know Hugh Wright? She said hastily. He's been playing basketball with the guys, and I just saw him last weekend at an event. He's new to town, cute, rich, and single. He doesn't seem like a player, at least not that I can tell, but he's not a recluse either. He could be the perfect guy. Then why aren't you dating him? Cece asked. Luke's still trying to get him as a client, she said. I try to keep work and dating separate. She did like to try. Didn't always succeed, but she did try. Chapter 24. Zoe was saved from further discussion about her own love life by the arrival of Mason and Nate. Mason, of course, made a beeline for his fiancée and gave her a lingering kiss.
Any chance you two want to get a room and spare the rest of us?
Nate drawled, coming up behind them. Tess, her flush heightened, grinned up at Mason. I do have one, but I thought he might like a glass of wine first.
3 hours to get here,
Mason said, rubbing his hair with a groan.
I need more than a glass of wine.
That can be arranged, Tess said, giving his hand a squeeze.
Nate rolled his eyes. I think I'm the one who deserves a glass of wine after putting up with him for the last 3 hours. Tess, if there's any chance you could knock out all the wedding plans this weekend, I'd appreciate it. I had no idea a man could spend quite so much time wondering what style of tuxedo he should wear.
I'm sure they'll make their wedding plans to please you, Cecilia said with a sniff.
Well, if it isn't Cecilia,
Nate said with an exaggerated bow.
How lovely to see you.
Zoe glanced at the door again, trying not to watch too obviously for Connor. When a few more minutes passed without him arriving, she glanced at her phone, half expecting to see a text from him. But nothing. Luckily, Tess must have realized they were one person short. Did you guys forget Connor? She asked.
Not coming,
Mason said, shaking his head ruefully.
I should have known he'd find an excuse. A technical issue came up for one of our companies this afternoon, and he's staying back to work with them on it. I tried to convince him to come anyway, but he was determined.
Well, that's not unexpected, Cecilia murmured. Zoe's heart dropped. Of course, she'd originally thought it would be better if Connor didn't come, but now that they were here, surrounded by golden vineyards and talking about weddings, she couldn't help but be disappointed. Which was seriously screwed up, and she needed to stop thinking about Connor and weddings in anywhere near the same breath. The fact that he hadn't bothered to text or call to tell her that he wasn't coming, or to ask how her meeting with Ames had gone, was a good indication of why she needed to do so. Don't you dare get weird about this. Don't you dare expect something from him that he told you he wasn't going to give. Yes, last night did seem special, and maybe you did have a little fantasy that things had changed, but they haven't, and won't. And don't you dare forget that. Though, honestly, a phone call would have been nice. Nate dropped into a seat next to Zoe.
How was your meeting with Ames?
Really good, actually, Zoe said, deliberately turning her attention away from Connor. She'd always liked the business end of the Levend trio. Though Nate could be aggressive and combative, he'd also always treated her like an equal. He fought with her and argued with her, but ultimately respected her. She couldn't ask for more than that. I don't know if I'll get the work, but at least I made a good showing. Nate had the look of a boxer in his broad frame. Something about him reminded Zoe of guys from her old neighborhood. Like just below his polished surface was the heart of a street fighter.
He'd be an idiot not to hire you. And by the way, you should have told me we weren't keeping you busy.
It's not that, really. I think I just need to go a different direction. When he raised a curious eyebrow, she added hastily, It's not that I don't want to keep working with Levend. Of course I do. I just like working with smaller clients. You know, the startups and crazy kids with big ideas and no idea how to make them happen. And I'd love to work with more businesses like South Cycle that are poised to hit the big time but aren't there quite yet.
Nate grunted. Makes sense. I've got 6 or 7 names to give you. Your partner Luke isn't shy about asking for referrals, you know. You shouldn't be either. You're better than you give yourself credit for.
A flush of pleasure replaced some of her disappointment at Connor's absence. I appreciate that.
It's business, not a favor. I refer you, you do good work, they like me, they give me more work.
He gave her a toothy grin.
It's really all about me, you know?
That was what she liked about him. When Nate paid her a compliment, she knew it was real. When he gave her a referral, he wasn't doing it to be nice. She wasn't sure Nate did anything to be nice. Or if he did, he certainly wasn't going to admit it. Honesty mixed with a healthy dose of selfishness. Has anyone ever told you what a catch you are? He rubbed his nails against his shirt.
They don't have to. I know it already.
Zoe laughed as Nate inclined his head in Mason and Tess's direction. Tess was holding Mason's hand, and he was gazing at her like she'd hung the moon.
Speaking of honest, can we agree that those two are insufferable?
I think they're sweet, Zoe objected. I can't wait for the wedding.
Nate shuddered. Weddings give me hives. It's a testament to how unselfish I am that I'm coming at all.
You'd be surprised how things can change, Zoe said.
Nate shook his head in horror. Let's not toast to that.
When Zoe woke the next morning, the sun was high and bright. She squinted at the clock with bleary eyes and realized with some surprise that it was close to 10. With a groan, she rolled into a sitting position. Her head throbbing, she dropped back into the pillows a moment later. Whiskey, then wine, then more cocktails apparently led to a decent hangover. Good to know. She searched her memory for embarrassing incidents that might have resulted from overconsumption of alcohol. She'd flirted with a few guys at the bar they went to after dinner and pocketed a couple of phone numbers. Later that night, she'd put together an impromptu game of poker in Mason and Tess's suite and won a few $100s from her equally tipsy friends. All in all, good clean fun, with nothing she would live to regret. She and Nate had teamed up early on in the night and, given his antagonism toward Cece, who'd stuck pretty close to Mason and Tess, they'd mostly stayed that way. But for better or worse, there had never been even a hint of sexual tension between them. Just friendship. Just like it had been for the past 3 years. Zoe picked up her phone and held it over her face. A message was waiting from Connor. She braced herself, then opened it.
Sorry not to show. Hopefully Mason filled you in on why. How did things go with Ames?
That was it? Hopefully Mason filled you in? He couldn't even bother to explain it himself? She'd spent way too much time that night wondering what had happened and why he wasn't texting, and that was all she got? She groaned and rolled to sitting, still staring at the message, which had been delivered a little after 3 a.m. What did he think Mason was going to say anyway, other than there was some non-emergency that Connor used as an excuse not to come? If that was what he meant by filling her in, Connor had even worse people skills than she'd realized. Zoe stuck her tongue out at the screen. Things went great, not that you really care. Of course, that wasn't entirely fair. Connor had told her about the fiasco with her texting and calling when Mason was in his office, and she knew he would be sensitive to not wanting that to happen to her. Besides, she was the one who initially hadn't wanted him to come to Sonoma. He could very well have thought he was doing her a favor by not coming. And most importantly, she wasn't expecting anything from him. She wasn't. They were having sex. Secret sex. Sex they'd agreed not to tell their friends about. Clearly, you need to shut up and stop being a baby, Zoe. She gave a deep sigh. It's not a big deal. Quit overreacting. Squinting through her headache, she forced herself to open his text message and write something in response. Something nice and non-committal. Something that didn't sound like a crazy wannabe girlfriend. The meeting with Ames went great. No worries about not coming. We can catch up later. For a few minutes, she stared at the screen, half hoping a response would appear. Preferably one that said he was dying to see her as soon as possible, and what was she doing later that night. But the text never came. Rubbing her temples in the vain hope the motion would magically dissolve her headache, Zoe climbed out of bed, pounded a few ibuprofen, and stepped into the shower. Once the throbbing in her head began to recede, she packed her few belongings and headed toward the lobby to meet the others for a late brunch. Still nothing back from Connor. Which was fine. Really. She wasn't upset. She really wasn't. Because nothing had happened. At least, nothing she didn't know was coming. Connor had made her promise she wouldn't count on him, and now he'd called her bluff. She'd had one of the most important meetings of her career, and he wasn't there to share it. End of story. He couldn't be the person she most wanted to talk about her day with, or the first person she wanted to celebrate her success with. He'd made that clear from the start. And the last thing he deserved was her getting mad about the one thing he'd been completely honest about. She thought about Hugh and the two very attractive guys she'd met at the bar last night. After this Ames thing was put to rest, she'd call them. Try again to figure out how to have a normal relationship. Connor was a white-hot, completely unexpected fling that was going to come to a natural end. This weekend had provided exactly the reminder she needed of that fact. Connor turned onto his mother's street, a bag of scones on the seat next to him. He'd worked through the night, sleeping for only a few hours early that morning and getting right back into it after he woke up. It wasn't until around 2 that they'd finally made some progress on the tech issues that had disrupted everything Friday afternoon, so he'd had to put off his baking till the afternoon. As a result, the pastries were still warm, and the car smelled like blueberries and butter. The sweet smell did nothing for his mood. He'd texted Zoe right before he went to sleep, hoping he didn't wake her up, but somehow also hoping he'd hear from her right away. Zoe's return text to him, which had come around 10 this morning, had been either completely normal or completely pissed. The problem was, he had no idea which. We can catch up later. Did that mean he should call her? Or that she was so mad he hadn't shown up to Sonoma she never wanted to see him again? He'd responded to her text as soon as he'd gotten it, which, admittedly, had been about 3 hours after she'd sent it. Call me when you're back in town. I'd love to hear the details. But she hadn't texted back. She'd probably just been out with the gang, too busy to text. Or maybe heading back to town. Or hell, maybe she'd had someone with her, just like Mason had suggested. Someone other than him. They weren't exclusive or anything. They weren't even officially dating. Maybe she'd had a really great time with someone else and was a little relieved he hadn't come. The thought of it gutted him. Zoe with another man? Unthinkable. But it was her right, wasn't it? just like it had been his right not to show up. He'd actually spent all day Friday anticipating the weekend, wondering what it would be like if they could be open about what they were doing and actually considering telling Mason and Nate the truth. They'd texted on and off about her meeting with Ames and how nervous and excited she was. And somehow along the way, he'd realized just how close they'd become. For two people determined not to have a relationship, they were clearly starting to act like two people in a relationship. And that had to stop. The work emergency had been just the excuse he was looking for. He had to dial it all back before he did something stupid. He needed to know he could flake out, change his mind, step back when he wanted, and it wouldn't upset her. He needed to know she wasn't depending on him. But he had a bad feeling that wasn't the case. In fact, he was starting to wonder if this "we'll just have sex" plan, or whatever you wanted to call what he and Zoe were doing, made sense anymore. Or if it had ever made sense at all. As he pulled up in front of his mother's house, he groaned out loud at the sight of the little sky blue Fiat across the street. How could he have forgotten that Zoe would be here? The bridge tournament was Wednesday, and the GPGs were insisting on as much time as she'd give them to practice. But he had no idea how to handle it when he saw her again. Apologize profusely? Shrug it off? Break it off? And now he had to deal with her in combination with his mother and her friends? He steeled himself as he approached the house, holding the scones like a shield. At the front door, he snapped before the voice prompted him. "Just let me in." His mother's voice came back, gently reproving. "No need to get hostile." He would have loved to comment on the hostility of requiring your own son to go through a security system, but figured he was being broadcast into the kitchen, so he held his breath. Letitia met him at the door a moment later. Laughter came from the kitchen, one voice noticeably younger than the others. "You're late, dear. We've already gotten started." "So sorry I didn't arrange my schedule to suit you better." She raised one eyebrow. "Get up on the wrong side of the bed, did we?" He held out the scones. "Why don't you just take these and I'll head home?" The word chicken shit came to mind, but avoidance suddenly seemed like a much better alternative than trying to navigate seeing Zoe with a full audience. "Goodness, no," Letitia said. "Besides, Zoe is here. You should say hello." She motioned for him to come inside. "Now hurry before the door locks." Resigned, he followed her into the kitchen, where Zoe was seated at the table with the other women, looking achingly beautiful, wearing no makeup, her hair pulled back into a simple ponytail. They must have been playing for some time, because there were coffee cups and a half-eaten plate of fruit and crackers on the table, along with papers scribbled with notes, score sheets, and multiple decks of cards. There was a chorus of hellos. Zoe gave him a casual wave and then turned her attention back to her cards. Clara called from her usual spot against the wall. "We missed you earlier. Letitia is trying to serve us coffee that resembles used motor oil." Minnie, who sat on a cushion to bring her up to table height, looked at him over the top of the heavy glasses that sat low on her nose. "Rough night?" she asked. Connor realized in a rush that he hadn't showered that morning and was probably sporting some very creative hair, in addition to a significant layer of stubble. "One of our companies had a meltdown," he replied. "I worked most of the night." "We heard," Shirley said. "Zoe told us all about Sonoma. She said you had to stay back." Great. So they'd been talking about him. "Isn't it wonderful about Zoe's meeting? She managed to give the man what he wanted and still represent herself," Clara said with approval. "Brilliant." Connor shook his head. "I haven't heard about it yet." Something in the look that the GPGs shared said they were neither surprised nor impressed. He noticed that Zoe was still considering her cards. Letitia took the bag out of his hands and busied herself arranging the pastries on a plate. "Oh, they're still warm," she moaned. "Ladies, come get one." Connor turned to the side to let the women move around him, then positioned himself to intercept Zoe on her way to the counter, though he wasn't sure exactly what he should say or do. He felt as awkward as if he were back in 8th grade, trying to figure out where to put his hands during a slow dance. "Hey," he said. He'd never been good at subterfuge, so he decided to go with straightforward. "Sorry I wasn't there." Her gaze flicked from his eyes to his mouth, then back to his eyes. Her lips relaxed into an easy, deliberate line. She smiled, though he didn't think it quite reached her eyes. "I totally understand. Not a big deal." She was hurt. A weight settled squarely on his shoulders and in the pit of his stomach. "Can I make you dinner tonight? After bridge?" "I'd love that, but it's been a long week, and you know I'm flying out to Las Vegas Monday. I think I'm going to have an early night." She gave him a half smile. "Rain check?" He blinked. She was putting distance between them. Apparently, he'd done exactly what he'd set out to do. Thrown a bomb right in the middle of whatever they'd been building. He'd sent the message that he couldn't be relied upon, and she'd gotten it, loud and clear. It felt like shit. And that's why it was so necessary. "Okay." He glanced to the small group of women who were practically leaning toward them in an effort to hear them better. "I understand." She nodded and moved past him, but to his mind, she seemed careful to make sure their bodies did not come into contact. The loss was visceral. Having her this close and not being able to touch her was a physical pain he hadn't anticipated. "I'll be around tonight if you change your mind," he heard himself saying, low and intense, hoping only she could hear, but suddenly not caring if the entire room heard it as well. He didn't know what he was doing. Determined to keep her at a distance but unable to let her go, pushing her away yet needing her close. In the end, the greatest conceit of all would be for him to assume he got to make the call, because he didn't. She did. She knew what he was and what he was not. And now that she'd seen firsthand what he'd been warning her about all along, why would she settle for so little? Chapter 25. When Zoe got back to her apartment that afternoon, she resolutely pulled out her barely used jog bra, a warm long-sleeve top, and a pair of leggings and went for a run. Run was a generous word for what she did. Jog, perhaps, or run-walk, maybe? Regardless, since she kept moving for 40 minutes, she considered the enterprise a success. She started along the beach, then cut into Golden Gate Park and made a loop back to her apartment, returning home just as a gray drizzle swallowed her view of the ocean. She took a hot shower and changed into a pair of cozy fleece sweatpants and a sweatshirt that had seen better days. Then she surveyed the apartment she'd lived in for almost 3 years, but hadn't changed much from the day she'd arrived. Other than the dirt and clutter, of course. Thanks to her dedication to takeout, the stove had an honest-to-goodness layer of dust over the top. The once robust spider plant she had purchased a month ago in a fit of optimism was reduced to weeping brown leaves, and the stack of magazines and catalogs she'd planned to look through and recycle was at least 2 feet high. And really, had she ever cleaned the floors? "You are pathetic," she told herself. This has got to change. She started with the kitchen appliances and didn't stop until they sparkled. Even if she still didn't have any plans to use them, at least they could be clean. Then she turned her attention to the stack of mail on her tiny dining table, ruthlessly disposing of the piles she knew she'd never get around to reading. Finally, she hit the kitchen and living room floors, vacuumed the carpet in her bedroom, and reluctantly turned her attention to the bathroom. The shower alone took a good hour to scrub clean. Despite the level of chaos, the good thing about having a 400-square-foot apartment was that it could be deep cleaned in a day. After finishing her cleaning, she still had enough energy to drop her dirty linens in one of the apartment's laundry machines and walk down to the grocery store to grab cereal, milk, and ice cream, her 3 primary food groups. She also bought a small bouquet of flowers. They were supposed to die, so she wouldn't have to feel bad about it when they did, and a decorative dish towel. On the way back, she passed a neighbor walking a tiny, multicolored wiener dog and wondered, for just a moment, what that might be like. Having something living that was excited when you got home each night. But that was taking things way too far. She obviously needed to keep a plant alive before she could consider having a pet. By 9, she was tired and achy, but her apartment was cleaner than it had been in years. When she looked around at the sparkly stove, fresh flowers, and adorable dish towel, she actually understood how people could be excited to come home at the end of the day. It suddenly seemed strange that she hadn't figured it out before. The place was hers. Why had it taken her so long to claim it? She collapsed into the couch to consider her evening plans. Tonight had binge TV written all over it. But when she finally stopped moving, her back, arms, and legs all screamed simultaneously about their unaccustomed exercise. Good grief. Zoe winced at the rush of sensations. Even a night of Glee reruns couldn't distract her from the throbbing in her thighs and butt. She really shouldn't have thrown those squats into the mix, even if it did make her feel like a badass. What she needed was a bath. A long, hot bubble bath in a tub surrounded by candles. Only problem? She didn't have a tub. A slow sigh escaped her as she stared at the TV. Then it occurred to her. She didn't have a tub, but Connor did. In fact, Connor had the bathtub to end all bathtubs. The architect who'd done his remodel convinced him that a jacuzzi tub would be great for resale. And given his size and his money, he'd ended up with a 6-foot-long, 6-foot-wide corner tub that was ridiculously, absurdly, wonderfully decadent. Connor, of course, had never used it. She peeked at her phone and refreshed her text messages. He had said he'd be home tonight, hadn't he? She had no new messages from him, but of course there wouldn't be. She'd been carefully polite at Letitia's house, but not exactly warm. She'd just been so hurt, and then trying so hard not to be hurt, that she couldn't quite muster the will to pretend like nothing had changed. Not when it was so clear that she'd become too dependent on him and needed to take a giant step back. But then he'd looked at her with those sexy eyes of his and offered to make her dinner, and seemed so damn sincere about the whole thing, she couldn't muster up the will to be mad anymore. It wasn't about him anyway. The one she was really mad at was herself. Connor was just being Connor. He was giving her exactly what he'd promised. How could she hold that against him? And now all she wanted was a soak in his ginormous bathtub, and maybe an orgasm or two. But really, the tub was her first priority. Restless, she paced her tiny apartment, considering. She pulled a carton of Ben & Jerry's out of the freezer and stood in the kitchen, eating those magical calories that didn't count because you neither served the food in a dish nor sat down to consume it. Every few seconds, she refreshed her messages and pondered the ethics of using a man for his bathtub. Finally, she gave in. "You around?" The response came before she could set down the phone. "Yes." It wasn't exactly come on over, but she figured it would probably do. "Can I come by for a bit? I won't stay too long." "Of course." She waited, hoping for a joke, a welcoming phrase, or even a smiley face. Nothing. Damn it, he was back to the iceberg. She figured she only had herself to blame for that. She drove across town and parked in his garage. He buzzed her up and met her at the door to his apartment, pausing to take in her sweatshirt and sweatpants with a wary expression.
Did you...
She held up her hand and shook her head. I'm not here for a big emotional thing. I'm totally fine about you not coming to Sonoma. I admit I was disappointed at first, but really, I had a great time with the others, and I totally understand that you needed to stay back. And yes, I wanted you to text me sooner and maybe call, but that's just teenage stuff and not your thing, and I get that.
Zoe.
She shook her head again. That's all. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Now, can I come in?
Of course, but
nothing. She sailed past him into the apartment. Sports Center was on the television, and a glass of whiskey sat on the side table next to his recliner. Really, we're good. I was being honest when I said I was busy and need to prepare for my meeting on Monday. In fact, I'm really only here because I need a bath. He blinked.
A bath?
A bath. She held up the container of bubble bath and collection of candles she'd bought along the way. It's been a long day, and I went for a run. He wrinkled his forehead in confusion.
You ran? Were you being chased?
Ha, no, and don't sound so amazed. He motioned toward the bathroom, seeming nonplussed.
Cleaning crew was in yesterday. Make yourself at home.
She strode past without further explanation. A short time later, she was sinking into a deep, delicious pool of steaming water fragrant with rose and honey. Candles surrounded the tub and shot flickering patterns on the walls. As her tight muscles relaxed, she forced her mind to do the same. This thing she had with Connor wasn't perfect. In that sense, nothing had changed. The question was, could it be enough? Connor had no idea what was going on. When Zoe had texted him, he'd steeled himself for recriminations, for hurt feelings. But then she'd appeared at his door to use his bathtub? Was that a thing women did? It wasn't that he'd never had a relationship. He'd had a few, not serious ones to be sure, but even those had ended badly enough that he knew they weren't for him. And yet somehow he'd never gotten to the point that a woman might come over to his house just to use his tub. Frankly, he had no idea what to make of it. He listened to the water pouring into the bath and then the occasional slosh of water. It didn't take long for his mind to take the next leap to imagining Zoe in the tub, and from there, he was hopelessly fantasizing about her naked body covered with bubbles. Finally, in a desperate effort to clear his mind, he texted Mason.
Do women have a thing for bathtubs?
A few minutes later, the response came. The sigh that accompanied it was practically audible.
Where do you think Tess is right now? I'm pretty sure the only reason she agreed to move in with me was because I had a bathtub.
Connor nodded. This was helpful information. He winced when Mason followed up a few minutes after that.
Why do you ask?
He gave the response he'd been planning.
Considering bathroom layouts for the new remodels in my building, designers want to include a tub. I don't see it when space is limited.
That's why you aren't an interior designer. Women think differently. Speaking of which, did you text Zoe? Congratulate her? Connor froze over his phone. How did Mason do that? It was like he could sense when Connor had Zoe over.
You mean about the South Cycle thing? Why? I'll probably see her this week at our usual meeting.
This week is Thanksgiving, idiot. And it would just be a nice thing to do since you blew off her celebration night out. Great. Now he felt terrible all over again. And it's part of your exposure therapy.
Ha ha. Okay, fine, I'll text her.
Good. You need any more advice about women in bathtubs, just let me know. Connor rolled his eyes, finished his drink, and then walked through the bedroom to the adjoining bathroom. He knocked gently on the closed door. "You still alive in there?" No answer. He tried again, clearing his throat at the door before speaking. "Can I bring you anything?" Still no response. He pushed his head closer to the door but heard nothing. It occurred to him that she might be drowning or passed out. Should he go in? Surely not. But maybe? He'd seen Zoe naked quite a few times. It wasn't like he'd be barging in on a stranger. "Zoe?" Fine, he was going in. He wasn't going to let her die in his bathtub. He knocked one last time as he opened the door. "Everything okay?" His voice drained away as he looked at the tub. Zoe definitely was not drowning. She was up to her neck in bubbles, hair piled high on top of her head, a pink flush in her cheeks. White earpods explained why she hadn't reacted to his knock, and, though he couldn't be sure, the way she caught her lip between her teeth, the gentle rock of water, and a quiet sigh of pleasure suggested she wasn't waiting for a partner to help her relax that evening. It was the hottest thing he'd ever seen. Every bit of him stiffened. He couldn't look away. She rolled her head back and sighed again, this time the tip of her tongue touching her upper lip. When her eyes opened a moment later, he wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. "Are you just going to watch?" she said huskily, without a hint of shame or surprise at his appearance. When she shifted her position to be slightly more upright, the tops of her breasts became visible under the water. Impossibly, he got even harder. "I'm sorry," he said hastily, inching backward. "I'll go. I just wanted to make sure you weren't drowning in here." Rosy lips curled into a knowing smile. "You were worried about my safety?" "You were awfully quiet." "I was busy." She laid her head back against the tub and studied him from head to toe, pausing for a moment at the evidence of his arousal. "You might as well come on in." He had to stop a moment to let the words filter through to his brain. "You want me to come in the bathtub? With you?" She rolled her eyes. "You know, Connor, sometimes you seem very different from the guy in the office. But sometimes... Yes, I mean in the tub." How was it that he kept making the same mistakes over and over again? Why wasn't he backing up and walking away like he knew he should? Without thinking, he shrugged off his shirt and walked over to the edge of the tub. Zoe moved forward to meet him, the tumble of damp hair and curve of her lips transforming her into a sexy nymph. He sat on the tiled surround and leaned forward to claim a steamy, open-mouthed kiss that wasted no time with teasing, gentle foreplay. They were combustible, explosive. She rose to her knees and he trailed his hands over her slippery nipples. Her head rolled back and she moaned. "Yes, I need that." He'd never been with a woman as vocal as Zoe, and every sound she made only intensified the urgent ache in his groin, the throbbing need to have her body wrapped around him. He shed the rest of his clothes, any clinical analysis of the situation, pros, cons, to be with her or not be with her, utterly impossible. He stepped into the tub, settling into the corner as she moved to cover him. He spent long minutes stroking her nipples, watching as the tender flesh ruched to hard points and her eyes fluttered shut. The corners of her mouth turned up in pleasure. He had to struggle to keep his own body still as his cock demanded to bury itself inside her. She rocked against him as he traced the curve of her hips and butt. She ran her fingers over the length of him, matching him to her clit, moving in an increasing rhythm that had her moaning with pleasure. When he tried to slow her movements, she pulled his hands away, moving them instead to her breasts.
Just try to keep up,
she whispered in his ear. He leaned forward and captured her nipple in his mouth, then took a gentle tug with his teeth. The sound escaped from her in a slow exhalation.
I like that.
He repeated the gesture again as his hands returned to her hips, increasing the pressure as she ground her body against his.
Fuck, yes,
she groaned.
More.
Helpless, he turned his attention to the other nipple, feeling the tension rising in her body. He slid a hand between them and stroked her as she cried out in pleasure. She lifted her body a few inches, and he slipped inside her. She did not wait, but ground down on him, arching her hips and riding him hard. He bit her nipple again, and she jerked against him. The movement of her hips did not stop, but deepened as the tempo increased. He cupped and squeezed her butt, heard her cry out with release, and felt her spasm against him. Then he took his own pleasure, thrusting hard into her. She was a drug, a craving, relentless need that could only be satisfied with this moment, this release. When he came, the force of it lifted his hips and sent water sloshing over the sides of the tub. With a harsh cry, he let go and lost everything. The room, the candles, the bubbles covering their bodies. Everything but her. Chapter 26. When Zoe returned home that night, she did not know if she had done the right thing or an enormously stupid thing. But she did not care. Instead, she pushed all of her doubts and fears into a box, shoved it into a dark corner of her mind, and crawled beneath her newly cleaned sheets. Her apartment wasn't anywhere near as beautiful as Connor's. She had no stunning view of the city, no granite counters or handmade cabinets. But it was hers, and that was what she needed. In the morning, she pulled out her suitcase and packed for her trip to Las Vegas. There was no text or message from Connor, and she was glad. They hadn't spoken much last night before she left. It felt like an agreement had been reached. This is all they would be. There was really nothing else to say. Just before noon, her phone rang, and she was surprised to find it was Tess on the other end. "Hey, Zoe, I know this sounds crazy, but is there any chance you can come with me to an emergency cupcake tasting?" What? Zoe couldn't help but smile at the other woman's frazzled voice. Is that a new wedding thing? Emergency cupcakes? Tess moaned dramatically. It's not that the cupcakes are emergencies, it's the tasting. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's my life now. See, there's a little bakery that's supposed to be completely amazing, but they're normally booked out for months. Turns out, of course, Cece knows someone who knows someone, so they agreed to see me, but only if I can come today because they had a cancellation. Engagement gone bad, I guess. That's unfortunate. Awful, Tess agreed. It gives me the willies, I swear. Mason adores you. I've never seen a better pair than the two of you. You've got no reason to even think about that. I know. It just isn't something you want to hear about. She heaved a sigh. Anyway, Cece's working and Mason refuses to taste any more baked goods, and I definitely do not want to do this on my own. Not that I wouldn't have called you even if they could come, but... Zoe laughed. Say no more. You need someone to consume insanely delicious cupcakes? I'm your girl. Oh, thank goodness. If you want to park in Mason's lot, we can walk over together. He's got a guest spot you can use. Sounds good. I just need to take a quick shower and then I'll head over. Zoe speed-washed and dried her hair before heading over to Mason's apartment, where Tess had been living since her house burned down back in the spring. A warm feeling had stolen over her since her call with Tess. It had been so long since Zoe had had a close female friend that it felt strange but wonderful to be spending the afternoon with another woman. Mason's apartment was more glamorous than Connor's, at the top of a swanky high-rise on the edge of the financial district. Sitting just a few blocks from the bay, It had spectacular views from its panoramic windows, and unlike Connor's place, it had clearly been decorated by someone who cared about interior design and style. But probably like Connor at that very moment, Mason was firmly planted on his white leather couch, watching football. He did have a stack of papers spread out on the coffee table in front of him, and he was glancing between them and his widescreen TV.
"What's the score?"
Zoe asked, petting Astro, Tess's sweet little white dog, as Tess grabbed her coat. Astro leaned into her hand like a queen accepting her due, and Tess had a repeat moment of her pet fantasy.
14-0,
Mason said glumly.
"We look like shit."
Damn, if we have to get humiliated, I wish it wasn't by the Raiders. Mason gave a low whistle of approval as he glanced back at her.
"That sounds really impressive. You don't actually care, do you?"
Zoe laughed.
"Not a bit.
But I'm trying out my football small talk."
"Well, it sounds perfect. But you'd seem much more concerned if you were actually watching the game."
She nodded. "Good point. Not that I have any plans to start watching, but at least I can pretend better." Tess joined them, wearing an oversized wool peacoat and a gray beanie. Mason smiled fondly at her.
"There's my little street urchin. You know you look like an orphan left over from a production of Oliver, right?"
She stuck out her tongue. "It's cold and rainy."
"I know,"
he said.
"You spent 2 hours in the bath last night recovering from work."
Tess briefly closed her eyes and remembered pleasure. "I walked dogs for 2 hours in the rain," she said to Zoe, "and then I figured I needed to spend an equal amount of time immersed in hot water." Zoe laughed. "I totally get it. Something about this weather demands a bath. I had a pretty amazing one myself yesterday. Candles and bubbles and the whole 9 yards." Mason swung around to look at her.
"You too, huh?"
"What?" she asked.
"You're all in on the bath thing?"
"Of course she is," Tess said. "She's female."
"Well," Mason said, "that's interesting. Proves a theory of mine, actually."
"That women like baths?" Zoe asked. "I'm pretty sure that's just a fact, not a theory."
"Never mind,"
he said, waving a hand and turning back to the TV.
"Hard to explain."
Tess glanced at Zoe and shrugged. "He loses the power of speech when a game is on." "No problem. Let's go try some cupcakes, shall we?" Though Zoe would never have guessed it, Tess was a secret romantic, and she fell in love with the bakery's traditional buttercream frosted cupcakes decorated in shades of pink and ivory, topped with handmade flowers, tiny birds, and butterflies. The miraculous little treats were melt-in-the-mouth delicious, with a delicate vanilla flavor enhanced with the scent of roses. The bakery owner gave Tess her short list of available dates for the late summer and recommended she place her deposit as soon as she was able. Tess walked out with her eyes wide. "I think it's really going to happen," she said. "I'm pretty sure of it," Zoe agreed. They paused under the overhang of the shop, grimacing at the rain sluicing down gutters and collecting in small rivers on the street. "Any chance you want to get coffee before we head back?" Tess asked hopefully, pointing at a coffee shop 2 doors down. "Maybe it will let up." "Definitely." While Tess waited for her latte, Zoe grabbed a table and checked her email. She froze when she saw an unread email that had come in from the contact form on her website. The sender's name? Sophie Anderson. Zoe had a flashback to her encounter a few weeks ago with Elena Parisi. Probably a coincidence that the email bore the same name as Zoe's old friend, Elena's daughter. The contact form didn't provide a regarding line, just a small space for an email address and message. Few of Zoe's clients came from the form. She mainly used it to weed out spam. She stared a moment longer, then told herself she was being ridiculous and opened the email. Dear Zoe, it feels really strange to send this email after all these years. Abruptly, she closed her inbox and set down her phone. Heart racing, she forced herself to take several long, slow breaths. She hadn't done anything wrong. Lord only knew what Sophie's mother had told her after she'd run into Zoe and Connor at the Italian restaurant, but she hadn't done anything wrong. Tess approached the table. Everything okay? She asked, glancing from Zoe to the phone, which lay on the table. Of course, she said. Just a weird email. I'll read it later. You sure? I don't mind if you want to read it now. Zoe glanced at the phone. She pictured Sophie, a diminutive, curly-haired fireball who had been in Zoe's class at high school. Having grown up together, they'd often felt more like family than friends. Until Zoe broke up with Daniel, she had always considered Sophie one of her inner circle. But Sophie's family had been close with Daniel's as well, and once the engagement ended, whatever friendship she and Sophie shared had ended too. Why would she have written, after all these years? You should read the email, Tess urged. I wanted to text Cece anyway and let her know what we thought of the cupcakes. Zoe picked up her phone. With some effort, she reopened the email. Dear Zoe, it feels really strange to send this email after all these years, but my mother told me she saw you, and once I found your website, I couldn't believe it. You look exactly the same. I always was jealous of you and that gorgeous hair of yours. You probably wouldn't even recognize me now. I definitely haven't aged as well as you. Anyway, I don't know how to say this, but discretion was never one of my strong suits, so I'll just blurt it out. I'm really sorry for treating you like I did. Like we all did. Zoe closed the email again as tears filled her eyes. She really, really couldn't read this here. Not with Tess on her way back to the table, sipping from her oversized mug of coffee. Tess looked from the phone to Zoe's face. Should I give you a minute? Zoe shook her head. Blinking rapidly, she managed a laugh. Just some unfinished business from a long time ago. I see. Any chance this has to do with that ex-fiancé of yours? She held up a hand. Never mind, that's really nosy of me, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. You're right. Zoe picked up the phone and then set it down again. When I broke up with Daniel, it basically crushed him. Daniel's family was part of a group of us in the neighborhood who were all really close. I'd always been a little strange to them anyway, being obsessed with chess and debating and wanting to go away to college. So when they had to take sides, it was just natural that they sided with him. She explained what had happened in the aftermath of the broken engagement and how painful it was to see Sophie's name. Tess squeezed her hand. Zoe, did you ever consider that maybe they aren't the only ones who blamed you? It sounds like you've been holding yourself responsible for Daniel's pain for a really long time. It's not like that, Zoe said. I moved on. It was hard, but I did. I know you moved on, Tess said. That's not the question. You can always move on and let your wounds heal, but that doesn't mean there isn't pain left underneath. I should know. I carried my mom around with me most of my life, and that pain almost wrecked my chance with the guy I loved. Zoe shook her head. Well, sadly, I haven't had the chance to wreck a relationship with the man of my dreams. As far as I can tell, the guys I end up with are the ones who don't want a relationship with me, not the other way around. That little cycle had just proved itself again, this time with Connor. But she obviously couldn't say that to Tess. But maybe that's just it, Tess said. Maybe you're going after the wrong guys because you don't feel like you're worthy of a real relationship. Zoe stared at her, hearing echoes of what Luke had said weeks ago in her words.
I don't try to date the wrong guys, she said uneasily. I really don't. This stuff isn't cut and dried. I'm not saying it's like a black and white thing. You're a pretty amazing woman. But think about how tough you had to be when you'd been cut out of the lives of everyone you knew and loved. I know from my own path that being hurt like that leaves scars, and that scar tissue can get in the way of what's healthy and real. So you think I'm messed up? She tried for a laugh, but it stuck in her throat. I think lots of us are messed up. Relationships are hard and scary, and it's a lot easier to accept a lousy one instead of taking the risk to go after a good one. She paused and touched Zoe's arm. And it's really hard to demand something from someone if you aren't sure you're worth it. But you are worth it. I hope you know that. To Zoe's horror, something in those words triggered a rush of emotions that brought a fresh wave of tears to her eyes. I never thought about it that way, she managed to say once she'd cleared her throat. You're very wise. Tess gave her a crooked smile. I don't think wise is the word you're looking for. Mutually messed up, maybe? Takes one to know one? That sounds a little closer to the truth. Zoe picked up her coffee cup and took a sip. I just wish I knew what to do next. I guess I should probably start with the rest of Sophie's email. You didn't read the whole thing? Tess pushed the phone toward her. Take your time. I'll be right here when you need me. Not if you need me, but when. That was almost enough to trigger the waterworks all over again. Zoe opened the email. I knew after you left that we'd done a terrible thing, but the worse I felt about it, the harder it got to apologize. So I'm apologizing now. You didn't do anything wrong, but we were just all so worried about Daniel we couldn't see that. In case no one ever told you, Daniel is doing well. He's living in Arizona, has a partner and 3 dogs, and sends me a nice Christmas card every year. My mom said she saw you with a hot guy, so I hope that means you're doing well too. I wish you all the best, Zoe. And if you ever want to get coffee sometime, let me know. I'd love to apologize in person. The sigh that whooshed out of her was so intense, Zoe felt momentarily dizzy. Daniel was okay. After all these years, she could finally picture him somewhere other than in that horrible little bedroom of his, crying when she told him she was going to Berkeley. She wasn't sure what partner meant. Was he gay? If so, that might explain part of why he'd struggled so much in high school. And the feeling that something was missing from their relationship, even though they'd loved each other deeply. She pictured him in Arizona, walking around with his dogs and his partner, having a good life. And something deep in her heart relaxed, and a rough spot she hadn't even realized she was still worrying smoothed. I think I'm going to be okay, she said, partly to Tess and partly to herself. I think I'm finally going to be okay. Chapter 27. After 2 exhausting days in Las Vegas, Zoe returned home late on Tuesday night and then worked on Wednesday until 2, when she headed to Sausalito for the Bridge Gobble tournament. Luckily, being busy had kept her mind off Ames, who still hadn't gotten back to her about his decision, and Connor, who had been similarly quiet. She knew the traffic would be horrible, so she left her car at home and took the ferry over. Letitia met her at the terminal in her sleek black Volvo, with Minnie and Clara in the back seat. They chattered about their bidding strategy the entire way to Letitia's house, and Zoe realized with some surprise that she was genuinely nervous. She didn't want to let them down. After all they'd done to welcome her into their group, winning, or at least not losing in a dramatic fashion, suddenly seemed terribly important. Zoe followed behind the rest of them as they walked from the car into the front hall.
The door slammed behind them, and the familiar voice rang out.
"The front door is secure."
"Thank you, Milton," Letitia said. She swung around, blocking farther progress into the house. 3 pairs of eyes trained on Zoe.
Is everything okay?"
she asked. Her back was only a few feet from the door, but she retreated a step closer to it anyway. Letitia eyed her down the length of her patrician nose. "Zoe, we have a question for you, and we expect an honest answer."
"Oh, shit."
Zoe applied her best courtroom poker face.
"Okay."
"Did Connor ask you to play with us in order to spy on me?" Letitia asked boldly. She crossed her arms over her chest as she waited for the answer. Zoe glanced from Letitia to Clara to Minnie. Each stared back, assessing. Clara's gaze held the quiet sheen of brilliance that she often hid behind her veneer of playfulness. Letitia was waiting patiently, with no hint of weakness or softness about her. Minnie's dark eyes were crackling with energy and curiosity.
"Yes," Zoe replied simply. No sense in trying to hide anything now.
"I see." Letitia took a long breath and raised her chin a few inches. "And how, exactly, did you intend to complete your task?"
"You mean other than just by hanging out with you and asking leading questions?"
"That's exactly what I mean."
"If you're wondering if I plan to try to break into your house or something, the answer is no."
Zoe shook her head.
"I was here to learn bridge and get to know you."
"Get to know what I'm working on, you mean?"
"And get to know you," Zoe said, looking around the circle. "I meant what I said right from the start. I have incredible respect for all of you. Connor was hoping if we played together, I might be able to figure out what you're working on in the garage, Letitia. I'm not sure why he thought that other than he was desperate and worried. But that's it. It wasn't an evil, nefarious plan. Just a son worried about his mother."
Her direct attack seemed to mollify them, and they shared a look around the circle. Minnie nodded. Clara cracked a tiny hint of a smile. "I see." Letitia, who had not measurably softened, tapped her foot on the ground and pursed her lips. "And did you achieve your goal?"
Zoe allowed a small grimace. "Not a bit, but I am much better at bridge."
"You aren't very good yet," Minnie pointed out.
"Minnie just means you have a lot left to learn,"
Clara said. "And do you intend to stop playing now that you've failed at your objective?" Letitia asked. "Now that you see we aren't just a group of silly old women you can trick?"
"I never, ever thought you were a group of silly old women," Zoe said. "How in the world could I think that? You're a group of brilliant scientists. I'm just a misguided chess player who, by the way, has fallen in love with bridge. I know you have your quartet and don't have room for a fifth, but if you ever did need another substitute, I hope you'd think of me."
"You could probably find a game in the city," Minnie pointed out. "They're always looking for new players. Why would you want to hang around with a bunch of old ladies if you could play with someone younger?"
"I lost my family a while ago," Zoe said. "And I know you all have kids and families of your own, and I don't mean to presume. But spending time with the 4 of you has been one of the best things that has happened to me in a long time."
"You did start this whole business with a lie," Letitia said. "How are we supposed to overlook that?"
"I can understand if you feel that way, but honestly, the only way I could live with myself when I agreed to do this is that I promised myself I wasn't going to lie. I swore to myself and Connor right from the start that if you asked, I'd tell the truth." "And what," Clara asked gently, "did you get in return?" "What do you mean?"
"She means you're a lawyer. You don't do something for nothing," Minnie said. "We want to know what the deal was for."
"I needed Connor's help learning guy stuff to impress Ames," Zoe said. He wouldn't have given you that help for free? Letitia asked. She sighed. That day when she'd asked Connor for his help seemed so far away now. So much had changed since then. Yet at the same time, had it really? Was Connor any more open to her now than he had been then? We didn't really know each other all that well. It seemed like a fair trade at the time. And now? Clara's expression softened further. Is there any chance we can move this conversation to the kitchen? Zoe asked. Just so it feels less like an armed guard might appear at any moment to drag me out the front door. There's no armed guard coming, Letitia said, though Milton had been instructed to deny you further entrance had you lied to us. That would have been fair. A look passed between the three older women. There was a pregnant pause, then Letitia cleared her throat. We are prepared to forgive you. I appreciate that, Zoe said. Truly, a weight lifted off her shoulders at the thought. Mainly because we think you're smart and we like your sass, Minnie said. You remind us of ourselves. That's incredibly flattering, Zoe said. But I'm not sure I deserve it. Probably not, Minnie agreed. But you should never turn down a compliment. Also, Shirley wants you to keep playing. She doesn't enjoy the pressure as much as she once did. She wants to stay involved, but she wouldn't mind having a substitute for the tournaments. Shirley likes you. Clara reached out to squeeze Zoe's hand. You should probably know that she didn't approve of us confronting you this way. How is she doing? Zoe asked. Any word on how the surgery went? She's tougher than she looks, Letitia said. She's recovering well. She cleared her throat. Now, I said we were prepared to forgive you, but I do have one last question. Sure, Zoe said, her unease returning at the look in Letitia's eyes. If we showed you what we are working on in the garage, could you promise not to tell anyone, including my son, what it is? Are you asking me if I would lie to Connor? The answer would be no, Zoe said promptly. Lying isn't something I'm prepared to do. You don't have to lie, Letitia said. There's a big difference between lying and keeping a secret. Are you sure you can't tell him yourself? He's really concerned about you, Letitia. Honestly, if you'd tell me what you're doing, why can't you tell him? She's got a point, Letty, Clara said softly. I know it's not my business, Zoe said, but I wonder if you've considered how he feels, knowing you don't trust him. It's not that I don't trust him, Letitia said stiffly. It's just that I don't trust the people he works with. I've learned the hard way that people will try to use you. Sometimes you need extra protection. And sometimes that extra protection ends up backfiring and hurting people you love, Zoe said. Letitia held up a hand. Do you want to see what's in the garage or not? Zoe considered. No, she said finally. Not really, but I think your son does. If you tell anyone, I think it should be him. When they got back to Letitia's house later that night, Zoe was surprised to find Connor in the kitchen, wearing a white half-apron and cleaning up after what looked like a marathon cooking session. She hadn't seen or talked to him since that night in the tub, and felt unsure and awkward. Something had changed, but she wasn't exactly sure what. Clearly, things weren't like they had been. But were they broken up? Could you break up if you'd never been together? How did things go? He asked, meeting her gaze only briefly before looking at the other women. Are you the returning champions? Any trophies? We placed 3rd overall, Clara replied. Not a bad showing for a novice team. Well, congratulations then. I expected nothing less. Connor slung the dish towel he'd been using over his shoulder and turned toward his mother. By the way, everything worked fine. Milton let me in right away. I should hope so, Letitia said. He does work for me, you know.
Milton let you in?
Zoe said, surprised. We host Thanksgiving here, and Connor likes to get an early start, Letitia explained. He makes a few of the desserts, you know. And everything else, Minnie said behind her hand. Thank goodness. Letitia glared at her. I do the turkey, and the stuffing, and sweet potato casserole.
You mean you put them in the oven?
Clara said sweetly. Letitia waved her hand. Beside the point. Anyway, I told Milton to let Connor in when he got here. No sense having him waiting for us to return. The thought that Letitia had at least allowed Connor to come in the house while she was gone seemed like an improvement. Let me clean this up and then I'll get out of your hair, Connor said. I'll be back tomorrow around 10 to get the birds started.
What do you do for Thanksgiving, Zoe?
Clara asked. I've actually got an overnight booked in a spa up in Sonoma, she said. It's my birthday on Sunday, so I treat myself over the holiday. Minnie frowned. You don't have a Thanksgiving dinner? Not for a long time, Zoe said lightly. It's actually one of my favorite days of the year. No one emails me or expects me to pick up the phone. It's lovely. Humph. Letitia looked skeptical. Well, if you decide you'd like some turkey and gravy, you're always welcome to come over. Minnie and Clara will be here. And Harold, Clara added. Your latest? Zoe asked. She had a hard time keeping track of all the men Clara dated. Clara nodded. He's sweet. Not a lot of get up and go, if you know what I mean. But he's willing to put in the effort, which I appreciate. Minnie made a sound of disgust. Please, Clara, we don't need all the details. She turned to Zoe. My daughter Elizabeth and her son Oscar will be here as well. She doesn't have enough space in her oven for an actual turkey, but she does make a fantastic pumpkin pie. That sounds lovely, Zoe said, and she meant it. Though a family holiday with Connor, his mother, and their closest friends sounded less than ideal in her current state of mind. Maybe next year. She glanced at her watch. I should probably get to the ferry terminal. I don't want to miss my ride back to the city. Connor can take you, Letitia said. He doesn't need to do that, Zoe said. I'll just get an Uber. Don't be silly. Clara glanced at Connor and then motioned toward Zoe in a silent, not very subtle way. I'm sure he'd love to take you. It looks like there's still a lot to do here, Zoe said, glancing around the kitchen. Did you leave your car back at work? Connor asked her. No, I didn't want to deal with the holiday traffic. Then I'll take you all the way home, he said. The ladies can clean up the mess. They'll leave plenty for me to do tomorrow, I suspect. Not wanting to make a scene, Zoe gave him an apologetic smile. I do appreciate it. They said their goodbyes and then walked to the car, sitting for a few minutes in the driveway while Connor waited for the air to warm and clear the fog from the windshield. Zoe shivered and huddled deeper into her coat. How was your trip to Las Vegas? Connor asked. It was good, but long. I didn't get back until late last night. Do you really have a reservation up in Sonoma? You're welcome to come here tomorrow, you know. The food is pretty good, if I do say so myself. He slid her a sideways smile, and Zoe had an image of him carving a giant golden turkey in Letitia's kitchen, and her heart flipped upside down. And that was when she knew. She'd always thought when she fell in love with someone, she'd figure it out when he kissed her, maybe on a romantic beach somewhere. She thought it would come with birds singing and the sun setting and maybe a cherub or two blowing a trumpet. But it wasn't like that. It was like this. In a cold car with the vents blowing and fog outside and Connor still wearing an apron because he'd forgotten to take it off as he left the house. She wasn't picturing him riding on a white Charger or laying her down on a bed covered with rose petals. She was picturing him wearing that apron and carving a damn turkey
surrounded by a group of geriatric physicists who were the best bridge players in the Tri-County area. The realization sent a shiver down her spine, and she had to rest her head against the seat. When Connor glanced over as if waiting for a response, she realized he'd asked her a question.
"Oh, tomorrow, right? No, I really do have a reservation."
She'd spent more than a few miserable years by herself at home, eating leftovers or takeout Chinese. So once she had the money to escape the city, she'd done so. She could make peace with a lot of things about her life, but spending a holiday alone in her apartment wasn't one of them.
"You could still come,"
he said, pulling out of the driveway.
"I don't think that would be a good idea,"
she said quietly. Not now, with the enormity of her realization weighing on her heart. She'd made some mistakes in her life, getting engaged to the wrong man, for example, and then breaking his heart. But this really took the cake. Silence fell over them. Zoe considered trying to make conversation, but words escaped her. Had she really done it? Fallen for the guy who'd made her promise not to fall for him? What kind of an idiot did something like that?
"Have you heard back from Ames yet?"
Connor finally asked.
"No, not yet."
She tried to keep her voice normal, but it fell flat. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands and shot her a look, but said nothing else. When they were coming off the bridge, Connor asked,
"Do you have time to swing by my place for a minute before I take you home? I have something I want to give you."
"Sure, but just for a minute. I'm pretty tired."
"I understand."
Connor's apartment was partly illuminated by the city lights as they entered. He hit a few switches and then got a package from his bar cart that he handed to her with a flourish.
"Just a little something to celebrate your success with Ames,"
he said.
"No matter what happens, you should be really proud of getting this far."
Zoe opened the package. It was a Scotch she hadn't heard of. Glendronach. Looked expensive.
"It's one of my favorites. This is the 18-year-old Allardyce. You had it once before, the first time we took the ferry to Sausalito."
He flashed a quick smile.
"Aged in sherry casks, so it's got some fruit and sweetness to it. It's perfect for the holidays."
"You didn't have to do this,"
she said, wishing it didn't feel like her heart was ripping in half.
"You're a whiskey drinker now. You need to start building your collection."
She rolled the bottle around in her hands. It was like holding a goodbye.
"Your mother asked me this morning if you'd sent me to spy on her."
He froze for a moment, then gave a regretful chuckle.
"Well, I knew she'd probably figure it out. What did you say?"
"I told her yes, but that I clearly wasn't a very good spy because I'd been completely unsuccessful at getting any information out of them. And I said that I wanted to keep playing bridge with them if they'd have me. They're all a little crazy, but they're some of the loveliest people I've ever met."
"Well, I hope they said yes. They'd be lucky to have you."
She turned toward the front door.
"Look, I'd really better go. Are you sure you want to take me home? I can always get a car."
"You're welcome to stay,"
he said. She considered it just long enough to think about how painful it would be the next time he didn't call. She thought about all the damage her heart had suffered over the years, and wondered if she had enough scar tissue built up to get through this, or if maybe she actually deserved a little more.
"Thanks, but not tonight."
Chapter 28. Connor threw himself into the usual Thanksgiving festivities, but all he could think about was how wrong it was that Zoe was at a hotel while he was here surrounded by his family, both biological and adopted, and how awkward and stilted their last encounter had been. On Sunday, he sent her a text wishing her a happy birthday. She wrote back, "Thanks." Nothing else. Their thing had clearly run its course. She was moving on. He needed to do the same. On Thursday, she came to the Levend office for their regular strategy meeting. She was her usual gorgeous, talkative, outgoing self, joking with Mason and Nate and giving Luke a hard time about the new woman he was seeing, who had apparently left flowers at their office that morning. She barely looked at him, and when she did, it was with that same friendliness with which she treated all the others. And all he could do was stare at her and imagine her in the tub, bubbles on her breasts, a moan on her lips as she rode him. He tried to keep his emotions out of the office, but he knew the guys knew something was wrong. So he wasn't entirely surprised to see Nate appear at his doorway Friday evening. "What's up?" Connor asked, though he knew exactly what was coming. "You ready to go?" He wrinkled his brow, as if trying to remember something. "Go where?" Nate made a point of sighing loudly. "Today is Friday, that traditional day where many people leave work behind for a short period they call a weekend. We're having drinks at the Aspen to celebrate Zoe's birthday, which was approximately 5 days ago. And don't give me that I forgot bullshit. I know you too well." "Okay," Connor said, turning back to the computer. "I didn't forget. I just can't go. Too much to do." "Also bullshit." Connor shrugged. He wasn't really in the mood to be bullied by Nate. "Whatever." "When did you two break up?" Nate asked as he leaned against the doorway. Connor stared at the screen and flexed his fingers, letting the wave of anger crest and fall, before he turned toward the man who was both his closest friend and the one who drove him the most crazy. "What do you mean?" he asked pleasantly. "You and Zoe." "You're crazy." "You stood her up in Sonoma, didn't you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "You're a terrible liar," Nate replied, coming in and sitting on the edge of Connor's wooden filing credenza. Connor removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "What do you want, Nate?" "What I want is for you not to treat our good friend and my favorite lawyer in the whole world like shit." "Well, great," he said, "because that's been the plan all along." "Yet the plan also involves blowing her off?" "The plan," Connor said through gritted teeth, "involves you leaving my office." "She's so much better than this," Nate said. "I am 1000% aware of that." Mason appeared in the doorway. "We ready to go?" "Connor's not coming," Nate said. "Did you figure out when they broke up?" Connor swung his gaze to Mason, who raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hey, when you're trying to hide a woman in your apartment, it helps to get rid of her glass. The lipstick is a dead giveaway. And why wouldn't you come to Zoe's birthday celebration?" "Because it's better this way." "Because you want to make things worse?" "Because I don't. Any chance the two of you can go now?" Nate stood. "Was it great while it lasted?" "If I answer your question, will you leave me alone?" "Probably not," Nate said cheerfully. "But I'll consider it." "Fine. Yes, best days of my life. Now will you go?" "My turn," Mason said, coming to stand beside Nate. "Who broke it off?" He grunted. "Not sure. Probably me, but it may have been her." "You have no idea," Mason said, sounding sympathetic for the first time. "Did you talk to her about it?" "There's nothing to talk about. So now will you leave?" Sonoma was a big weekend for her. The least you could have done was called. "You didn't call, did you?" "No, and thanks for the tip," Connor said. "That's very helpful." "I don't think it was Sonoma," Mason interrupted. "Or at least it wasn't just Sonoma. They were together on Saturday night." Connor blinked. "How in the world do you know that?" "On the other hand, she might have just been using him for the tub," Mason continued. Connor winced. "I really don't want to know how you know that." "TMI," Nate said.
And whenever it happened, you know it doesn't have to be like this. You can get her back.
Connor stood and pointed to the door.
Out.
I think he's serious, Mason said.
Of course I'm serious.
Fine. Nate started out of the room.
But this isn't over.
Oh, yes, it is. Connor followed them to the door and shut it behind them. He stared at the mahogany wood and felt the darkness settle back around him. Of course they'd known. How could they not? He was wrecked. He spent his nights replaying all of their interactions. He remembered how they'd promised this was just about sex, and then thought about all the times it had been so much more. He pictured her moving on to someone new and then, finding himself filled with a mixture of rage and disbelief, forced himself to think of something else, or take another drink of whatever whiskey he had in his hand at the time, or both. He thought about how honorable she was, how she'd refused to lie to his mother, how she'd charmed the GPGs until he felt the weight of their disapproval every time he failed to treat Zoe as they evidently expected her to be treated. He thought about her face, her eyes. He thought about going to the bar tonight. Would it really make things worse for him to be there? Maybe Nate and Mason were right. Maybe he could just figure out a way to fight for her. Maybe he just needed to try. He began to pace his office. It took him the better part of an hour to work up the courage to go. He had his South Cycle bike with him, and in his wildest fantasies, he found a way to offer Zoe a ride on it, now that her cast was off, and somehow fixed whatever damage he'd caused. He pictured himself, but a better version of himself, someone who wouldn't let an incredible woman like Zoe slip through his fingers. He paused outside the doors to the Aspen, checking out the scene inside. The bar had been decorated with pine boughs, red berries, and twinkling lights for the holidays. Inside, a group clustered around a few high-topped bar tables. He saw Tess and Mason at one end of the group, Cece and Nate at the other, and Zoe and the lawyers in between. He imagined striding in confidently, laying his arm around Zoe's shoulders, and kissing her for everyone to see. How would it feel to make that statement, to let everyone know they were together, that she was with him? There were a handful of other people around the tables as well. He noticed Austin, who had played basketball with them a few times, and a few faces he didn't recognize, probably people from her firm. Which sucked, because as much as he didn't love socializing in groups, he really didn't love doing so with a bunch of strangers. And then he saw the last person he wanted to see. Weaving his way back from the crowded bar with 2 drinks in his hands and a smile on his face. Fucking Hugh. He made his way to Zoe's side and handed her the drink, and everything about it was easy. The way he laughed and stayed attentively beside her. The way he waved to someone and seemed so at ease in the group, even though he'd only just moved to town. Connor could never be that guy. The guy everyone was comfortable with. The guy everyone invited to their parties. And didn't Zoe deserve to be on the arm of that guy? He edged backward, hoping like hell that he hadn't been seen. Then, hating himself, he turned and left. He knew Mason and Nate were trying to be inspiring, optimistic, and yet how laughably absurd was their suggestion. You could get her back. He'd never had her in the first place. At first, she was disappointed. She watched the door for a while, waiting for him to show. Then, just a little heartbroken. Sonoma was one thing. She could understand how he might have been worried about that scene, particularly when they were still in the middle of whatever they'd been in the middle of. But he couldn't even stop by her birthday party? Was she contagious now or something? They were just having drinks at the Aspen. It wasn't like she was going to find some way to pin him in a closet and force him into a relationship while he wasn't looking. Eventually, the pain turned to anger. Who said he was the one who got to decide what happened next? Why did he get to decide not to be there? People started to leave after a couple of hours. Before he left, Hugh had, in his charming way, suggested she give him a call if she wanted to get dinner tomorrow. She'd turned him down, but now regretted it. She had a lot of regrets. Tess had given her a fierce hug, insisting on a night out for just the girls in a way that made Zoe's heart want to burst. Nate lingered at the end of the evening and offered to walk her to her car. Sensing it wasn't just for safety, Zoe agreed. The air was cold and crisp, and she crossed her arms over her chest for warmth as they walked.
You know,
Nate began, as they headed down the block.
he was so shy when we first met. Mason had to take him to parties in 20-minute increments until he got more comfortable with it.
Who's that? Zoe asked casually, though she was fairly certain she knew whom he meant, and was fairly certain she did not like the suggestion that Nate might be aware there was something between them, and that's why he was bringing it up. Nate cocked his head and gave her a wry smile.
Connor, the guy who didn't show up tonight.
Oh, yeah. She shrugged and forced a laugh. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Mason must have been pretty patient. Sounds like he's come a long way.
Sort of. But he's a tough combination of things. Naturally introverted, probably would always have been a little shy. Too smart about some things, totally clueless about others. But then there was his mom and dad, and they made everything much worse. Any chance he told you about them?
She gave a short nod, though she wasn't sure what she was confirming by doing so.
Well, good. That isn't something he does, you know.
I got that feeling.
Anyway, his dad screwed him over in the most profound way possible, making him feel like the whole thing was somehow his fault. And then his mom went a little nuts too, especially at the beginning. No one went in or out of their house. She homeschooled Connor until high school. They moved when she got nervous their house was bugged. She's much better now, but still a little nutty. Hard to develop any social skills in that sort of environment.
The anger she'd been carefully cultivating for the last hour slowly deflated. Nate, you don't have to do this.
I don't know exactly what happened, but you have to understand he cares much more than he knows how to show.
Tears dotted her eyes. She had to struggle to keep her voice even. Please don't.
You've got every right to give up on him, but as his friend, I'm hoping you might consider giving him one more chance.
Her heels tapped on the concrete, and Zoe focused on them instead of Nate's words and all they suggested. They reached her car, and Zoe stopped and hitched her purse higher on her shoulder. Thanks for the escort. He gave a small bow.
Can't have my favorite lawyer walking alone in the dark.
Am I really your favorite? Or do you say the same thing to Luke when I'm not around?
You're the only one who really argues with me.
He flashed a white-toothed grin.
That kind of disloyalty does not go unnoticed.
Well, you are wrong at least half the time.
I'll give you 20%,
he said, dipping his head with a trace of apology. Impulsively, Zoe put her arms around his neck and gave him a hug. She wasn't sure she'd ever done so before, and she could feel when it took him a moment to react. Then his big arms closed around her. Thanks for trying, she said, tears returning to her eyes. You're a good friend.
I'm an asshole, he told her, and don't you forget it.
Chapter 29. She drove around aimlessly for an hour, unwilling to go home. She kept turning her conversation with Nate around in her head, picturing a young Connor at home behind a locked door, blaming himself for the terrible things his father had done. Then imagined a shy, introverted kid trying to figure out how to socialize when so much of his life had been spent in isolation. It would have been easy to be angry with Letitia for not realizing how she was affecting her son, but that didn't seem quite fair, given how troubled she was as well. The whole thing had the feeling of a tragedy. When she found herself pulling into Connor's garage, she wasn't really surprised. But when she called him a few minutes later, he clearly was.
Zoe?
"We need to talk," she said. "Can I come up?"
Right now?
"I'm in the lobby, Connor. Yes, right now."
Okay.
The door clicked open.
Come on up.
He met her at his front door wearing his pajamas, feet bare. His glasses were low on his nose, and he had an empty glass in one hand. 2 different bottles of whiskey were open on the kitchen island, and from the slightly unfocused look in his eyes, she figured it had been that way for some time.
Sorry I didn't make it tonight,
he said. "Any particular reason?" she asked. "Or you just didn't feel like it?" He blinked at her.
What?
"I figured I deserve an explanation."
It wasn't a good idea.
"It was a great idea," she said. "Drinks, friends, my birthday, and I'm 29, by the way, kind of a big year."
I figured I'd just complicate things.
"Really?" She folded her arms over her chest. "Why?" He gaped at her, mouth open.
Are we really doing this?
"Yes." She unbuttoned her coat and draped it over the back of a stool. "We really are. Because I realized something in the past week. I realized a couple of things, actually. And I'm not going to act like I didn't or pretend I don't feel things I do. I'm done with that." He sighed and rubbed his hair, then padded over to the kitchen. He set his glass down and then took a tumbler down from the cabinet and extended it a few inches toward her.
Drink?
"Sure." He splashed a healthy amount into the glass, grabbed a few ice cubes and threw them in as well before handing it to her.
It's Jameson.
"One of my favorites." She took a sip and studied him. His hand was steady as he refilled his own glass. She was glad. She didn't want to have this conversation with him when he was drunk.
Do you want to sit?
She nodded and took a familiar position on the couch. He sat a few feet away.
So?
He held up his glass.
I guess I should say happy birthday. How was the party?
It would have been better if you were there. He winced.
Zoe, that's just not me. You know that.
I know you don't love crowds. I know you aren't into parties. I don't know that you don't go out with friends or celebrate the birthday of someone you care about. In fact, over the years that I've known you, I can say with some certainty that you've done all of those things. You just didn't want to do them tonight, with me. He looked away, refusing to meet her gaze.
I thought this was over.
This? She motioned back and forth between them. You know, I'd be super interested to know what you mean by this, because I honestly don't know what this is, or was, or could be.
We were clear from the start,
he said heavily.
Nothing. That's all it could ever be.
That's bullshit, she shot back. I don't care what we said. This meant something. We meant something.
Zoe, stop.
Oh no. You don't get to decide how this works, she said, her anger from earlier in the evening returning. You know what, Connor? I fell in love with you. And you might not like that or want that, but it happened. His bleak look at her admission spoke volumes, and she pounced to hide the shot of pain that followed. Your worst nightmare? Well, I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't know how you feel about me, but I do know that if you could have just gotten past that fear of yours and given this a try, we might have had something special. Something amazing, actually. He stared down at his drink, swirling the glass in a circle and watching it move.
Please don't do this.
Don't do what? She asked. Don't say I love you? I do. I'm sorry. I know I promised not to, but I guess that was one promise I couldn't keep.
I'm not worth it, he said. You deserve better. You deserve Hugh or a guy like Mason, the life of the party. Some guy who will take you out and bring you flowers and remember anniversaries. Someone you can rely on.
Once again, she interrupted, I'm pretty sure I get to decide the kind of guy I fall for. Also, you seem determined to underestimate yourself, and I understand why, but it's wrong. I wish you could see that.
You say it like it's so simple, he snapped. Like I don't have 20 years of experience with things going wrong. You think there's some magical wand to wave or you can snap your fingers to fix me? There isn't. It doesn't happen. People don't change.
That's not true, she said, jabbing her finger toward her own heart. I changed. I figured out that I was setting myself up for failure. I hooked up with guys that treated me like I wasn't worth a relationship because I didn't think I was worth it. I let that fear infect everything in my life. I didn't settle down because I wasn't sure I deserved a home. I didn't allow people to get too close because I didn't believe they had any reason to stick by me. And that was wrong. All of it. His hands twitched on his knees like he was fighting a desire to move, maybe reach out.
I was one of those guys, he said. I was a guy that you knew wasn't going to treat you the way you deserved.
She nodded. You were, but you don't have to be. Connor, you've got this image of yourself as being fundamentally flawed, maybe even broken. But it's not true. You call yourself unreliable, but you're the most reliable man I've ever known. You make your mom scones every Saturday. How many guys do that? You're the engine behind a multi-million-dollar company. Do you really think that happens to a guy who can't be trusted? When he did not speak, she continued. You've been wrecking relationships at a pretty steady clip since I've met you, but I've got a good idea that some, maybe most of that, was no accident. In fact, I suspect a lot of it was like tonight. Purposeful. Because you preferred to give up rather than try and fail. A groan escaped from him, but before he could interrupt, she held up a hand. Look, neither of us is perfect. I'm messy. My homemaking skills are even worse than my cooking. My stove had an actual layer of dust on it last week because it had been so long since I've bothered with anything other than takeout or cereal. I don't know if I can keep a relationship alive because the last one I was in was 10 years ago, and we all know how that ended. I desperately want a pet, but I can't even trust myself with a plant. Also, I have a weakness for shoes. He glanced down at her feet, which were wearing 4-inch velvet heels with tiny bows in the back.
I appreciate that weakness, he murmured.
Fundamental human flaws are fine with me, she said, ignoring his comment. I can accept that. You aren't Mason or Hugh, which is fine with me because I didn't fall in love with them. I fell in love with you. I fell in love with a guy who doesn't like parties, a guy who gets lost in his work, a guy who makes incredible cocktails and cooks me dinner and knows my body better than anyone in the world. But here's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to wait around for my heart to be broken. Because you need to understand that you can break it, okay? You can't break me, but you can break my heart. And just so you know, this time you're going to have to earn it. I gave my heart away for free last time. I'm not doing that anymore.
Last time?
He gazed at her, eyes hooded and bloodshot behind his glasses. She could almost feel sorry for him if she wasn't still riding on a wave of hurt and anger. Last time, she said firmly. In case it wasn't clear, we're done. As painful as it is, I've realized I've got to walk away now, before things get any deeper.
If that's the case, why are you here?
For the first time, a spark appeared in his eyes. Because I figured I owed us both a little clarity. Also, someone told me tonight I shouldn't give up on you quite yet. Connor abruptly rose to his feet. He towered above her, and for a moment, she thought she detected a hint of a sway.
They were wrong.
She rose to meet him, and with her heels she still only came to his chest. Still, with every inch of her heart already starting to break, she forced herself to remain calm and collected.
That's up to you, isn't it?
Chapter 30. Connor rolled out of bed the next morning and made himself a stiff cup of coffee. He sat for a long time and stared out the window.
She'd fallen in love with him?
Did she really mean that? He paced the length of his apartment while he drank the entire pot of coffee, waiting for something to make sense. It never did. Finally, he forced himself into the kitchen to make his usual scones. Remembering that Shirley was still recovering at her daughter's house, and he'd meant to stop on his way home to drop off a batch, he doubled the recipe.
She was in love with him?
He texted Nate when the scones were in the oven.
Do I sabotage things on purpose?
Yes. The reply came without hesitation.
Okay, great. Just checking.
Anytime. He texted Mason next.
You screwed up with Tess, you know.
Love will do that to a guy. The word love jarred him so badly he dropped the phone and refused to look at it again. He arrived at Letitia's house by noon. When he got there, Milton's voice welcomed him at the front door.
Good afternoon, Connor Ashton.
The door swung open, much like it had the day before Thanksgiving, though he'd assumed that was a one-time change his mother had made. Mom? In the kitchen. When he got there, she was sitting at the kitchen table, piles of loose photographs spread out in front of her.
What are you doing?
He asked. She held up a picture of him at a young age, maybe 9 or 10. Look how cute you were. Giant ears, of course, and awkward as a baby giraffe. Thanks. He slid into a seat next to her and picked up one of the two of them, a few years later.
This was right after we moved, wasn't it? At that apartment building? We were only there for a few months before we moved to the Oak Street house.
I think so. She took the picture from him and looked at it through her reading glasses. Oh, yes. Those apartments were pretty awful, but we were only there while they were doing work on the new house. Besides, they let me install my own security system. It seemed very high-tech at the time. They looked through the pictures together for a few moments in silence. I should have put these into albums a long time ago. But you know, after your father left, everything felt so hectic. I guess it stayed like that longer than it should have.
It was a tough time.
When he looked, Connor was surprised to see the sheen of tears in his mother's eyes.
You okay?
She bit her lip. I'd known for a long time before I caught them. I never told you that. It took him a moment to figure out what she was talking about.
Caught who? Wait, you mean my father and Terry? You knew he was cheating with her?
She nodded. And stealing my work. He wasn't nearly as good at covering his tracks as he thought he was. I just kept thinking he wouldn't really leave. That he'd realize how crazy he was being, if not for me, at least for you.
I guess even the greatest geniuses in the world sometimes make mistakes.
He tried to smile, but her chin was trembling.
Hey, what brought all this on?
I made you think it was your fault, and it wasn't. I swear I just didn't want him to use you again. You were devastated when you'd realized what happened. It was absolutely heartbreaking, like nothing I'd ever seen. I was trying to protect you from that happening again. But I think instead I just made it all worse. Letitia Ashton was not a woman prone to crying. In fact, other than the first year after his father had left, Connor couldn't remember a time he'd seen her do it. But now there were 2 fat tears rolling down her face, and she wore a stricken expression when she held up a picture of him as a toddler. I never thought I'd be a mom at all, she said, wiping away the tears. You were a miracle, baby. The doctors didn't think you'd make it, and then they said if you did, you might have all sorts of problems. But I knew you were perfect. I knew it. Milton's voice jarred the quiet room. Visitors are arriving at the front door. Milton, you can unlock the front door. When should the door relock? The polite computer voice asked. Remain unlocked until notice. I will leave the door unlocked until further notice. Thank you, Milton. Connor had barely registered the shock of having the door unlocked when Clara and Minnie entered the room. Clara looked from her face to the photos on the table, then to Connor. What's happening, Letty? Letitia wiped under her eyes. I think it's time we showed Connor what's in the garage, ladies. Really? Minnie raised her eyebrows. You sure? I'm sure. Letitia stood and motioned for Connor to follow her. The four of them made their way down a hallway and past the mudroom to the garage door that was in the back of the house. When Letitia opened the door, Connor half expected to see flames shooting out, or glowing lights, or even a ball of plasma. But there were none of those things. Just 3 separate workstations, each with a slightly different setup of plastic bottles and tubes with trailing black and red wires, yellow and red plastic measuring devices, and a series of knobs built into a small handmade control panel. There was caution tape on some panels, and several square yellow boxes wired to the instrumentation. What is all this? He asked. Cold fusion, Letitia replied, but not the sort you were imagining. Remember that comment you made about me not doing science fair projects? He nodded uneasily. Yes? Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. And we're helping, Clara added. He swung around to look at the other women. Science fair? I don't understand. Letitia's voice held a hint of shame when she responded. We've been volunteering for some time at the high school, helping the Women in STEM Club. You know, the one for young women who want to get involved in the sciences and math. Anyway, a few of the young ladies asked us to help them with their science fair projects. They were interested in energy, Minnie added. Letty suggested fusion, and they loved the idea. We're very careful, Letitia said. I wouldn't expose them to unnecessary risks. Connor kept looking from the tables to the 3 women, all of whom looked a little guilty. That's it? Science fair projects? But why did you keep this a secret? He asked, astonished. You knew I was worried. Why in the world didn't you tell me the truth? It didn't start out this way, Letitia admitted. About a year ago, I was chatting with a few colleagues at MIT who got me thinking about cold fusion. She gestured toward a large metal structure in the far corner of the room. That was my first project. It was fun, but nothing that was going to change the world. So you were doing experiments in here, Connor said grimly. I knew it. Of course I was. But they weren't going anywhere without a much bigger and better lab. And you had a few accidents, Minnie observed. Letitia glared at Minnie. Very small accidents, nothing dramatic. Minnie snorted, but Letitia ignored her. I'm not an idiot, you know, so I started working with a couple of physicists at Berkeley and using their facilities. Once I did that, I decided to give my original project to the girls from the high school. I don't need it anymore, and it's worth a lot to them. Clara rolled her eyes. We told her to tell you the truth. And I was going to, right up until the time he started spying on me, Letitia said stiffly. Connor crossed his arms over his chest. This isn't just because of Zoe. Letitia sighed. No, you're right. Honestly, it wasn't until you sent us Zoe that I realized how bad it had gotten, or how much it affected you.
Or maybe I did know, but I didn't want to admit it. I want you to know I'm working on being a little less crazy. I can't promise I won't lock the garage. There are some dangerous things in here I don't want people going through. But I never meant to suggest I didn't trust you. Because I do. And it breaks my heart to think that all the work I did to try to keep you safe and make things better might have made things worse. Mom, it's okay. I'm okay. She shook her head. No, it's not okay. And honestly, sweetheart, I'm not sure you are either. Something tightened in his chest. He cleared his throat, trying to ignore it. What do you mean?
We need to talk about Zoe,
Clara said gently. Zoe? Connor drew back, feeling his stomach clench. What about her? You should not have asked her to spy on me. Letitia had regained a little of her regal bearing, and she pinned him with a steely look. Though I do understand why you did it. Regardless, Minnie said, we like her. Don't tell her I said it, but she's actually gotten quite good at cards. Not as good as the rest of us, of course, but with some training, she could be competitive. She's also hot, Clara whispered, and single. And you should probably stay out of it, Connor said, unable to keep his voice as light as he hoped. What happened? Letitia asked. You were like 2 peas in a pod those first couple of weeks. Now you barely speak to each other. He closed his eyes, feeling his resistance to discussing it ebb away. Honestly, I screwed things up, like usual, except this time it's different. Different because you want to fix it? Letitia asked. He nodded. The admission made the weight on his shoulders lighter and heavier all at once. You should call her, Minnie said.
Send her flowers,
Clara said.
Also, work on your skills in the bedroom. Women appreciate it when you put in some effort.
Good grief, Minnie said, grimacing with disgust. Don't you have any decorum?
Decorum doesn't get you anywhere good,
Clara said. Letitia held up her hand, looking pained. Clara's excellent advice aside, is there anything we can do to help? Connor rubbed his head. I'm not sure there's any hope. I'm way past flowers and a good apology. The last time I saw her, she said something along the lines of, next time you'll have to earn it.
I knew I liked that girl,
Clara said warmly. She was talking about earning her love, Connor said, rolling his eyes. Not everything is about sex, Clara.
If you say so,
she sniffed. You need to make yourself vulnerable, Minnie said, especially if you hurt her. Do you love her? Letitia asked. Silence fell over the room. Connor felt all 3 pairs of eyes train on him, and something unlocked its hold on his heart. Yes, he admitted, to them and to himself. I do. I have for a long time. Then you'll have to fight for her, Letitia said. And we will help. Chapter 31. Zoe stepped out of the car and squinted into the cold, damp wind that batted at her eyes and face. The last time she'd been at the headlands, she could see the Golden Gate Bridge, but today, all she could see was gray. Gray sky, gray water, gray clouds. Today seemed like a great idea for a hike. Why, exactly? She asked, not entirely rhetorically. Because every day you're alive is a good day for a hike, Minnie said sternly. She took a deep breath and blew it out loudly. Letitia stepped around the front of the car. Like Zoe, she was bundled in a thick winter coat, a warm hat, and gloves. She had a grimace on her face that Zoe was fairly sure was intended to be a smile.
If there was any consolation in this, it was that Letitia didn't like being out in the cold any more than Zoe did. Because exercise is a good cure for moping.
I haven't been moping,
Zoe grumbled. Leave her alone, Shirley reproved. She was holding Clara's arm as they made their way around to the others. She just needs a little time.
There's really nothing wrong with me,
Zoe said.
I'm fine, I swear. Just tired. I've been working a lot, you know?
On Monday, 2 days after her blowout with Connor, Ames had emailed and said he wanted her to represent his company.
The moment had been strangely anticlimactic.
After all the time and effort she'd put into winning the work, it was hard to remember why it had been so important in the first place. The week had passed in a fog. She heard nothing from Connor. And while she had certainly hoped he might be banging down her door by now, it really hadn't surprised her that he wasn't. Connor had his own issues to work out. She had just gotten a head start on him. When the GPGs called and invited her to go for a hike, she couldn't find it in her heart to say no. So here she was, wearing her warmest coat and most sensible shoes, and wondering how far Shirley would really be able to go, even on the relatively flat, paved path. She was standing there, gazing with some amusement at the sight of their group, gentle Shirley on Clara's arm, Letitia standing tall and looking just a little annoyed, Minnie bouncing slightly on the balls of her feet, when a motorcycle appeared in the distance, winding in and out of sight in the sinewy roll of the road. Zoe waited for the roar of an engine, but it never came, even when the bike came into view and then approached from the far end of the parking lot. Her heart thudded as she realized the silent motorcycle was electric. The bike pulled up next to their car. The rider, dressed in a black jacket and helmet, swung a leg over the seat and rose to standing. Zoe gave a helpless laugh.
Is this the part of the story where the hero rides up on a motorcycle?
She asked.
I thought we were a little more enlightened than that.
Letitia shook her head. I don't see why anyone thinks motorcycles are romantic. They're quite dangerous, you know.
Come on, Letty, you know there's nothing like a man in leather,
Clara teased. Leather? In San Francisco? Minnie sniffed. Connor's too practical for that. Zoe walked toward him while they bickered. It took him a minute to wrestle off the tight helmet. He wasn't wearing his glasses and looked oddly similar to the day she'd first seen him running on Embarcadero. He gave a small wave.
What a coincidence running into you here,
she said, fighting to keep her breathing even.
I was hoping you might want to go for a ride.
For a moment, she thought she detected a hint of a wobble in his voice.
Did you bring me a helmet?
Of course. He unclipped a helmet from the passenger seat and handed it to her, then opened a small black trunk that sat behind the back seat and pulled out a collection of gear. And a coat and pants. You need your armor. Zoe contemplated the heavy gear as another giggle bubbled up inside her. In the movies, the heroine jumped on the back of the bike as they rode off into the sunset. This ride, on the other hand, would apparently be extremely safe. And a little bulky.
You come prepared,
she said.
I might be a little nervous,
he admitted.
I've been practicing with an instructor all week. Riding with a passenger isn't as easy as they make it look on TV.
She removed her coat and put on the jacket and pants Connor had brought. They were snug and a bit restricting, but warm. Slightly awkwardly, she jogged over and handed Minnie her coat.
Can you hold on to this for me?
Of course, Minnie said with a grin. Be careful, Letitia said. Shirley beamed. Have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Clara waggled her eyebrows. I'll try. Zoe returned to the bike.
I think I'm ready.
You're sure? He asked. It is a little cold. Zoe touched the leather seat with a smile. I've been waiting for this for a long time. A little wind isn't going to stop me. They wound through the headlands and down over the Golden Gate before heading up Nob Hill to Connor's apartment. The ride only took about 30 minutes, but by the time they made it back, Zoe's hands were cold, her arms were sore from holding on tightly to Connor's waist, and her spirits were flying. As she'd expected, Connor was no speed demon, preferring to take the curves at a gentle lean and accelerating slowly out of intersections. Still, the feeling of freedom and connection to the road was intoxicating. She was already speculating about how her new position with South Cycle might allow her to jump to the front of the line for her own bike. At the same time, it had been hard to focus on her surroundings while she was so acutely aware of the man whose large body lay between her thighs. God, she'd missed him. Missed the way they connected. Missed how complete she felt when she was with him. In the garage under his building, they removed their helmets, heavy jackets, and pants. You can leave those here, Connor said. I'll get them later. Zoe folded the jacket and left it on the bike. She shifted from one foot to the other, wondering what might come next. Connor's eyes, stormy as the waters of the bay, gazed intently into hers. Can you come up? He asked. She nodded, unwilling to speculate about what he might have planned and where it would leave her. They took the elevator up to his apartment, but instead of opening the door, he paused outside it. I've been thinking a lot about what you said, he began, nervously clearing his throat. And I want you to know you were right about everything, which probably isn't news to you, but I'm pretty thick-headed, so it took a while for me to figure it out. Zoe had to stop and force herself to consider his words. When you say I was right, what do you mean exactly? Remind me what I said that I was right about? About me. About how I messed things up on purpose. About how good things could have been between us if I'd just let them. Her heart gave a crazy tumble that left her slightly short of breath. You think? Zoe, He had to stop to take another breath. The truth is that I've been in love with you for a long time. Years, actually. And I didn't want to admit it to myself because I was pretty sure nothing could ever come of it. But what you said the other day. He reached out, finally, and touched her chin, then slid his hand to cup the side of her face. Honestly, it's hard for me to even think while I look at you. Try, she said, allowing herself a tiny hint of a smile. Inside her chest, hope was unfurling in long lines, swooping and leaving her breathless. You said you loved me. He paused and gave her a searching look. And I know I didn't do much to earn it then. But this week, I kept thinking about going on without you, and it about broke me. She didn't speak, just let his words begin to smooth over the jagged spots he had created in her heart. Last time we tried this, I hurt you. I thought by pushing you away I could protect us both, but it didn't work. I'm head over heels for you, Zoe. And even if it's selfish or impractical or improbable, I'm not stepping away this time. Zoe managed a tight nod. Good. So I've been thinking about how I'd show you that you could count on me. The last time I went out of my way to convince you not to rely on me. So this time I figured I needed to show you the opposite. The opposite? She wrinkled her brow. I'm not sure what you mean. He unlocked the door. Let's go inside. I've got something to show you. What do you... The words caught in her throat as a high-pitched whimper emerged from the far corner of the kitchen. What is that? The whimper turned into a yip, then a series of yips and barks, culminating in a tiny but determined howl.
She's small but fierce, he said, hurrying in the direction of the noise. Sort of like someone else I know.
Zoe stopped in her tracks at the entrance to the kitchen, where fencing had been set up around a wire animal crate. Connor stepped over the fencing and opened the door of the crate. A black and tan creature with fluffy ears and a stubby tail tumbled out and immediately began jumping up on his bent knee. Zoe's mouth hung open.
"You got yourself a puppy?"
"I got us a puppy," he said. "I know you've wanted a pet for a while, but you're worried about traveling and killing things. Since I realized I'm actually pretty good at taking care of things, I thought maybe I could keep her here."
She stared, blinking. Connor picked up the puppy, who fit neatly in his two large hands, and she immediately began licking his face.
"You got us a puppy?"
Zoe repeated, unable to process what she was seeing.
"I never liked traveling anyway, and now I've got a built-in excuse to come home early from work, too."
A smile quirked his lips. Zoe's knees wobbled.
"That's how you decided to win me back? By getting me a puppy?"
"She's really cute, don't you think?"
He turned and stepped outside the fencing. When he held the creature out, it immediately stretched forward in an effort to reach Zoe's face with an outstretched tongue. Tears sprang to Zoe's eyes.
"You know what's funny?"
she said, touching the animal's soft ears.
"I've never had a pet before, even when I was a little kid."
Tess found the litter in a cardboard box next to the dumpster at the vet clinic where she works,
he said.
She says there's some kind of terrier mix.
"So that's how Tess knew,"
Zoe murmured, unable to take her eyes off the sweet dark eyes and delicate pink tongue.
"She was all over me this week, kept texting and trying to get me to go out with her."
Connor sighed.
"Mason guessed a while ago. So did Nate."
"Luke knew too."
"We're not very good at deception,"
Connor said. His eyes crinkled at the corners with a hint of a smile.
"Maybe that's a good thing?"
Zoe laughed.
"Probably a good thing."
"I know it's a little crazy."
Connor set the puppy inside the fenced area and then turned back and touched Zoe's waist.
"But I was pretty desperate. In sports, we call this a Hail Mary pass, a long throw with very little chance of success."
"Oh, I don't know. The chances feel pretty good from where I'm standing."
Connor held her around the waist, and Zoe's hands settled around his neck. He leaned forward and paused when his lips were a few inches from hers.
"Are you willing to give this another go? I can't promise I'll be perfect. I'll probably still forget parties I don't want to go to, and there's a decent chance I will work too much and avoid events where I have to make small talk or pretend to like people I don't know."
"Will you take me to Temptation and make me cocktails and tell me again how you fell in love with me?"
It was almost impossible to say the words out loud. It felt so decadent and wonderful.
"I will,"
he said, brushing his lips over hers.
"Anytime you want. I'm in love with a sexy lawyer who wears high heels everywhere she goes and never backs down from a fight. I'm in love with a woman who is honest and vulnerable, a woman who can't cook to save her life and does naughty things in bubble baths that I can't stop thinking about."
"And I'm in love with a man who can dunk a basketball, cook a scone, and solve an impossible engineering problem all in the same weekend. A man I know will be there when I need him. A man who makes me shiver when I think about getting back into the bathtub with him."
He kissed her again, lingering this time over her lips.
"Any chance you want to take that bath right now?"
She pulled away long enough to slip off her shirt.
"It was awfully cold on that bike. I might need to get warmed up. Can you keep me warm, Connor?"
He put one arm around her back and the other behind her legs, then swept her up in his arms. Zoe giggled and held on as he carried her into his bedroom.
"Oh, I'll keep you warm, sweetheart. You can count on that.
Epilogue. The cake was made with peanut butter, carrots, applesauce, and oat flour. It had 2 layers and plenty of frosting. But since it lacked sugar, most of the humans stuck to the elegant lemon cupcakes topped with rich cream cheese frosting and adorned with tiny diplomas and graduation caps, and left the cake to the dogs.
This is utterly ridiculous. You know that, right?
Nate grimaced as he watched Connor carefully cut the doggy cake and set down a piece on the ground in front of Lady, the still tiny terrier mutt, who had taken over Connor and Zoe's lives the moment she walked into them. Or pranced, really, with a twinkle of naughtiness in her eye and an unrepentant wag of her tail. Zoe paused her adoring contemplation of the puppy long enough to glare at Nate. We had to do 3 rounds of puppy preschool. You better believe we're celebrating. I did warn Connor that terriers can be stubborn, Tess said, licking a trace of frosting off her fingers. He just totally fell in love with that little girl. Zoe glanced at Connor, who was watching with tangible pride as Lady attacked her cake. In a surprise to exactly no one, over the past 5 months, Connor had become the perfect puppy father. He spent hours walking, training, and cuddling the pup, who had revealed herself to be 6 pounds of pure mischief. Zoe tried her best to be firm and consistent, but she was no match for sweet puppy eyes. Connor joked the puppy training classes were really for Zoe, not the dog, and she couldn't entirely disagree.
How was your trip?
Nate asked.
Weren't you in the Netherlands?
Zoe nodded. We launched in 5 European cities this month. It's been crazy. It had been a whirlwind 5 months of long days and growing responsibilities at South Cycle, and long nights of pleasure at Connor's apartment. Yet for all the upheaval, they'd settled into their relationship with surprising ease. Perhaps it was because they'd known each other for so long, or because they had been through so much to find each other in the first place. It might have been because they'd been careful not to move too fast, knowing they both had to adjust to the idea of being in a serious relationship. Zoe had kept her apartment, though it was getting harder and harder to find a reason to spend time there, returning just often enough to wipe the dust from her stove and take care of the houseplants Letitia had chosen for her. She hated waking up without Connor beside her, and missed seeing Lady's bright eyes and wagging tail whenever she was away. Though it felt strange to say it, they'd become a family, something Zoe hadn't had for a very long time. Connor hadn't turned social overnight, but he had learned to tell her when he genuinely couldn't stomach a party, rather than conveniently forgetting that it was on his calendar. And now that Zoe had gotten close to Tess and Cece, she was more than happy to have a girls' night out when Connor wasn't up for a crowd. Though it seemed impossible to imagine, Zoe found herself falling deeper in love every day. She didn't want to push and still wondered sometimes if Connor would wake up one morning and panic that they'd gotten too close, too fast. But his commitment to her and Lady was impossible to deny, and after years of imagining a life alone, she was starting to think about an even scarier thought: a life together, forever.
This is quite an event,
Clara observed. The GPGs had gathered around them to watch the show as Mason brought his and Tessa's dog Astro, and his sister Allie brought her dog Wick, into the kitchen to have their own pieces of cake. Luke had left his dog, a blue heeler who had a tendency to nip people in the ankles when he wanted to play, at home, but he watched the scene with delight. Once Connor put his commitment to Zoe on full display, Luke had thrown his support behind the couple, though he'd made it clear that he still expected Connor to earn Zoe's heart.
I don't think Connor's ever had a party before, Letitia observed. At least, not that he's invited us to.
Like you would have come, Minnie snorted. He's not the only one who's been doing some changing lately. It was true that Milton was playing a lot more bridge these days and locking a lot fewer doors, as Letitia worked to overcome years of fear. Perhaps the best evidence of how successful she'd been was the tall, white-haired gentleman who'd accompanied her to the party. He was a champion bridge player she'd met at a competition a few months ago. Letitia had shocked everyone when she announced that they were dating and sharing bidding strategies.
"Zoe, take a picture," Connor called. "She's got frosting on her face." Nate winced. "Please tell me that dog doesn't have an Instagram account."
Zoe elbowed him. "Shut up, the guy's in love." "We know," Shirley said, beaming. "With more than the dog. We've been waiting for this for a long time." Zoe flushed. Even though their secret had been out for months, she still got flustered any time people openly referred to them being in love. It helped that she was so busy now with her own clients that she'd stopped working for Levent completely. At least she didn't have to feel like she was doing something naughty with a client. "How's your research coming along?" Zoe asked Letitia. She rolled her eyes. "We're waiting for more clearances. Those university people are so touchy."
"Funny how they get like that when you start experimenting with nuclear fusion," Zoe mused.
Letitia shrugged. "We'll get it done." "Family picture time," Tess announced loudly. "Zoe, come over here." Zoe moved next to Connor, smiling as he picked up Lady and held her close to his chest, then wrapped his other arm around Zoe's waist. And when he leaned down to kiss her and everyone cheered, she felt the final bit of fear she'd been holding deep in her heart melt away completely. They were a family. The one thing she'd never thought she'd have again was finally hers. Hours later, when the crowds were gone and the cake cleaned up from the kitchen floor, Zoe collapsed onto the couch.
"Are we done? Isn't there a basketball game on?"
"There's always a basketball game on," Connor said. He tapped the side of the dog crate and Lady obediently climbed inside, then ran out, barked, jumped on Connor's leg, and bit his hand. He sighed and tapped the crate again. Lady ran in again, barked, and ran back out. Connor tapped a third time, and this time the little dog settled in and lay down. Connor praised her before closing the door of the crate and rising to standing.
"Do you think she'll ever do something the first time I tell her to?"
"Probably not," Zoe said, closing her eyes and laying her head back against the sofa.
"Doesn't seem to be in her makeup."
Connor cleared his throat and she opened her eyes again.
"What?"
"Any chance I can show you something?"
"Does it require me moving?"
He nodded. "A little." She heaved herself off the couch, eyeing him suspiciously. Connor liked to surprise her with funky restaurants and the occasional new distillery, but that seemed unlikely right now.
"Okay. Do I need a coat?"
"Nope." Her curiosity piqued. She followed him outside the apartment and then down the short hallway to the other end of the building. He unlocked the front door of the apartment there and motioned for her to enter in front of him. Inside, the space had been gutted, apparently in the first stage of a massive remodel. There were no interior walls to speak of. The floors were covered with layers of dust, and open beams exposed what had apparently been an interior wall. The view here was even better than in Connor's apartment, with larger windows bringing in even more light. From where she stood, it seemed the place was bigger overall. "What's going on here?" she asked.
"This was actually the space I wanted when I first bought this place. But there were tenants who'd been here for 15 years and had no interest in leaving. They retired a month ago and moved to Arizona. We just started the demo."
She walked deeper into the space, contemplating the area that she assumed would be the kitchen. "You should put the stove on the island," she said. "In your apartment, it's on the wall, and you don't get to stare out the windows while you're cooking."
"That's a great idea."
He stopped beside her.
"But what do you think about it?" Overall, I mean.
She wrinkled her forehead in confusion. What do I think about the apartment? He paused and swallowed.
Yeah, I mean, what would you think about living here?
Zoe laughed. You mean trade in my apartment for this one? I'm not sure my bank account could handle it, even with a special discount from the landlord.
Not that. What if you traded in your apartment altogether?
He touched her waist and turned her toward him.
What if we moved in together, remodeled this together, made it our space, our home?
She started, caught off guard. You want me to live here? With you? He touched her chin and tipped her face toward his.
I do. I understand why you wanted to keep your apartment, and I know I had a lot of making up to do. I hurt you, and you gave me a chance to prove myself. I hope I've done that.
Zoe blinked rapidly, unprepared for the tidal wave of emotion. You have?
Well, that's a relief,
he said, cracking a genuine smile.
Because I hope you know I'll be fighting to earn your love for as long as you'll have me.
You've got me, she said huskily. No fighting necessary. He leaned forward to kiss her.
And that's great. But the thing is, I don't want you sometimes or even most of the time. I want you all the time. I want us to be together here, in a place that's not mine or yours, but is ours. I want us to start a new life together. Our life.
Our life, she repeated, blinking rapidly.
Don't think you have to answer right away,
he added hastily.
Though you're welcome to if you want. Not that I'll be worried or anything. I mean, whatever.
He held up his hands in a gesture of uncaring.
No big deal, either way.
She laughed helplessly and collapsed against his chest. You big oaf. Of course I want to be with you. It could be in this apartment or down the hall. I don't care. Wherever you are, that's where I want to be. They shared a long kiss. Zoe looped her arms around Connor's neck, and he picked her up in his arms as her legs settled around his waist.
I love you,
he breathed against her neck.
I'll spend my life proving it if I have to.
From here on out, we build our life together, she said, melting into him. Forever. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Temptation, Bad Angels Book 2 by Inara Scott, narrated for you by Leah Ladasa. This has been a Find a Way Audioworks production presented by Orange Sky Audio. Executive producer Rin Kraus. Copyright 2019 by Inara Scott. Published by arrangement with Entangled and Alliance Rights Agency. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.